In a world where masculinity was considered a feminine trait, even a video of a girl wearing makeup and men's clothing eating a peach provoked an outcry. However, there was another era when gentleness, neatness, and the ability to create beauty were valued, and then girls were evaluated completely differently. The end of that era could be confusing for newcomers to this world, and the chubby guy looked like his brain was no longer able to cope with what was happening. In just 2 days, he found it difficult to get used to the heavy body and the strange atmosphere, which seemed to test his patience. It is not surprising because he was previously a descendant of emperors and could clear the heavens with one hand. With such a background, it was hard to watch men being mocked on social media in this world as if it were the norm. The world without cultivators turned out to be strange because here the roles were reversed and women calmly chose their husbands, as if this was always the case. What was most frightening was the weak spiritual energy, which could damage the soul of the reincarnated and greatly slow down the return of former strength. But there was reason to rejoice because after the fight with the demon, survival was already considered luck, and the rest did not seem so critical. Another consolation was that part of his soul had survived, which gave him a chance to be reborn, albeit in a less than ideal body. Gradually, he got used to the new shell and even learned his name. Now his name was Lin Mo, which sounded quite tolerable. The memories helped because it turned out that he was a rich student at a prestigious school, although it seemed modest after the past. After the armor, the school uniform seemed dull, but there was no choice, and the plump young man tried to get used to it, carefully examining the clothes. The fate of the other part of the soul also haunted me, but without the strength to search for it, it was pointless and even a little naive. Just recently he was the emperor, and now he had become a schoolboy, and suppressing his pride, he nevertheless left the room to meet a new day. At the same time, he did not seem completely depressed because the family turned out to be tolerable, although the house was inferior even to his previous pawn. Memories of my parents dying and my grandmother now being in the hospital were spinning in my head, and this added heaviness to the new thoughts. After the tragedy, his aunt and her family quickly took his place and took what was rightfully his, as if it were the easiest solution. The reason was the softness of the previous owner of the body, but the new soul was determined to change this and was not going to give in. While no one knew about the changes, all of the guy's roommates were calmly having breakfast, unaware that changes were already on the doorstep. Lazily tearing themselves away from their plates, the cohabitants glanced at the newcomer, so coldly, as if it was not a person, but an object standing before them. Sitting confidently at the head of the table, Aunt Ling Li unhesitatingly declared that she supported He Yanhui and thought the engagement was ridiculous. The boy's brows furrowed slightly as he plunged into someone else's memory, where instead of the emperor's usual strength and power, there were fragments of awkward encounters. The memory surfaced quickly because it was her grandmother who wanted to connect her with him, as if fate could be decided in advance like a profitable deal. But then everything collapsed because the girl abruptly refused and did not even hide her contempt, leaving the potential groom without a drop of dignity. This was enough for the body's former owner, and he, broken, ran out onto the road where weakness cost him his life. Where one fell because of words, another was given a chance, and the soul of the emperor occupied the body, deciding not to let emotions rule him anymore. Without waiting for his nephew to speak, Uncle Liu Yingjun also intended to join the boy's usual morning crush. However, this time things went differently, as Lin Mo cut him off coldly and made it clear that he would no longer allow him to make decisions for himself. The sudden change disrupted the usual order, and Aunt Lin Li looked at him carefully for the first time, as if she saw a stranger. Trying to find her former gentleness, she stumbled upon a strength of character that was at odds with the rules of this house. Meanwhile, the boy in the apron carefully placed the plate, and Lin Mo sat down at the table, feeling the weight of his body. Where before there was enough will to control the sky, now there was not even the desire to eat, and this was more irritating than ridicule. But the laws of this world were simple and harsh, and Lin Mo now looked at food as a necessity, not a pleasure. Overcoming himself, he nevertheless took the first sip, as if making a truce with a reality in which spiritual strength had no meaning. Without missing a beat, the cousin mockingly suggested running away from the public humiliation in front of his classmates, hiding behind concern. For the former emperor, such words sounded almost funny, because someone who had ruled for thousands of years does not run away from other people's opinions. But here he was, just a schoolboy, and so he answered briefly, hiding behind calm what would previously have been a reason for isolation. Without feeling any danger, the cousin continued to press and smile, as if he had the right to teach him life and decide his future. He didn't even realize that in front of him was no longer a broken boy, but the one who once broke worlds. The gray car drove them to school with a quiet purr, as if to show off the family's status. But Lin Mo's thoughts were far from this boring morning. He sat back and looked at his cousin, withdrawn and calm, while his cousin beamed with joy, as if he were on his way to meet fans. The reason was simple. Lin Zixuan loved his popularity more than his family, and so he asked her not to walk next to him when he left. This attitude only irritated him more, and Lin Mo looked at him with a cold, contemptuous gaze. This look was too unusual, and the cousin froze for a second, as if for the first time he saw in him something that he could not control. As he got out of the car, he kept looking back, trying to understand the changes, but inside, irritation from his hurt pride only grew. After waiting for a while, Lin Mo went out himself, not out of politeness, but to avoid standing next to someone who was trying too hard to look better than others. Stopping in front of the school, he looked around the building as if he was seeing it for the first time, because the memory of the body did not evoke any emotion or interest in him. Looking up, the boy appreciated the neat architecture, which still looked too simple for his previous tastes. He was even more surprised by the guys around him, who looked like they spent more time in front of the mirror than training. At the same time, the girls looked quite normal, and this contrast made the picture even stranger and even a little funny. Suddenly, the young man overheard a conversation where girls were discussing someone's legs, and it sounded too unexpected. Listening to this, he caught himself thinking that the roles were reversed here, and that it would take him much longer to get used to this than he would have liked. With a heavy sigh, the Reborn one already understood that life here would be more difficult than any battle he had ever participated in. Deciding not to dwell on it, he switched to the main thing, because somewhere in this world a demon must appear, and he must be prepared for this. Having gathered himself, the student confidently walked down the corridor, because in addition to his great plans, he now had the ordinary task of going to class. The risk of getting lost was real, but the signs on the doors helped, and he read them carefully, trying not to look like a lost newbie. Not even a minute had passed before mockery was heard behind her, and someone was already calling Yanhui to look at her supposed boyfriend. Upon entering the classroom, he immediately noticed a group of girls smilingly discussing the situation with the failed engagement. Even Yanhui herself looked irritated because she was being insulted through him, hinting at a relationship that she clearly considered beneath her dignity. Previously, such conversations easily affected the young man, but now he only lazily noted that mortals love to talk too much. He walked calmly past the laughing girls without even slowing down, and this indifference left them perplexed. Sitting at the back of the class, the reincarnated cultivator pondered how to regain his strength without divine resources, as this was more interesting than any rumors. Suddenly, a hand fell on his shoulder, and the girl next to him cheerfully reminded him that she had warned him about Yanhui, but he had clearly decided not to listen. She spoke easily and without malice, as if she were discussing someone else's mistake and not his life, and it sounded almost friendly. Song Yunshu was sitting next to him, and it seemed she was not only going to share a desk, but also generously dispense advice about reality. Seemingly sweet, she managed to speak as if she had already decided that no one would fall in love with him and was simply testing her guess. Realizing what was said, the girl who had been careless in her words froze for a second, clearly realizing that she had said too much, and tried to quickly change her mood. She patted him on the head and said that there are no ugly guys, only lazy ones, and it sounded like a dubious compliment. Unable to bear another lecture, Lin Mo briefly asked what she wanted, clearly not planning on keeping the conversation going for long. The question hit the mark, and the neighbor was a little confused because she hadn't managed to hide her interest as well as she thought. A little embarrassed, she admitted that she wanted to ask for a favor, but before she could finish speaking, she was immediately refused. Not giving up, the persistent lady quickly offered to play together and even promised to introduce him to a more beautiful girl. Seeing that this didn't work, she played her trump card and offered a trip to Mount Wuzhou, which he clearly couldn't get to alone. This already sounded different, and the guy turned to her because the place was famous for its energy and ability to absorb an aura that could be useful to him. He gave his consent not for the sake of the game, but for the sake of profit, honestly warning that he did not know how to play, but this did not bother Song at all. Smiling, she declared that his pleasant voice would fix everything, and added that after classes they could safely borrow the school equipment. Fortunately, the day flew by quickly, as if even time didn't want to linger in boring lessons and interfere with plans. When all the students had left, the girl enthusiastically announced that she had canceled the club for the game, clearly determined to win. There were only the two of them left in the empty classroom, and according to her logic, this meant that now no one would interfere with the start of the game. Settling down in front of the school monitors as if in front of a portal to another reality, Song Yunshu tugged at the boy impatiently. Realizing that without this he would not regain his strength and would not get closer to Mount Wuju, he reluctantly resigned himself and began to enter his login and password. As a bright interface with forests and soft light flashed before his eyes, the young man noticed a green flash of energy, and it immediately became clear that the game had received him with unexpected pathos. Although in reality he looked like a very ordinary and slightly lost student, in the game his image turned out to be almost perfect. But all this coolness collapsed the moment he saw his nickname, because the name Baby Momo sounded too sweet. Song Yunshu immediately appeared nearby in the form of a pink-haired girl and enthusiastically explained that their captain was a pro and their task was simply to follow. On the outside, the guy remained calm and didn't even say anything, but inside he had already clearly decided that he definitely wasn't going to listen to anyone. Before Lin Mo had time to get used to what was happening, a girl with the nickname Killer Cat ran up to him and noticed his appearance with surprise. Hearing his voice, she immediately concluded that he was a schoolboy and spoke with such tenderness as if he were a cute animal. While the guy was digesting all this, Song Yunshu's character was already discussing tactics with the group's leader. Suddenly, the leader, without further ado, rushed forward into battle and sternly ordered everyone to stand still, sounding as confident as if she had already completed this mission 10 times. Song Yunshu did not lag behind and ran to the edge of the forest to scout out the situation before reminding Ling Mo again to stay put. He didn't argue because his thoughts had already gone far away. The similarity of the game world with his past life was too obvious. The more the player looked into the details, the more convinced he became that this was not just a game and that real spellcasters could be hiding somewhere here. The abrupt announcement that the leader had been killed by a certain flying feather tore him from his thoughts, and the situation immediately became much less calm. Her character dissolved into a red sphere, and it was clear from her voice that she was not at all happy with the defeat. Luckily, the game allowed a comeback, and Killer Kitty immediately took advantage of this, clearly not intending to give up. True, just a second later everything happened again, and she found herself defeated again. The next time she returned, the leader's voice sounded much more angry in the headset, and it became clear that she was now in the mood for revenge. Without wasting any time, the lady rushed back into battle, and her partner was already hurrying after her, sounding as if they were about to rewrite the rules of the game. With each passing second, it became increasingly clear that Song Yunshu's plan was falling apart, and the pop-up notifications of the enemy's victories were killing the mood. Unable to contain herself, she burst into the microphone indignantly, reminding the leader that she had even brought the guy into the game for the sake of fighting spirit. As Killer Feather headed straight for Baby Momo, she visibly tensed up, as even their leader was no match for this foe. But instead of panicking, he suddenly began to move confidently, not intending to let the mortal on the other side of the screen flush him out so easily. At this time, the opposing team was sitting in a trendy computer club, but their confidence was gradually cracking. Behind the nickname Killer Feather was a blonde woman named Yu Tang, who in reality played at a professional level. Seeing her target leaving, she didn't even think about the risk. On the contrary, the feeling of control only grew inside her. Without pausing, she sped up and rushed after him, while the sword's owner looked back as he went and led her deeper and deeper. And right as he was running, he stopped abruptly, as if he had pressed an invisible button to change the scenario, leaving the girl with a strange pause. Little Momo turned sharply to face his pursuer and allowed himself a slight grin, for in all his previous life as emperor, he had never been hunted before. Just when the warrior decided that she had figured out his maneuver, at that very moment he seemed to disappear into thin air. Although he had never played such games before, his past life experience gave him the right idea. With a frown on his plump face, he was concentrating on the need to strengthen the character's spiritual energy. Watching his movements, the lady only became more convinced that she was dealing with a newcomer who couldn't even hide properly. Meanwhile, his character stood indifferently, showing neither fear nor haste, as if the attack flying towards him posed no threat at all. At that moment, the guy's fingers began to quickly slide across the keyboard. From the outside, it looked like the play of an experienced player. Behind the screen, Lin Mo's gaze became cold and focused, without any doubt or hesitation left in it. Obeying his command, Baby Momo suddenly extended his hand forward, and a bright stream of blue energy burst out from it. On the other side of the monitor, the blonde froze in complete shock, as she certainly didn't expect such a sharp and precise attack. Her screen instantly flashed with a defeat notification, and her teammates immediately surrounded her, heatedly discussing what had happened. Barely comprehending what had happened, she continued to stare at the monitor without blinking, as if hoping that now everything would roll back. At this time, Song Yunshu in the classroom almost jumped out of her seat with joy. loudly admiring her partner's performance. But contrary to expectations, he did not react to the victory in any way. On the contrary, his shoulders slumped slightly and his gaze became heavier. The reason was much deeper. Because using spiritual power was difficult for him, his damaged soul quickly depleted the resource. Meanwhile, Killing Feather has respawned in the game, perched comfortably on a tree branch and ignoring the advice of his team. Having found the one who dared to defeat her earlier with her gaze, Yutang was no longer going to miss the chance to regain her advantage. From above, she could see little Momo moving away again, his actions more reminiscent of a game of tag than battle tactics. Jumping down easily, she immediately rushed forward, finally deciding that this time she would definitely finish what she had started. A fair-haired warrior rushed quickly through the trees, and his sword moved with him like an extension of his body, not lagging behind even a step. Forcing the character to turn around, he saw that the pursuit was continuing and accepted the fact that a second fight was inevitable. Not wanting to waste a second, Linmo calmly gave the command and his character's sword shot forward, cutting through the air. As the weapon rushed forward, it felt like it was only gaining strength with every meter. However, this did not faze her opponent at all. She continued to run towards him, considering such an attack from a distance to be doomed to failure. The next second, her calculations were ruined as the sword suddenly pierced her leg, and Killing Feather faced defeat for the second time in a short time. The force of the blow threw her back, and she fell heavily to the ground, not even having time to strike back at her opponent. With difficulty, the lady warrior raised her gaze and stared at the blade in her thigh, wondering if this was a direct hint to stop the chase. Meanwhile, the rest of her team's players were also being defeated one after another as their opponents acted mercilessly. The friend sitting next to her just threw up her hands and resentfully noted that Song Yunshu was probably laughing at them right now. These words clearly hurt the group leader, and the next moment she suddenly grabbed her friend by the collar. Anger flashed in her eyes and she stated outright that she wanted to meet her opponent in person to sort things out outside of the game. But it wasn't just the loss to that girl that bothered Yutang. The thought of little Momo was even more pressing, as his identity remained a mystery. Meanwhile, Song Yunshu happily accepted the challenge and promised to come soon, communicating easily and without tension. Moreover, she turned to her neighbor with enthusiasm and, almost beaming, began to speculate that their rival could well be interested in him. With an obvious desire to arrange his personal life, she invited the guy to come with her, but he only stood up tiredly and curtly refused. It turned out to be much more important for him to remind them of the agreement about the hike in the mountains, and with these words, the young man headed towards the exit of the classroom. After watching him go, the girl nevertheless hastened to assure him that she would fulfill her part of the promise. By evening, Linmo returned to his spacious, by the standards of this reality, house where the soft light of the sunset was reflected in the windows. Crossing the threshold of the room, he walked silently inside, dragging his feet in polished shoes. Without thinking, the guy threw the leather briefcase, which looked more like the property of a lawyer than a schoolboy, onto the nightstand. After that, the boy simply collapsed onto the bed in his school uniform, mentally complaining about the weakness of the human body. The very next morning, Lin Zixuan himself was hurrying to catch up with his brother, loudly calling his name. Although the guy in front showed almost perfect disregard, the cousin persistently conveyed Yan Hui's request, which required an explanation in front of the class to dispel the rumors about the marriage. Without even giving him a glance, Linmo briefly said that if nothing happened, then there was nothing to explain. This answer clearly did not satisfy the persistent pursuer, and he immediately burst into an indignant cry. However, the trials did not end there, because as soon as the boy entered the classroom, a new wave of attention swept over him. With noticeable embarrassment, his deskmate told him that the girl from yesterday's game was named Zhao Yutang. Not having achieved the desired effect, she hastened to add that she was talking about that very same student from their school, hinting at her status and popularity. Frowning slightly, the girl asked why he had become so indifferent and added that the headman wanted to meet little Momo. These words hurt the young man much more than expected, and he cast a look full of obvious irritation at his girlfriend. Not expecting such a reaction, she recoiled in confusion and raised her palms, as if she was in a hurry to show that she had not meant anything offensive. In response, the guy simply crossed his arms over his chest and calmly stated that such a nickname was clearly beneath his dignity. At that moment, Yan Hui was already rapidly approaching their desk, and from her confident gait, it was clear that the conversation that was about to take place was far from friendly. The loud slam of a palm on the table only confirmed this, causing those around him to involuntarily pay attention to what was happening. Stopping next to him, She immediately began to scold him for his supposedly frivolous attitude towards their failed marriage. Unable to bear it, Song Yunshu leaned on the chair next to her and intervened, insisting that the girl should speak more calmly, since there was a boy in front of her. In response, Yanhui only smirked and sarcastically asked if she was in love with her neighbor, since she was so actively defending him. Realizing that the morning had already started too stormy, Song Yunshu chose to remain silent, trying not to escalate the conflict further. Lin Mo, who had been silent until then, finally intervened and reminded them that their past didn't matter, because now there was nothing left between them. The girl loudly declared to the whole class that she had known his feelings since childhood, but her heart had long belonged to Lin Zixuan. Even the surrounding students couldn't hide their surprise, quietly discussing what was happening and noting that in his place, many would have already burst into tears. At that moment, a new figure appeared in the doorway, and from the silhouette alone, it became clear that someone, no less noticeable, was about to enter the classroom. Following her, two more girls entered step by step, and their synchronized appearance instantly attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Moving confidently, all three looked as if they knew exactly why they had come, and the expressions on their faces left no doubt. Among them, Zhao Yutang, known for her sharp tongue, was easily recognized, and a murmur of discussion immediately spread through the class. Without wasting any time, she pointed towards the last desk and coldly ordered one of the people sitting there to come over. Just a second ago, Yanhui was literally beaming with confidence, but now all her audacity had disappeared somewhere, and she confusedly asked the girl who had entered if she was the one calling her. Since the headman didn't know who exactly was hiding behind the nickname and had defeated her twice, she had to address her opponent only by his game name. As the trio began to leave the classroom, they were followed by a stream of surprised questions, as everyone was desperately curious about which of those present was that very same baby Momo. Both the deskmate and Yanhui looked stunned, as their classmate had been personally called by Yutang herself. He himself looked as if he was completely unconcerned by what was happening, although inside he was clearly seething with irritation. Meanwhile, the classmates' gazes were already glued to the guy, and everyone was trying to understand why the class president singled him out. Song Yunshu quickly bowed and explained with a guilty expression that the village chief simply wanted to play one-on-one, and from her tone it was clear that refusing could cost her reputation. Not wanting to endure any more unnecessary attention, the young man nevertheless headed for the exit, ignoring the questions and not intending to explain anything to anyone. As soon as he crossed the threshold, it became clear that they were already waiting for him because the headman was standing right at the door. Maintaining a stern look, she carefully examined him from head to toe, visibly surprised as she had expected to see the girl behind that nickname. In response, Lin Mo also glanced at her, and in his thoughts he involuntarily noted how the world had changed, where once a skirt was a demonstration of strength and power, and now it was just an item of clothing. Without wasting time on unnecessary words, the girl immediately got down to business and began bombarding him with questions about yesterday's game, clearly not intending to back down. Having heard his calm explanation, the lady was dissatisfied and, with noticeable irritation, declared that after lessons they would play one-on-one. However, the boy didn't even try to look impressed or scared, calmly refused and headed back to class. This answer only made the girl even more angry, and from her facial expression it was clear that her patience was running out. Turning to her friend, she irritably asked if this impudent fellow even knew who he was talking to, and there was clear indignation in her voice. She tried to smooth things over and awkwardly explained that he had recently been rejected by a girl, which was why he was not reacting quite adequately. This information even amused Yutang a little, but her determination did not disappear, and she ordered him to be brought to them at noon. Returning to class, the young man immediately found himself the center of attention, as the other boys immediately bombarded him with questions about his conversation with the class monitor and the reasons for such interest in him. When he finally managed to sit down in his seat, Song Yunshu also did not stand aside, and with a serious expression advised him not to try too hard in the upcoming game. To finally convince him, she reminded him of the hike in the mountains and added that he could meet someone there. In response, Lin Mo only dryly said that he saw no point in making new acquaintances, and with this he finally cut off all attempts. However, her imagination was already forming its own story, and she decided that such an answer meant a desire to spend time only with her. To destroy this illusion, the girl suddenly flared up and loudly declared that she was worse than his previous crush. Meanwhile, the sun had already risen high, and the approach of midday made it clear that the time of confrontation was inexorably approaching. At exactly the right moment, the class president's friend flew into Lin Mo's classroom, but her confidence lasted only until she first glanced at the empty seat. Instead of the expected prey, she was met with silence and confused looks, because the one who needed to be brought had disappeared without a trace. While the speculation was beginning in the classroom, he was already sitting calmly in the cafeteria, ignoring the buzz behind him where they were discussing his appearance. Without paying the slightest attention to anyone else's words, the guy walked up to the distribution point and briefly asked for the food to be packaged. With a bag in his hands, he confidently headed for the exit, holding his head as if he had just won a fight and not just grabbed lunch, clearly hoping to find a place without prying eyes. It wasn't about other people's opinions. It was just that his soul couldn't stand unnecessary noise, and an ordinary cafeteria felt like a test to him. Looking up at the sky, the reincarnated emperor seemed to be looking for a silence and short reset button there. Meanwhile, a girl walked confidently across the courtyard, also looking up, and at first glance did not stand out from the other students. Muttering quietly to herself, she discussed her illness and the strange way she healed through a connection with a deity. Her long dark hair moved softly in the wind, attracting attention, and passing guys frankly hung there for a second longer than they should have. Noticing this, she calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and even mentally praised herself for her successful choice of body. It became clear that he was not the only one who was hiding something more behind his appearance, and there were many more similar stories in this world. For the lady, human emotions seemed trivial, because behind the name Han Xinyi hid the soul of Wang Yang, for whom such experiences had long since lost their meaning. Looking up again, she reminded herself of her purpose and calmly decided that in this body, she had to bring the demon world back to life, despite all the limitations. Squeezing her palm, the lady added to herself that the emperor was somewhere nearby, and a meeting with him was inevitable, which meant that one day she would have to bring the battle to an end. At the same time, the world itself seemed unexpectedly interesting to her, like a new game with unfamiliar rules. Memories of the past still returned, reminding her of how difficult it had been to earn her father's approval, no matter how much effort she put in. For the sake of respect, the girl had to become someone they feared, and behind this were decisions that could no longer be changed even if they wanted to, because killed men do not come back to life. She liked the new world because the roles were reversed, and men often turned out to be weaker, although the lack of spiritual strength still irritated her. Excessive attention sometimes got on her nerves, and noticing a figure behind her, she immediately decided that someone was following her. To cut this story short, the student stopped abruptly, as if putting an end to the scenario she had created herself. With a cold gaze, she quickly turned around, preparing to discourage any desire to come closer with one word. At that moment, her and Lin Mo's faces were too close, and this unexpected distance knocked her confidence down for a second. In contrast to her, the guy looked absolutely calm, as if he had just been interrupted by an extra obstacle on his way to food. Having quickly gathered herself, the girl confidently declared that there was no point in following her, making it clear that she was not going to continue any conversations. This attitude didn't bother the young man at all. He walked past with the look of someone standing in front of him. As he passed by, he lazily threw a sharp word over his shoulder and did not even turn around, leaving the lady behind along with the suddenly flared anger. Pressing her lips together, she moved forward sharply and strode across the yard, the thought spinning in her head that it was time to get out of this strange place immediately. The idea suddenly formed in my head that local guys are always competing because they can't accept their nature. Pleased with herself, the girl even smiled faintly, feeling how pleasant it was to be aware of her own insight. As he walked up the steps with a bag of food, the plump student suddenly felt a strange gaze behind him. Without turning around completely, he noticed a familiar figure out of the corner of his eye and wondered for a second why that same girl was now following him. Walking behind, she also noticed that the guy was heading in the same direction, and this coincidence immediately seemed suspicious to her. The mood instantly soured because the roof was supposed to be a place of silence and not another point where someone extra would appear. Almost immediately, the conclusion arose in my head that people are too weak to cope with problems, and therefore this guy goes there with the intention of doing something irreversible. Almost turning away, she mechanically tucked her hair behind her ear and tried to convince herself that it was none of her business. But the steps suddenly stopped, and my heart gave an unpleasant stabbing, as if it wouldn't let me just leave and pretend that nothing was happening. A memory of someone else's past surfaced in which someone had already fallen from a height, and this coincidence turned out to be too difficult to ignore, especially since her soul had made a certain promise to this shell. Without thinking, the girl suddenly rushed up the steps, as if the decision had been made on its own, and there was no point in arguing with it. Understanding that she would not be able to change completely, the girl nevertheless decided that one good deed would not destroy her nature. The reincarnated demoness suddenly threw open the door to the roof and froze for a second, There really was a young man standing at the very edge, and this sight instantly turned the guesses into reality. Without thinking, she suddenly put her hand forward and ordered him to step back, trying to sound confident even if inside everything was not so calm. This gesture burst forth from habit from the past, and the thought that here she did not have the same strength as before pricked her unpleasantly from within. Meanwhile, the young man stood calmly at the edge, enjoying the wind and the rare silence. A sharp shout made him start and emerge from his calm thoughts about a quiet dinner. By the time he turned around, the girl was already rapidly approaching, her long dark hair flying in the wind. Without wasting a second, she grabbed him and wrapped her arms around his waist, trying with all her might to pull him away from the edge. The vacationer was clearly not pleased with this abrupt maneuver. He immediately began to resist and indignantly ask what she was doing. The situation was complicated by the fact that the guy was much heavier, and for the fragile girl, this quickly turned into a test. It quickly became clear that the plan was falling apart, as the forces had clearly been overestimated. At some point, everything completely got out of control, and due to an unfortunate combination of weight and poor stability, they both collapsed onto the roof covering. When he fell, his weight turned out to be much more noticeable than expected, and the blow hit the lady so hard that a painful crack of broken ribs was heard throughout her body. Without rushing to get up, Lin Mo still remained on top and even began to make excuses, calmly explaining that he was simply resting here. With obvious irritation in his voice, he asked what she needed at all, since his peace had been disturbed in the most unexpected way. Twisted in pain, Han Xinyi squeezed out that she wanted to save him, holding her side and clearly regretting her haste. At that moment, it finally dawned on him what had happened, and he was genuinely surprised by such strange kindness, because he had been mistaken for a man on the brink. Looking at her, cowering in pain, the young man involuntarily thought about how fragile people are, especially in such bodies, and realized that he had harmed her. Wanting to somehow improve the situation, he extended his hand to her, offering help, albeit with a slight awkwardness in this gesture. This came as a surprise to the girl, and she hesitated for a second, not immediately deciding whether to accept such support. Trying to explain himself, Lin Mo calmly added that he came out here just to breathe and rest. However, he ended it with a phrase about how Han didn't interest him at all, and it was these words that instantly ruined the whole moment. She flared up and immediately started screaming and demanded that he get out, making it clear that she didn't want to see him anymore. Frozen with his hand outstretched, the boy thought for a second about how quickly a gesture of help could turn into a cause for irritation. In the end, he simply turned around and walked away, leaving her lying on the roof because, in his past life, such offers were not rejected. As soon as the young man entered the classroom, he was met with the displeased look of his neighbor, who, without any embarrassment, began to find out where he had been. Instead of making excuses, he gave a short and cold answer, and it was clear from his tone that he was not going to give in. Unwilling to back down, the lady stubbornly continued to press, insisting that Yutang only needed to win once, and then this whole story would finally end. But she didn't take into account that inside him, there was someone who wasn't used to losing, and the thought of playing again seemed like an unnecessary risk to him. Trying to get through to him, the girl reminded him of the class monitor's popularity and that victory was not so guaranteed. Clenching her fists, she went all in and made her final argument, even promising to go on a date with him. But all efforts were shattered by indifference, and the lady drooped, her shoulders drooping, as if she was ready to sacrifice herself for the sake of saving her authority. The sunset was softly spreading outside the windows, painting the classroom in warm shades and subtly hinting that the school day was coming to an end. Meanwhile, Lin Mo calmly packed his things and, as he was leaving, reminded them of the agreement regarding the mountains. It seemed that after such a day there should be chaos in his head, but one thought stubbornly did not leave him, returning him to events that he did not expect to remember so well. The episode with the roof came up again and again, and no matter how much he tried to convince himself of his indifference, inside he still had an uneasy feeling for that girl. Thoughts about the fragility of people only intensified, and he became more and more convinced that she really could break his ribs. His imagination immediately completed the gloomy picture of him being detained for the harm he had caused, and this prospect seemed realistic. Even for the reincarnated emperor, it became obvious that the laws of this world made no exceptions. In the end, anxiety got the better of him, and he suddenly jumped up from his seat, deciding to personally check if everything was okay with her, without delaying it for a minute. By that time, the girl was still lying on the roof, unable to move, as if time had stopped for her along with the pain. Every attempt to get up ended in nothing, and on his face, in addition to beads of sweat, one could see anger at his own weak body. The evening cold gradually crept inside, The stomach made itself felt, and at some point tears of helplessness welled up in my eyes. Despite this, her pride did not allow her to ask for help, and she stubbornly decided that she would rather lie there as long as it took than admit her weakness. What infuriated her most was the thought that she should have died in a completely different way, and not because of some ridiculous coincidence with some guy. Meanwhile, salvation was already approaching, and the sound of confident footsteps on the roof was getting closer with every second. Hearing this, Han raised her head and looked around in surprise, not expecting to see anyone here after classes ended. Recognizing the young man, instead of relief, she only frowned and sharply asked what he was doing there, as if his appearance was the last thing she needed right now. As he leaned closer, she panicked and began screaming at him to stay away, not even trying to figure out his intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Mo calmly studied her condition and even thought that she was not so stupid, since she did not make a noise and did not attract unnecessary attention. Carefully leaning closer, the guy extended his hand to the girl's side, intending to feel how serious the broken ribs were. Gritting her teeth in pain and irritation, the immobilized Han flared up with anger and demanded that he not touch her under any circumstances. Sighing barely perceptibly, the young man calmly remarked that she could do with some training, but in response he received a stream of barbed words in which his weight was particularly targeted. Without showing a drop of offense, Lin Mo silently unbuttoned his jacket, and the lack of explanation made the girl expect a catch. In reality, everything turned out to be simpler and much more humane. Without further ado, he carefully threw his jacket over her shoulders. The guy then took out his phone and began to call an ambulance in a businesslike manner, clearly explaining the situation and mentioning the accident. Despite the obvious concern and limited mobility, the black-haired girl remained dissatisfied and, with her former stubbornness, demanded that the jacket be removed. With a touch of irony and restrained gentleness, he replied that he understood her displeasure and admitted that she was uncomfortable being covered by the fat man's thing. The unexpected sincerity confused the wounded woman, and in the midst of pain and irritation, she suddenly noticed how humanely he had acted, without trying to look better and without wanting to gain approval. Gradually coming to terms with the situation, Han began to think about how often in the modern world people judge by appearances, overlooking actions. Patiently remaining nearby and not being distracted by unnecessary conversations, Lin Mo waited for the ambulance to arrive. Unfortunately for the victim, students had gathered at the school gates, curiously discussing what was happening. The excessive interest of those around her made Han blush. Her face filled with a bright shade of shame and embarrassment, and she covered it with her hands. It was already late in the evening, when the sun had finally disappeared behind the horizon, that the taxi brought the guy home. Before he could even cross the threshold, he ran into his cousin, who immediately bombarded him with questions, wondering why the school president was looking for him. His facial expression immediately showed discontent and hidden envy. He was clearly irritated by the fact that he found himself outside the center of events. Not wanting to get drawn into a pointless conversation and waste energy on explanations, Lin Mo calmly asked his cousin to step aside. This answer threw Lin Zixuan out of his usual rhythm, and he couldn't help but notice that the change in the guy's behavior was causing him to tremble. However, he was not going to back down and continued shouting, claiming that he had nothing to count on because the extra weight would not go away. Ignoring the shouts and threats, Lin Mo simply walked further down the corridor, leaving behind the words about how he could be kicked out of the house. However, the cold indifference only further provoked the cousin, and grimacing with anger, he decided to prove his superiority by force. The hand had barely jerked forward when the movement was interrupted halfway, because the one they were about to hit unexpectedly grabbed the wrist. The reborn emperor didn't take an extra step or an extra breath, while his opponent was already starting to lose his voice, choking on pain. Not wanting to turn a small squabble into a drawn-out spectacle, he calmly loosened his grip, allowing him to break free. A moment later, the recent bully was already lying on the floor, cowering in pain and whining quietly. Unable to bear the humiliation, he jumped up and, almost stumbling, rushed away, sobbing pitifully and getting ready to seek protection from his father, like an offended child. Soon a grown man appeared between them, and without going into details, he immediately began shouting at Lin Mo, showing with his whole appearance that he was ready to defend his son to the last. With the same fervor as his heir, he raised his hand to strike, as if he was determined to prove that strength in this family was passed down through the generations, along with the habit of striking first and thinking later. But this attack was cut short just as quickly, as the adult man's hand was intercepted with the same ease, as if the difference in age and experience did not matter at all. The realization of what had happened hit his uncle too suddenly, and staring at his own wrist, he could not accept that he had been stopped so easily. Calmly holding his second opponent, Ling Mo looked confident and even a little bored, and briefly warned that it was not worth approaching him anymore. Unable to find the strength for a new attack, the man decided to use words and, choking with anger, began shouting insults and pointing his finger. Having caught the mood, he began to call his wife, loudly complaining and exaggerating what was happening, assuring that if she did not intervene, they would both simply be beaten. A sharp female voice responded, silencing everyone with one short command. As if by a click, both of them froze, losing their previous determination, and fear was reflected in their eyes. A second later, the woman slowly descended and, stopping in front of Lin Mo, looked at him carefully, trying to understand who exactly was standing in front of her. In response, the young man remained calm without lowering his gaze, and his silence was as confident as his actions earlier. Watching him, Lin Li couldn't help but think, because in recent days, this once gentle and docile relative had changed beyond recognition. Having made her decision, she leaned forward slightly and firmly stated that she didn't care about the details, but he was the one who should apologize. For a moment, a slight smile flashed across Lin Mo's face, as he noted to himself that this was the first woman who had ever demanded an apology from a soul that had lived through more than one life and many battles. Without entering into an argument, he took a step forward, showing complete indifference to her words, and made it clear that he did not intend to linger for the sake of other people's expectations. Once he was there, the guy calmly said with a slight grin that it was not he who should be asking for forgiveness, but those who started this farce. Trying to maintain control, she snapped back that otherwise she would take away his money, as if that were the worst punishment. However, such a threat did not raise even a shadow of doubt, and without turning around, he simply headed towards the exit, leaving all three standing in confusion. A second later, the door behind him slammed shut, finally putting an end to this absurd conflict. The young man froze for a second, because he had just so easily given up money, which in his current life suddenly turned out to be much more important than he wanted to admit. Without wasting any time, he began to sort through the contents of the cabinet, hoping to find at least something valuable, and with each open compartment, his enthusiasm noticeably faded. Finding nothing worthwhile, he turned to the bedside table, but only disappointment awaited him there too. Frowning more and more, the guy finally admitted that money plays a much more important role in this world than he would like. Taking a good look around the room, he quickly realized that there was almost nothing to sell here, but the idea of having a few sets of clothes and even socks suddenly didn't seem like such a bad idea. Not wanting to give up, Lin Mo sat down at the computer and began to seriously study whether it was possible to sell his things. To his surprise, just a few seconds after the ad was posted, the first interested person was found. Soon, dozens of questions from ladies began to appear under the ad, but there was something strange about their interest. When a question about the smell of things appeared among the messages, the young man could not stand it and literally fell out of his chair, not immediately believing that he had read it seriously. In his past life, he wasn't even afraid of demons. But now the interest of unfamiliar girls sent a much more noticeable chill down his spine. Immersed in unpleasant conjectures about why they might need his things, the young man quickly decided not to tempt fate and deleted the ad without hesitation. As he changed, he thought irritably about how such a small thing as money could drive him into a dead end, and this only increased his desire to immediately start training. Having come to the conclusion that with the development of strength, the question of money would no longer be a problem, he confidently stood in a stance familiar from his previous life. However, the lack of spiritual energy quickly made itself felt, and after just a few minutes, the guy collapsed onto the bed, realizing that his current body was much weaker than he had expected. Before he could properly catch his breath, he heard the phone ring, and seeing the name of his deskmate, he finally accepted the call with a slight sigh. At first, she spoke from afar, reminding him that they were leaving for the mountain tomorrow, as if she was carefully leading him to the main reason for the call. The girl then mentioned that his former flame and cousin would also be going there, hinting that such company could very well lead to trouble. However, the young man did not attach any importance to this, because now he was much more interested in the opportunity to obtain spiritual energy, and he was not going to refuse the trip. The next morning, coming down to breakfast in his sports clothes, he noticed the surprised look of his cousin, who clearly did not expect to see him after yesterday. Trying to regain some confidence, Jixuan began to mockingly tease him, asking if Yanhui had called him, and he did so with feigned ease. Unwilling to stoop to such a level, Lin Mo simply remained silent, maintaining a calm that was far more irritating than any words. Discontent grew inside the cousin, because instead of the expected reaction, he was faced with complete disregard. Meanwhile, a bus filled with the same students had already pulled up to the house, and the noise from the street quickly attracted the attention of everyone in the house. Noticing him, the cousin quickly rose from the table and headed for the exit, clearly trying not to end up next to him in front of the others. A girl who Lin Mo had once liked was already waiting for him at the bus, and she was smiling and waving her hand, offering to help. After leaving the house, the guy looked noticeably embarrassed and quickly escorted the girl to the bus, as if he hoped to disappear inside as quickly as possible. As soon as he arrived, Jixuan began loudly talking about yesterday's conflict, skillfully omitting details about where exactly he had gotten into a fight first. Upon hearing his version, those around him quickly drew conclusions, and most of the girls openly expressed dissatisfaction, not wanting to take on the mountain someone they already considered hot-tempered and problematic. Unable to withstand such pressure, Song Yunshu intervened in the conversation, gently reminding that the situation might not have been so clear-cut. However, instead of calming down, the conversation only heated up, and jokes about his weight poured out one after another, while she tried to stop it, calling on those around her to show at least a little tact. Meanwhile, tension was building inside the lady, as she had to balance between the desire to protect her friend and the fear of ruining her relationships with her classmates. As luck would have it, it was at that moment that Lin Mo appeared at the door of the bus, and his appearance instantly plunged the interior into an awkward silence. As he moved forward, he felt eyes on him, and almost everyone demonstratively turned away or pretended that the place next to him was taken. As he approached Yanhui's place, he encountered an outstretched hand, and the girl, without hiding her curiosity, directly asked why he pushed his cousin. Meanwhile, the same cousin quietly pressed himself against the window, avoiding any attention, and the whole scene looked as if beauty now protects masculinity. Almost immediately, Song Yunshu appeared behind Yanhui, and gently intervening, she asked him to stop, explaining that everything that had happened was just a misunderstanding. Wanting to lighten the mood, she offered the guy his seat, assuring him that it offered the best view, and there was a genuine desire to support in her voice. After making sure that the tension had eased a little, the girl went to the driver and calmly asked him to continue on his way, reminding him that they still had to pick up the others. The bus responded obediently and smoothly moved off, carrying the students further and further away from the usual hustle and bustle. At some point, a motorcycle flashed in the window to the left, with a blonde woman with long hair fluttering in the wind sitting at the wheel. Despite the unexpected appearance, Lin Mo hardly paid any attention, as his thoughts were preoccupied with something else, and he sincerely wanted the trip to go smoothly and without any unnecessary incidents. However, a moment later their gazes met, and only then did he truly notice her, involuntarily focusing all his attention. Leaning closer to the steering wheel, the lady accelerated sharply, and her movements conveyed a confidence bordering on outright audacity. Suddenly she made a sharp maneuver, blocking part of the road, and the dust raised by the wheels added to the tension of the situation. This caused the bus to brake sharply, and the passengers were jerked forward, causing many to cling to their seats. Meanwhile, the girl calmly got off the motorcycle, and her behavior looked so confident that intrigue immediately hung around. Unable to contain her emotions, the female driver leaned out of the window and began to loudly complain, both irritated and frightened by such a brazen act on the road. Slowly, the stranger removed her helmet with both hands, and everyone around froze in anticipation because it seemed that now it would become clear who exactly had staged this performance. Freeing her head, she let her blonde hair fall freely over her shoulders, a detail that immediately made her stand out from the crowd. Soon the salon became animated, as many people already recognized her, and some even rose from their seats to get a better look. When the helmet came off, the headman Zhao Yu Tang stood before everyone, and she stood there so calmly as if blocking the bus was just a normal morning exercise for her. Song Yunshu froze, unable to believe her eyes, and it was as if someone had turned on an alarm siren inside her, because the situation had suddenly gone beyond even her wildest expectations. The thought that the village chief had rushed here solely for Ling Mo's sake was firmly lodged in her head, and this assumption made her feel uneasy. In contrast to her panic, the other students literally beamed with joy, and the bus filled with enthusiastic cries. Having gathered herself, she hurried to her with questions, and having received a short confirmation, she felt how everything inside finally contracted. Approaching his seat, the blonde casually said that if it weren't for his chubby face, she wouldn't have wasted time on this trip. Hearing this, half the bus couldn't resist bursting out laughing, because the harshness of the phrase hit them unexpectedly, like a humorous slap in the face. Completely ignoring his reaction, the headmistress invited him to go to a cafe with her, adding a taunt about a former crush, as if she were throwing out bait and watching for a reaction. In response, the young man simply crossed his arms and did not even look at her, lazily asking her to leave him alone. Meanwhile, the entire bus literally froze, and dozens of eyes were fixed on them, because no one understood why the headman was even talking to someone who was usually overlooked. Yutang froze for a moment, as no one had ever allowed themselves to ignore her so coldly before, and it threw her out of her usual rhythm. Quickly composing herself, she leaned closer and asked him defiantly if he wanted to play, her tone sounding like an order. At that moment, his attention was suddenly drawn to the amulet on her neck, and his pupils dilated slightly. To others, it was just a trinket, but in reality, the amulet quietly glowed with pale energy. A quick assessment revealed that the item bore no demonic significance, and this discovery gave him the unexpected hint that he was not the only one in this world with an unusual past. While the guy was thinking, the girl began to noticeably get irritated, and without waiting for an answer, repeated the question much more sharply. Having calculated the benefits, he nevertheless agreed, adding that the game would take place after the trip, and he did so as calmly as if he had just concluded a profitable deal. Hearing this, Song Yunshu literally lit up and immediately invited the headman to go with them, and the others enthusiastically supported the idea. She looked him over with a slight squint and asked if he could even climb the mountain, her voice holding that same mockery that was hard to miss. The others immediately picked up on it, laughing and inviting Yutang to see for himself, as if they were talking about some kind of show with an unpredictable ending. With a smug smile, the girl sat down next to him, noticing that he was quite a popular fat guy since he was causing so much noise. A voice immediately came from another row, offering the lady a seat, assuring her that it was more comfortable next to him, and it sounded so diligent that it was even a little pitiful. Having easily cut the young man off, she was already dialing her assistant's number and briefly ordered him to pick up the motorcycle, adding that she now had more interesting plans. Showing her phone, the lady asked if he had the same one so he could play on the road, and a glint of excitement flashed in her eyes. The young man frowned and calmly agreed, but added the condition that if she lost, she would remain in his debt. Without even entertaining the thought of defeat, the headman confidently declared that he should prepare in advance to carry out her instructions. Not wanting to miss the chance, the other guy immediately took out his phone and offered to play with her, clearly hoping to steal the attention that was going to Lin Mo. However, one look from her was enough for him to instantly fall silent, because there was so much cold pressure in him that the desire to speak disappeared. Meanwhile, someone turned to Zixuan and asked with interest whether Lin Mo was really that good at games. But there was no answer, because anger was already boiling inside him, and clenching his fists, he only silently looked ahead. From the very first seconds, the character Baby Momo rushed forward, running away as usual, as he always did. Watching this, Killer Feather visibly relaxed, because what was happening was completely in line with her expectations. Suddenly, right in the air, the enemy stopped and without warning, threw a sword that glowed with a bright blue light. At that moment, Yutang's eyes widened, as she hadn't expected such a turn of events, and only one thought flashed through her mind. Was he really going to attack at such a speed? However, there was no time left to think, and the weapon was rapidly approaching, not giving the slightest chance to dodge. When the blow hit its target, the playing field seemed to explode, and blue energy swirled in the sky in a powerful vortex, creating the impression of a real catastrophe. In reality, the lady sat in complete confusion, as if she did not fully understand what exactly had happened and why. The calm voice opposite her briefly announced her defeat, and this phrase sounded like the final result. When surprise gave way to irritation, the headman turned sharply and demanded an explanation, not hiding her indignation at how exactly he had managed to pull this off. In response, Lin Mo spoke in an almost didactic tone, explaining that victory was a matter of calculation, precise steps, and luck, as if he were giving a lecture. At the same time, he kept silent about the main thing, because the key role was played by the ability to direct spiritual energy at the right moment, adding to this only a small amount of luck. Acknowledging the conditions, the girl dryly accepted defeat and said that he could ask for any reward. To everyone's surprise, the young man didn't ask for an amulet or anything romantic, but calmly stated that he needed money. Hearing this, the lady offered even more, talking about regular transfers and hinting that she could help him with his ex if he agreed to play on her side. But the persuasion didn't work, and the guy silently handed over the phone, showing the details because right now he was only interested in training equipment. This latest refusal clearly hurt her, but she didn't argue and quickly snatched the device, deciding to end this as quickly as possible. The lady stared intently at the screen, rewriting data while holding two phones in her hands, and it looked as if she was conducting an important operation. Having returned the device, she calmly added that she had written down not only the details, but also his number, and now he would not be able to ignore her calls. Slightly embarrassed by her own decisiveness, Yutang asked him not to call her first and under no circumstances to distribute the number. Hearing this, the reincarnated emperor was momentarily at a loss, for even in his past life, he had never met such confident people. Not wanting to stay close to the man who had just beaten her, she stood up abruptly and declared that she felt cramped. Without thinking, she walked toward the seat where Yanhui and Jixuan were sitting, and in a cold tone demanded that they make room for her. Hearing this, Yanhui felt anger rising inside her, because it turned out that the person she liked had calmly given up his seat for her next to the one she had been avoiding. Tension hung between them, and although neither wanted to give in, it was clear that it was useless to argue against the authority of the headman, even if one really wanted to. Noticing the hesitation, the headwoman frowned and more harshly ordered them to move faster, making it clear that her patience was not endless. With difficulty containing her displeasure, Yanhui nevertheless stood up, because contradicting in front of the entire class was too risky, even if the situation seemed humiliating. Without missing a beat, Zixuan began to tease her, hinting that Ling Mo supposedly had something to say to her, with the air of someone watching a performance. Finding herself under dozens of stares, the girl stood up and quickly explained that the talk about a marriage contract was just a joke between adults, trying to smooth over the awkwardness. Cousin Lin Mo didn't care who was next to him, as long as it looked prestigious, and so being next to the headman seemed like a much more advantageous option. Despite this, the headman's importance still embarrassed him, and he involuntarily blushed, stealthily glancing in her direction. Trying to start a conversation, he introduced himself and offered to play together, but in response he heard a short command to be quiet, which immediately cooled him down. The girl was already regretting the change of seats, because instead of the desired silence, she received a stream of unwanted attention, which was starting to irritate her. Meanwhile, the bus finally arrived at the place where the climb began, and a neatly arranged area at the foot of the mountain opened up before the students. As they got closer, many of the guys discussed the height in surprise, wondering if they had enough strength. The girls encouraged them with smiles, assuring them that they would help them reach the top. They had prepared in advance to play the role of saviors. They quietly discussed among themselves that such help could be an excellent opportunity to get closer. Approaching the long staircase leading upwards, Song Yunshu confidently called on everyone to begin climbing, setting the general pace. Half an hour later, the summit was hardly any closer, but the view of the forests and the sky with soaring birds that opened up made many forget about their fatigue for a moment. Having reached the pass, some of the guys had already begun to complain of fatigue, and compared to them, he thought that even in his current state, he didn't look the weakest. Inside, irritation was growing, because the awareness of the limitations of this body was pressing, and anger at my own helplessness flickered in my thoughts. While some were giving up, the girls offered to help, sometimes taking bags, sometimes jokingly promising to carry them on their backs, and this made the guys feel embarrassed. Without being distracted, Lin Mo continued to climb up, and his desk mate regretfully thought that she could not help him openly. After a while, his breathing became heavier, and his body finally gave in, forcing him to slow down, as the load turned out to be much more serious than it seemed. Seeing how the others were moving ahead, he became increasingly angry, realizing that despite all his inner strength, he was now physically inferior to everyone. Watching this, Song Yunshu decided not to stand aside, because it was she who brought him here, and therefore the responsibility for him lay with her. She came closer and gently offered to help, but in response she heard a stubborn refusal, spoken quite calmly. Although sweat was already streaming down his face, and his legs could barely hold him up, the corpulent young man continued to climb, clinging to the handrails. Frowning more and more, he recalled the emperor's past life, where the burdens had been much heavier, and this comparison did not give him the right to stop. Observing this suffering, his friend decided that the reason for his stubbornness lay in recent events, and that he was simply trying to drown out his internal pain with physical pain. Growing more and more worried, she ran up again and suggested stopping, assuring him that together they would definitely get there. When Lin Mo reached the next platform, where the more resilient girls were resting, his appearance caused surprise. Against this backdrop, many of the guys looked much worse, complaining of fatigue and seriously discussing stopping, no longer having any strength left. Seeing others giving up, the boy thought that sheer persistence would be enough to get him to the end, and this thought unexpectedly gave him strength. While some of the students had already begun to descend, the rest were discussing who would return home and who would stay for dinner, turning the hike into something like a walk with bonuses. As the girls passed by, they looked at Lin Mo in surprise, as he was standing up on his own, while the others had exhausted expressions and the contrast was too noticeable. Unable to bear it any longer, Song Yun-shu suggested that everyone go back downstairs and head to the restaurant, claiming that there was already more than enough workload for today. However, the hero firmly stated that others could do whatever they wanted, but he intended to reach the top, and arguing became pointless. Hearing this, the girls around him flared up with indignation because they were seriously afraid that he might harm himself. After some time, he was already climbing the last steps, and each step was difficult, but it was too late to retreat. Finally, the summit opened up before him, and the surrounding landscape was so breathtaking that even fatigue retreated for a moment. Yu Tang was sitting in a gazebo nearby, calmly sipping juice, and when she noticed him, she was genuinely surprised because she didn't expect to see him here. A strange sadness flashed through her thoughts because half of the students had already gone downstairs, and this whole scene looked as if he had come here alone. However, the guy didn't care because his attention was focused on the barely noticeable blue dots that could only be seen by someone who understood their nature. A light breeze touched his face, and he thought with satisfaction that even a small amount of aura energy would be enough to begin training in this place. Mentally addressing his old enemy, the Reborn Emperor noted with a grin that he was still capable of achieving victory. Clenching his fist, he firmly resolved to return here again and again while he had the opportunity, regardless of fatigue and the time spent. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when a hand fell on his shoulder, bringing him back to reality with a sharp but not rough movement. Turning around, the youth saw the head woman, who asked with slight bewilderment what he was doing there, and in response heard a calm explanation about the species. This answer clearly did not satisfy the girl, and she thought with irritation that he was too withdrawn and rude, since he did not even try to keep up the conversation. Similar thoughts arose in the hero's head, since her presence also did not please him, and he noted that in the past world, conversations with people like her usually ended faster. With obvious impudence, Yu Tang declared that it was time for him to go down and not linger, since the place was already taken. Instead of arguing, the young man simply threw up his hands and, with an innocent look, announced that he was no longer able to walk, feigning confusion more than convincingly. Not wanting to waste time, the lady threw a paper bag at him with obvious disdain, as if it were the fastest solution to the problem. As she was leaving, she didn't turn around, but she still added that tomorrow he would again become her rival, and in passing suggested that they go down together. After unwrapping the package, Lin Mo discovered a half-eaten sandwich inside, and it became obvious that this was not a gesture of care, but a peculiar attempt to hurt him. However, this did not bother him, because in his past life, he had to eat much worse things for strength, and such a snack now seemed almost a pleasant bonus. Having finished eating, the hero sat down and plunged into meditation, deciding to begin with purification, and did so with the attitude of one who had a long and serious journey ahead of him. Meanwhile, evening had softly descended on the city, and in the restaurant, Song Yun-shu, unable to contain her emotions, demanded on the phone that he come down immediately. In response, he calmly said that the nature here was too beautiful to leave so quickly, and added that he would stay for a few days. After this, the young man decided to call his aunt to warn her about his plans, and to do it without unnecessary explanations. Having received a short consent, he ended the call without further ado, feeling satisfied that he could act freely. At the foot of the mountain, there was a hotel where the hero was going to stay, and there he was met by a friendly administrator, as if he had been waiting for him for a long time. Having calmly clarified the cost of the room for 2 months, the Reborn Emperor made it clear that talk of a few days was a lie. Having paid 8,000 yuan, he headed to his room without hesitation, perceiving it as a small investment in his own development. Thus began his vacation, filled with training, where every morning he covered distances that had recently seemed impossible. From dawn to dusk, he honed his body and strengthened his aura, spending hours in meditation at the summit, as if trying to make up for lost time. Even in the gym, he didn't give himself any slack, giving it his all, as if every day was a test of his strength. 2 months later, Song Yun-shu was already talking to him on the phone, arranging a meeting to finally take him back. During this time, she had become very tired because Yu Tang's constant requests to play with him turned into real pressure, from which it was difficult to escape. With a clenched fist of determination, she promised herself that she would bring him to the headman no matter what, even if she had to persuade him by force. At this time, the guy carefully examined himself in the mirror, noting that his body had become stronger, but his level of spiritual strength was still not satisfactory. Despite the changes in appearance, he understood that he had to hide his true identity, continuing to play the role of an ordinary student. She soon arrived at the hotel and knocked carefully on the door, trying to hide her excitement before the meeting. The door slowly opened, creating tension, because behind it was a person she had not seen for a long time. Without looking up, the girl said with a light joke that she had finally caught him, hinting at the long attempts to get her friend back. Seeing the silhouette in the doorway, she literally froze, and her eyes opened so wide that a whole line of questions flashed through her head in an instant. A guy stood in front of her with an icy calm in his gaze, his dark hair shining softly, and his bright eyes studying her carefully. Thinking she had the wrong door, Song Yunshu immediately began apologizing, stumbling and rushing, explaining that she was looking for a friend, and it looked as if she had accidentally wandered into the wrong place. But his gaze suddenly treacherously fell lower, and noticing his long legs, the lady hovered even more, feeling how her heart began to behave suspiciously actively. Catching herself in strange thoughts, the girl dreamily walked away somewhere far ahead, where they were already a happy couple, and this sudden fantasy made her feel awkward. Unable to move, she simply stood and stared, as if in front of her was not a person, but a rare exhibit that suddenly appeared right before her eyes. Realizing that this was going on too long, the girl turned around abruptly and almost ran away, muttering apologies as she went, because standing and staring was already frankly awkward. A calm voice caught up with her from behind, briefly informing her that she had chosen the right door, and this made the situation only stranger than a second ago. Stopping, Song Yunshu slowly turned around and checked the number, carefully asking if this handsome man knew Lin Mo, her old friend and deskmate. Without wasting the moment, the young man calmly said that this was him, as if such scenes happened to him every day, and there was nothing unusual about them. There was a pause after that, and in it one could clearly hear the internal denial, because accepting such a transformation turned out to be no easy task. Trying to save the situation, the girl turned it into a joke, noticing that the voice was too similar, as if she was hoping to hear laughter and recognition of the prank. Lin Mo crossed his arms and calmly asked her what exactly had upset her so much, since he thought he had simply lost weight. But for his girlfriend, this explanation was not enough. She involuntarily continued to admire every detail of his appearance. Without waiting for her reaction, Lin Mo took the things and asked about the car, then headed for the exit, leaving her standing with her mouth open. To make sure it wasn't a dream, the lady pinched herself, winced in pain, and finally admitted the obvious. Thinking back to previous conversations where she talked about the potential of fat guys, it now seemed like she clearly underestimated the scale. Glad that she had never treated him badly, the girl quickly ran after him, hoping that this would play into her hands now. Even the driver was not indifferent, looking at him with interest and offering help, as if she had suddenly forgotten the rules of decency. Feeling a twinge of jealousy, Song Yunshu suddenly sped up, as if she had switched on rescue operation mode, just to prevent any unnecessary conversation from starting. In an instant, she was at the car first, taking up position as quickly as if she had trained for just such situations. With exaggerated politeness, the girl opened the door and invited the guy to sit down, trying to look as caring as possible. Already on the way, she asked with a smile about the mountain, and when he calmly confirmed that he climbed it every day, her look became even more stunned. The lady continued talking, noting his form, wondering out loud how it was even possible to change so much over the holidays, as if she couldn't believe her eyes. Just in case, she decided to play it safe and hinted that some people only value appearance, carefully steering him away from thoughts of his ex Yanhui. While the girl continued to fervently convince him not to fall for the sudden attention, the guy, already tired of listening to this stream of concern, quietly but firmly asked her to shut up. This request made her flinch, as if she had touched something hot, and she pulled away abruptly, immediately starting to go over in her head the reasons why the man she knew had suddenly become even colder and harsher. Before she could stop, her imagination immediately carried her far ahead, drawing scenes where their relationship could have already been romantic, if only she had been softer earlier. However, the thought that she was the one who remained closest to him gradually restored the girl's calm, because in her eyes this meant a noticeable advantage. Deciding not to waste time, she tried to change her strategy and offered to treat the guy to lunch, but received a curt refusal that sounded incredibly dry. I had to give in and just take him where the young man asked, so the car sped along the road without any unnecessary stops. Soon the car braked sharply at the right place, jerking softly, as if it too sensed the end of the tense journey. Without stopping for a second, Lin Mo walked out and simply waved his hand without turning around, leaving behind the feeling that the conversation never took place. When his figure disappeared behind the door, the driver could not resist and cautiously asked about the previous plan, according to which the guy was supposed to be delivered directly to Yutang. Maintaining a slight smile, Yunshu briefly replied that her plans had changed, although inside she was clearly still troubling herself. Lin Mo entered the house without much joy. Returning here did not fill him with any enthusiasm. Upon seeing him, all three froze, staring as if a complete stranger was standing in front of them, although in theory it should have been a member of their family. In a sharp voice, the woman at the table demanded an explanation, asking who he was and how he got inside, thinking that a stranger had suddenly appeared in the house. Calmly sitting down and taking the food, the guy explained without unnecessary emotion that in front of them was their relative, who had simply changed a lot. Unable to bear it, the cousin flared up and began shouting that this was impossible because he couldn't look like that, and there was obvious offense in his voice. By quietly ordering him to be quiet, the woman maintained control, keeping the house from erupting again, and her tone left no room for argument. Wanting to figure things out, Lin suggested surgery, believing that such changes could not be explained otherwise. Continuing to eat calmly, her nephew remarked that this was impossible since she had all the money, and at the same time reminded her about her pocket money for the next semester. Relenting, his aunt promised to help with finances and uniforms, but added the condition that any inappropriate behavior would immediately deprive him of everything. When the guy stood up and briefly announced that he was finished, any doubts disappeared completely because everyone recognized the old man in these manners. The very next day, the two brothers were driven to school, and the trip seemed too quiet, as if they were still digesting the events of the previous day. The woman behind the wheel looked noticeably embarrassed and drove slower than usual, occasionally glancing back as if she couldn't help herself. No matter how hard she tried, her gaze kept returning to him because the changes were so striking that it was impossible to ignore them. Even though she knew she was at work, the driver caught herself getting distracted, and this only made her more embarrassed. Stepping out of the car with a confident look, the guy looked at the building ahead, and his gaze showed an attitude as if he was looking at the site of a new battle. Lingmo was receiving admiring glances from all sides, and excited whispers were already circling among the students, as if the school had acquired a new idol overnight. Watching as attention flowed to another, Jixuan could barely contain his irritation, mentally cursing his classmates, whose satisfied faces infuriated him more than any open insult. Behind the reincarnated cultivator, the girls were whispering animatedly, and the bravest ones were already taking out their phones, saving pictures of his back. Before he had even had time to walk down the corridor, the school's new star found himself at the classroom door, where another wave of surprise was already waiting for him. And here the girls did not intend to hide their interest, looking too closely at Lin Mo, as if they were trying to understand who exactly was in front of them. Having reached his last desk, which had long since become almost his home, the young man involuntarily thought that he now looked noticeably better than most of those around him, although this seemed strange to him. However, such changes did not bring the guy any particular joy, since he reacted surprisingly calmly to other people's attention. Even the girls, literally glued to the window, could not make the young man believe in his own attractiveness, because he himself seemed completely unaware of how much he had changed in appearance. He had his own explanation for what was happening, because the guy believed that it was not appearance that attracted people to him, but spiritual energy, which had become much stronger after the holidays. The young man constantly heard heated arguments about his identity, and the noise was so loud that it was impossible to ignore the conversations, even with all his indifference to the surrounding chaos. The headman was the loudest of all, demanding that Song Yunshu bring Ling Mo immediately, while the poor girl repeated almost in despair that the guy had simply lost a lot of weight. Having failed to get the answer she wanted, Yutang finally lost her patience, grabbed the girl by the collar, and started shouting too loudly right in her face. Wanting to end this nightmare as quickly as possible, the unfortunate victim of circumstances hastily pointed at the guy, nervously explaining that there was no deception. Hearing these words, the headman suddenly froze and then stared at the man in question with genuine amazement. In front of her sat an overly handsome guy who looked so calm, as if what was happening did not concern him at all, and he himself only awkwardly looked away. For a few moments, the class seemed to freeze, turning into a strange and at the same time funny picture where no one moved. However, even after seeing everything with her own eyes, the head woman continued to put pressure on the girl, still suspecting deception and raising her voice. Suddenly, the argument was interrupted by the quiet voice of a young man, calmly confirming that Song Yunshu was indeed telling the truth. After this, the young man added just as calmly that if Yutang wanted to fight so much, then she could very well wait for him after classes ended. Hearing the calm answer, the angry girl finally stopped, silently staring at the guy, and the world around her at that moment froze in an invisible pause. Almost wheezing with panic, Song Yunshu shouted that it was really Ling Mo standing in front of everyone, but that the guy had simply lost a lot of weight over the summer on Mount Wuzhou. It was life on that mountain that turned the guy upside down, because not only his face changed, but even his look and gait. Slowly approaching the last desk, the blonde narrowed her eyes and asked directly if it was really that fat man in front of her. But in response, she immediately received a cold request not to call him that anymore. Although the headman's insides were still in disarray, she had to believe what she heard, because the young man's usual tone had not changed at all. However, the girl clearly had no intention of melting with admiration, so she simply snorted that it made no difference, since after classes, a battle between them was inevitable anyway. Fearing that the headman would suddenly start looking at Lin Mo with too much interest, Yunshu immediately blurted out that she had called him back then purely for company. Yuding's face nearly flared up at those words, and her gaze became so heavy that she couldn't stand the devaluation of her opponent's performance. The situation was made worse by the fact that it was through Lin Mo's account that correspondence with the headman was conducted, so the blonde felt as if she had been played a very stupid prank. Realizing that things were only getting worse, the unfortunate girl quickly shouted after Yu Tang asking her to listen to her, but she was already quickly walking out of the classroom. Left in the middle of the noisy office, Song Yunshu almost howled in despair because she understood perfectly well that she had deceived Yu Tang, and she knew how to take revenge in a very terrible way. Not even a minute had passed before her classmates had immediately gathered around the girl, cheerfully bombarding her with questions about Lin Mo, his appearance, and his sudden transformation into the school's hottie. Guesses and excited cries came from all sides at once, with each girl trying to speak louder than the others, just to be the first to find out details about the guy. The growing noise suddenly stopped when a smiling teacher entered the classroom and in a soft voice asked everyone to finally get ready for the lesson. Continuing to smile brightly, the teacher cheerfully remarked that she was even afraid to imagine how eventful her students' summer holidays had been. But after just a second, her gaze suddenly caught something unusual, because there was clearly a person in the class who had definitely not been there before the holidays. Naturally, the teacher's attention immediately fell on the young man at the last desk, after which she asked in surprise what class he was from, deciding that the boy had gone to the wrong room. Without even giving her friend a chance to open her mouth, Yunshu again rushed to explain that the person sitting in front of everyone was simply a thinner Lin Mo. Sincerely surprised by such a change in just one summer, the teacher suggested that the boy move closer to her so that the rest of the class would stop constantly turning around. However, as soon as the conversation turned to the subject of transfer, the frightened girl immediately intervened and quickly stated in Lin Mo's stead that he did not want to change seats at all. Suddenly, another classmate joined the conversation, confidently announcing that she and Yunshu had already agreed to switch places. Another girl stood up next and, with an incredibly serious face, declared that she had grown a lot over the summer, so she also urgently needed to sit in the back rows. From the outside, it all looked like a real war for the right to sit next to Lin Mo, with Yunshu defending her place as fiercely as if it were a treasure. At some point, the teacher became noticeably tired of the endless arguments and finally, in a stern voice, asked Yunshu to immediately rise from his seat. For the girl, this sounded almost like a tragedy, and a moment later, two satisfied classmates were already pulling her away from the desk. Even the guys who had previously calmly ignored the former outcast now looked at Ling Mo in shock and bombarded Zixuan with questions about plastic surgery. After calmly waiting for the class to quiet down a bit, the teacher announced that the even-numbered students would move seats, while the odd-numbered ones would remain in their seats, and then she seated Li Qian next to Lin Mo. Immediately after these words, the room exploded with noise again, as everyone simultaneously began to get confused in the rows and try to figure out who should now sit next to whom. Ling Mo himself was quite happy with his new neighbors, since the silent and plump Li Qian somehow reminded him of his former self. Meanwhile, the former neighbor could barely hold back her tears, already imagining how, along with the transplant, her chances of getting even a little closer to the guy would disappear. Even the bell sounded almost like a saving grace, because the entire lesson there was such tension in the classroom, as if the students weren't listening to formulas, but were waiting for the start of a tournament. Finally waiting for the end of classes, Lin Mo rose from his desk with relief, glad at least that he would no longer have to listen to endless discussions about his appearance. However, as soon as he took a couple of steps, girls immediately gathered around him, vying with each other to ask how he lost weight and whether he could give advice to their brothers or friends. Song Yunshu confidently elbowed her way through the noisy crowd, mentally calling all these beauties hypocrites, because before no one even wanted to look at Ling Mo. Forcing a sweet smile, the girl reminded the guy that, unlike the others, she never treated him with hostility, quite transparently hinting at whom he should choose. But the young man himself did not want to talk or have lunch together, so he just wearily asked everyone to disperse and finally give him some peace and quiet. To the guy's surprise, the girls almost instantly parted and lined up on both sides of the passage, creating a real living corridor around him, as if for some celebrity. When Lin Mo finally got out of the classroom, some of the girls immediately began enthusiastically discussing how cool he was at ignoring other people's attention, which completely destroyed Zixuan's pride. Just recently, it was the cousin who was considered the star of the class, but now he only gloomily watched as every girl turned her gaze exclusively to Lin Mo. Meanwhile, a huge queue had formed in the cafeteria, with students standing in several rows at once and waiting patiently. As they passed by, the girls waved their hands to the young man, and some even invited him to stand next to them. The constant requests were already beginning to seriously exhaust the guy, so he increasingly realized that it would no longer be possible to remain unnoticed. Listening to more praise for his appearance, the reborn emperor was only mentally amazed at how crazy women sometimes behave. Standing nearby, Jixuan almost dropped his tray when he noticed that even his brother's former crush was now looking exclusively at Ling Mo. Barely concealing his irritation, the boy turned to Yan Hui and asked if she had changed her opinion of Ling Mo after he had suddenly become more handsome, but the girl began to awkwardly make excuses. Suddenly, another classmate appeared nearby, who directly stated that, unlike Yan Hui, she pays attention to appearance and therefore wants to get to know Lin Mo better. Although the cousin tried to explain the changes by plastic surgery, the admiration only grew. And one lady even assured that she liked the guy's character, which sounded extremely hypocritical. The short-haired classmate simply shrugged and calmly noted that plastic surgery in no way changes the fact that Lin Mo still looks incredibly beautiful. Winking slyly, the girl continued confidently talking about her serious plans for the new handsome man. The culprit of all the commotion calmly headed towards the exit of the cafeteria with his takeout lunch, dreaming of finally eating at least a little in silence. But suddenly, some kind of obstacle appeared right in front of him, which is why the young man had to look up and pay attention to the surprise. Right at the stairs, his ex suddenly blocked his way, putting on such a guilty smile on her face, as if she was not going to talk, but to beg for a discount. Hastily fixing her hair, the girl began to apologize, explaining her refusal of the engagement by endless studying, failures in her studies, and the drama she herself had caused a couple of months ago. Even such a long speech did not make Lin Mo stop. With a short chuckle, the guy walked past with such indifference as if he had heard the weather forecast. This reaction clearly offended Yan Hui, so after a second, an irritated note appeared in her voice, and her request to wait began to sound almost like an order. Deciding that the guy simply hadn't grasped the full depth of her regrets, the girl began to justify herself again, assuring him that her previous words had been too hasty and stupid. However, the second attempt also ended in the same cold silence, which made Yan Hui involuntarily become confused and begin to seriously think about the reasons for such behavior. Gradually, the most convenient version of events took shape in the girl's head. The young lady decided that the guy had suffered too much after the breakup and was still unable to forgive. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself was much less concerned about other people's remorse. Now the young man only dreamed of reaching the roof and finally being away from noisy gazes. A little ahead walked the already familiar black-haired student, the very same one whose rib he had completely accidentally broken before the holidays. As soon as the young man noticed a familiar figure, an alarming thought instantly flashed in his head. If the girl was going there too, then the quiet place was almost lost. The sound of quick footsteps behind her also did not go unnoticed by student Han, so the girl turned her head slightly, listening warily to what was happening. Taking a quick glance back, she recognized the same chubby guy, although now he looked noticeably better. Not wanting to waste time on unnecessary glances, the young man sped up, quickly closing the distance, and within a couple of seconds, calmly walking past the girl. Gently pressing her palm to her chest, Han let out a noticeable sigh of relief, glad that the strange guy wasn't going to cause her any more trouble. But the very next second, the reborn demoness had to tense up, because it became obvious that the guy was heading straight for the roof. Judging by how confidently the guy was climbing up, there was almost no doubt that her guess had been correct, and the stranger had indeed chosen the same place. Not intending to give up her quiet refuge to someone unknown, Han suddenly accelerated, jumping over several steps at a time with surprising determination. The reborn emperor himself was becoming increasingly irritated by what was happening, as he had already realized that the persistent girl clearly intended to occupy his territory. Despite his dissatisfaction, the boy remained confident, considering an ordinary mortal too weak for such a confrontation. Gradually, the situation became so absurdly serious that it seemed as if we were talking not about the roof of the school, but about the final of a world tournament with a huge cash prize. Within a few seconds, the normal steps turned into a full-fledged run, where both rushed forward so quickly it seemed as if the steps under their feet began to disappear. The flights of stairs flashed before their eyes with frightening speed, and the young people themselves jumped over them with incredible ease. The first beads of sweat rolled down Han's face as she thought irritably that this guy should have at least a little sense of moderation intact. However, Ling Mo continued to speed up, and Han had no intention of giving in to him and disgracing the girl's dignity, even if her lungs were already starting to burn. At some point, they simultaneously came to the same conclusion. They could not lose in this silent madness under any circumstances. For a random student who happened to be nearby, what was happening looked too strange. Two people were silently rushing upwards as seriously as if they were dividing an inheritance. An irritated Han turned sharply to the guy and asked why he was running at all, receiving in response a dry remark about how she was doing the same thing. Snorting with displeasure, the girl declared that she ran only because he ran, but the young man immediately called her sick in the head for such conclusions. Hearing such an address, the young lady almost choked with indignation because this mortal not only interfered with her, but also brazenly dared to insult her. Continuing to rush after him, Han shouted loudly that a guy who always quarrels with girls risked one day being left without a wife. This prospect did not worry Ling Mo at all. In his head, he still remained a great emperor, and he considered marriage to be something meaningless and mundane. However, the young man didn't want to leave the attack unanswered, so he quickly remarked that the girl had no manners and, in addition, was desperately trying to pick on guys. After this altercation, the air between them seemed to become even more tense, and now each one accelerated solely for the sake of the other's defeat. Almost reaching the door, Han suddenly extended her hand forward, blocking the passage with such determination as if she were defending the last exit from a besieged city. Not intending to give in, the guy also put out his hand, causing their forearms to cross, completely blocking the path for both of them. The situation became increasingly absurd. So instead of a normal solution, the young people finally descended into an exchange of barbed words and mutual complaints. Frowning darkly, Lin Mo decided to put an end to this circus and take advantage of the advantage that nature had clearly not deprived him of. The guy thrust his elbow forward sharply, hitting the girl just above her solar plexus, causing her to instantly scream and double over in unexpected pain. The young man himself also felt uneasy about this approach because even in his understanding, the situation was beginning to dangerously approach outright excess. Despite his doubts, Lin Mo still took advantage of the moment, quickly rushing forward and being the first to fly onto the long-awaited roof of the school. Having almost reached the center of the court, the guy turned around and with poorly concealed triumph announced that the lady had lost. Still feeling the unpleasant pain, Han didn't even think about admitting defeat because only a complete idiot could call such a victory fair. Holding back her irritation, the girl stated outright that the guy had actually hit her in a place where normal people wouldn't even accidentally go. Unwilling to accept such accusations, the reincarnated emperor suddenly slapped her, as if that could actually prove anything. Almost shouting, Lin Mo declared that the girl had put herself under his elbow, which meant that it was solely her own carelessness that was to blame. In fact, with this blow, the young man was rather trying to adapt to the rules of the new world, where men were considered the most defenseless part of society. The counter-accusations only fueled Han's rage, so now the girl was literally yelling at him, demanding that he repeat what he had said again. Deciding to finish the situation off completely, the young man suddenly pulled out his phone and declared that he would call the police right now and record everything. By this point, the demoness was already far beyond her usual irritation, mentally calculating how quickly she could wring this mortal's neck. Pretending to turn on the recording, the guy mockingly asked the girl, who was seething with anger, whether she still wanted to try to attack him. Such a threat seemed to knock the last breath out of the girl. Han, who had been ready to break into a fight just a second ago, suddenly froze. Almost immediately, an unpleasant realization flashed through my head. In this world, girls who raised their hands against men were despised so much that punishment would follow instantly. The realization of what was happening only fueled the feeling of injustice within her, as it was completely obvious that this mortal was deliberately irritating her. Han had little choice, so the girl gritted her teeth and declared that she would let him go today, but there would be no mercy the next time they met. Slowly tucking her hair behind her ear, the young lady tried to regain her composure and finally remarked that it was extremely difficult to raise men, and especially such impudent ones. Collapsing heavily onto the roof, Lin Mo finally allowed himself to relax, mentally deciding that he had done quite well for today. Having caught his breath a little after the mad dash, the young man took out his phone and opened the news, where an alarming continuation of events had already appeared. As soon as the blue eyes ran across the screen, the usual calm instantly disappeared, and the young man himself tensed up from what he saw. News channels vied with each other to report on thousands of dead chickens at a poultry farm, killed literally overnight by an unknown virus. However, this information horrified Lin Mo not at all out of pity for the animals, and not even because of the possible shortage of fried meat in the canteens. The real reason was hidden elsewhere. The demon lord possessed a sword that turned anyone who touched it into withered bones, and what happened was too reminiscent of his power. What confused the young man most was something else. During the last battle, the demon lord disappeared along with the void and the emperor himself, and it was then that he found himself in Ling Mo's body. The boy gripped his chopsticks so tightly in anger that he accidentally broke them in half, finally realizing that Mo Zong had somehow also remained alive. With little doubt in his conclusions, the reincarnated emperor realized that the demoness was killing to regain her strength, and therefore needed to be stopped as quickly as possible. Clutching the phone tighter in his palm, Lin Mo decided to personally check the current situation, because relying only on the news was too dangerous right now. Meanwhile, classes had already ended, so the school corridors gradually emptied, and tired students carefreely went about their business. Trying to avoid running into girls, the young man quickly walked towards the exit, while some literally clung to his clothes and joked about plastic surgery. Suddenly, Song Yunshu caught up with him in the hallway, asking with her usual smile if he wanted to play with Xiao again today, promising to take the boy home later. However, the youngest handsome man clearly had no time for fun right now, so he answered directly that it was pointless. Deciding that her friend was heading to the headman, the girl hurried after him, trying to convince him that going there alone would be a bad idea. To instill more fear, Song Yunshu even recalled the story of a boy who was tricked by his classmates into jumping from the school roof. With icy calm, the young man replied that he had no intention of fighting Yutong, and then asked the girl to stop clinging so close to him. Instantly embarrassed by these words, his former deskmate blushed to her ears and hastily began to explain that he had misunderstood her. It seemed like the girl was about to tell him something really important because the words were almost on the tip of her tongue, along with a noticeable worry in her eyes. Only Lin Mo briefly said that he was in a hurry, after which he quickly rushed further down the corridor, not letting her finish. Left in the middle of the corridor, Song Yunshu was so upset by his departure that she shouted loudly after the boy, reminding him of the class president who had been hunting him all holiday long. With noticeable excitement, the girl added that if he really needed to leave urgently, then she would definitely explain everything for him and cover up the situation. Suddenly, a new thought flashed through Yunshu's head, so bright and tempting that the girl even slowed down. The plan seemed almost perfect. If he constantly helped Lin Mo and took care of him, then one day the guy would definitely feel grateful and become closer to her. Meanwhile, the taxi itself was already taking the young man to a place far more interesting than school fights and more games with Yutong after school. Sitting in the salon, the young man was surprisingly serious, because if a demon lord really had appeared at the poultry farm, it must be stopped at any cost. It was closer to sunset when the taxi finally stopped near a huge poultry farm on the outskirts, where the air was uncomfortably heavy. However, the problem was that the reincarnated emperor's current strength was still insufficient to fully engage in combat with such a creature. Directly beneath Lin Mo's feet, energy circles gradually expanded, softly illuminating the darkening ground with a cold blue glow. Frowning slightly, the young man concentrated on trying to catch the remnants of demonic energy and determine the exact direction of the alien presence. He didn't have to search for long, because almost opposite him, a strange clod of thick, dark purple matter was slowly swaying. This was exactly what the young cultivator was looking for. The cold, demonic energy clearly proved that Mo Zong was somehow still alive. Meanwhile, somewhere nearby, the roar of an engine was heard, which became louder with each passing second and noticeably closer to the guy. Hearing the approaching sound, Lin Mo looked around in surprise, instantly realizing that he was far from alone in the factory. Someone was confidently racing straight towards him on a bike, deftly avoiding the unevenness of the road as calmly as if he knew the area around the factory very well. Taking off her helmet in one sharp movement, the girl behind the wheel immediately reported that she had noticed the guy from afar and decided to drive closer. A second later, her voice became noticeably more irritated, and the stranger herself asked why the hell a grown guy was hanging around in a place like that in the evening. This meeting seemed too strange, so Lin Mo immediately became wary, trying to understand how Yutang ended up here. The answer came up with surprisingly quickly, so the guy lied, saying that the driver had accidentally taken him to the wrong place, although he himself was actually on his way home after school. Since only women worked as taxi drivers in this world, Yutang immediately became angry at the guy's carelessness and told him to be more careful around women. Without losing her serious tone, the girl even told a story about teenagers who were taken out of town and locked in basements, but Lin Mo remained indifferent. However, the lady herself turned out to be suspiciously caring and persistent, immediately starting to ask for the car's number in order to contact the police, but the guy did not remember it. Realizing that there was no way to get any useful information out of him now, the girl simply walked past and said that she would pick him up later after her business. Holding the abandoned helmet in his hands, the young man watched her thoughtfully, gradually coming to the conclusion that she had not come here by chance. Meanwhile, Yutang herself calmly tied her jacket around her hips, and her confident attitude looked so strange that it only raised more questions. With an incredibly stern look, as if she had been officially tasked by her parents to keep an eye on this troublesome boy, Yutang ordered him to come closer and bend down. The girl held a helmet in her hands, which she persistently extended to the young man, intending to put it on herself for at least some safety. Carefully adjusting the strap under Lin Mo's chin, the blonde grumbled as she explained her concern by saying that she would have to clean up the guy's mess later. Although the young man calmly allowed the helmet to be placed on him, the weariness of a man who is being overly actively looked after by everyone around him was clearly visible on his face. Standing very close, Yutang suddenly caught herself looking up at the guy with a suspiciously soft and almost loving gaze. Unwittingly assessing him from the side, the girl suddenly noticed that Lin Mo looked even more impressive than most of the popular bikers from short videos. Lightly tapping his finger on the surface of the helmet, the guy almost immediately realized that this protection was too fragile and useless in a serious situation. Somewhere deep inside Yutang, an unexpected thought flashed through his mind that the former fat man had really become too handsome lately. However, a second later, the girl herself became frightened by such thoughts and quickly threw them out of her head, as if she had caught herself doing something illegal. The blonde suddenly flushed with embarrassment and immediately started screaming, demanding that he stop banging on the helmet. Otherwise, she would be the one to take him to the maniacs in the village. The girl became so angry that she even clenched her fist tightly and threw another offensive nickname at the guy. Taking off his helmet, Lin Mo watched with his gaze as Yutang confidently walked straight towards the source of the demonic energy. The young man didn't like this arrangement at all, so a second later he jumped up and ran after her to check out the situation. Meanwhile, the girl herself stopped right next to the gates of the poultry farm, her whole appearance showing her readiness for further action. Yutang calmly lifted the barrier and climbed over the fence as confidently as if such intrusions were her evening hobby. On the other side of the fence, an elderly woman was cleaning as if nothing had happened, watching in surprise at the appearance of the uninvited guest. Continuing to slowly sweep the path, the old woman calmly asked the girl what exactly she was looking for in such a strange place in the evening. Instead of answering, Yutang silently pulled a pistol out of her pocket, immediately making it clear that she had not come here for a friendly conversation. The girl narrowed her eyes gloomily and pointed the weapon directly at the cleaning lady, hinting with her whole appearance that she should have run away the moment they met. The old lady fell to the sand in fright, stepped back, and put her hands out in front of her, continuing to pretend to be a harmless factory worker. However, Yutang was completely unconcerned about the complaints about the illegality of what was happening. The girl coldly stated that cultivators did not care about human laws. Hearing this, the cleaning lady quickly began to justify herself, assuring that she did not understand anything about cultivators and that this was the first time she had heard such words. But the next second, a neat knife with a carved handle fell out of the folds of the woman's clothing, instantly destroying the image of a harmless old woman. Not wanting to waste time on doubts, Yutang immediately opened fire because the girl clearly was not going to tolerate any delay. The bullet painfully grazed the woman's arm, but even with tears in her eyes, she continued to play the role of a frightened old woman and begged him not to kill her. With complete confidence in her voice, Yutang coldly remarked that the old woman's acting skills were indeed impressive, but she would still be able to get her to talk no matter what. Just a second ago, the girl had been holding a pistol in her hand, but now its place had been taken by a strange sword that clearly did not belong to the ordinary human world. The long blade whistled through the air, leaving behind the sensation of something too heavy and alien to be simple steel. Continuing to back away from the wall, the factory worker insisted in a trembling voice that she had no spiritual energy and that she was only engaged in raising chickens. With mocking ease, Yutang asked if the old woman wanted to improve her at the same time, since the girl had almost as many talents as monks who had been trained for 10 years. After these words, the elderly woman's face changed so abruptly, as if the blonde had accidentally poked her finger right into the most dangerous truth. Slowly raising her head, The old woman was almost smiling, admitting that the girl really was surprisingly perceptive and insightful. Right before our eyes, the factory worker's body began to change. Her fingers stretched into long claws, and she hoarsely asked why she hadn't thought of improving Yutang before. Almost immediately, the monster prepared to rush forward, threatening that after absorbing the girl, it would become thousands of times stronger than before. In response, the blonde's face became unusually calm and focused, and the sword confidently froze in front of her in a defensive stance. Without waiting for the first blow, Yutang herself rushed forward, shouting that this creature would never be able to defeat her. However, at the very moment when the blade almost reached its target, the old woman suddenly increased in size, turning into a terrible creature with coal-black skin. Lin Mo, who was watching the fight, immediately recognized the demonic nature of the sword energy and couldn't help but notice the strength that the girl possessed. However, the blow itself did almost no harm to the creature because the blade seemed to be stuck tightly in the enemy's huge body. The monster's skin turned out to be so dense that it resembled a heavy shell, incapable of feeling either pain or ordinary blows. For the first time in a long time, Yutang actually panicked, as the creature's aura was completely different from the cultivators she had encountered before. Meanwhile, the creature continued to grow rapidly. Huge wings spread out behind its back, and its silhouette began to resemble a cross between a giant bird and a human. Without giving the girl a second to think, the monster suddenly rushed forward, raising clouds of sand and dust around itself. One of the huge claws swept so close to the blonde's face that only a few millimeters remained between the tip and her eye. Only after miraculously dodging did Yutang realize that they were literally a second apart, a moment that could either save her life or bury her right there. Having flown past the girl, the monster still hit her with a shockwave, causing the blonde to lose her balance and fall right onto the sand. As she resumed her fighting stance, the stubborn Yutang thought darkly that one full-fledged blow from this creature would definitely send her to the next world. Already raising his huge fist over the girl, the beast was clearly going to finish the fight with the next blow, without the slightest hesitation. But just at that moment, the blonde suddenly pulled a strange glowing card out of her pocket, as if she was saving her last trump card. Calling it a spirit sword talisman, Yutang suddenly threw the card forward, cutting through the space between herself and the monster with a bright flash of light. The shining talisman crashed into the monster's beak with a loud crack, and a flash of thick yellow light blindingly tore apart the space around it. Seeing the result of the blow, Yutang smiled contentedly, sincerely deciding that now victory over this disgusting creature was practically in her pocket. But the joy turned out to be too hasty, because just a second later the damaged beak was completely restored, as if the blow had never existed. Instead of causing pain, the attack only further enraged the monster, and now with a piercing roar, it rushed straight at the girl. The next blow landed right in Yutang's stomach, and the monster's red eyes flashed with such greedy aggression that he enjoyed breaking his prey. A huge fist with monstrous force threw the girl into the wall, which literally crumbled into bricks and clouds of dust from the impact. Choking on blood and air, the blonde tried in horror to comprehend how, in a split second, the situation had completely gotten out of control. With heavy disappointment in her eyes, the girl looked straight at the monster, gradually realizing that she had already practically lost this fight. However, the finishing blow was suddenly interrupted, because Lin Mo suddenly appeared between the wounded Yutang and the huge bird. Not expecting help, especially from the guy she had just put a protective helmet on, the girl froze in complete amazement. Now in front of her stood that same former fat man, whom she herself had once pestered endlessly. But surprise instantly turned to anger and anxiety, so Yutang yelled at him to run away, calling him an idiot for trying to get in the way. Without even turning around completely, the guy threw over his shoulder to the wounded girl that now she should just trust him and not look back. A glowing mark flashed right in the middle of Lin Mo's forehead, and the air around him slowly filled with a surprisingly warm and heavy spiritual energy. With a menacing frown, the young man looked as if he was about to single-handedly turn the tide of this deadly battle. At that very moment, the monster's eyes became bloodshot and darted forward, and for the first time in the battle, the creature itself demonstrated genuine animal fear. The mere appearance of the spell was enough to throw the creature sharply against the tree, after which its front paws began to melt right into the air. Behind Lin Mo, Yutang was sitting on the ground, completely stunned, not understanding why the monster had suddenly stopped so abruptly and become frightened. Completely focused on suppressing the enemy, the reincarnated emperor did not even try to explain to the girl what was happening around him. The real reason for the monster's panic was not the spell itself, but the presence of the young man, whom the creature instinctively recognized. A second later, the monster's coal-black body collapsed to the ground, breaking through the surface beneath it and unable to escape destruction. Under the influence of spiritual energy, even the Emperor's appearance changed. His short dark hair became long and ash silver. His aura was so dense and majestic that Yutang literally found it hard to breathe next to this overwhelming power. Unable to look away, the girl looked at the young man as if for the first time in a long time, she was faced with something completely impossible. Watching his back amidst the flickering light of spiritual energy, Yutang only thought of one thing. Who exactly was this guy? Bathed in the warm light of the sunset, the Guiyuan temple in Laobei stood in an almost unreal silence, its very appearance causing anxious thoughts to subside. Inside the spacious hall, monks sat in deep meditation, while their teacher calmly spoke to his students about the structure of the world and spiritual paths. With an even and almost soothing voice, the teacher continued to speak about the importance of morality and the accumulation of immortal karma through right actions. But the next moment, the serenity was rudely destroyed, and the old master's eyes widened sharply from an unexpected deafening sound. The cause of the shock was the sudden ringing of the Yuandao bell, which was only awakened in those moments when something truly great was happening. A huge bell, shining as if it were cast from pure gold, carried heavy sounds around, from which even the air trembled. Hearing this ringing, the master suddenly turned pale, his knees buckled, and the old man himself fell heavily straight onto the stone floor. The frightened monks immediately surrounded the teacher, anxiously asking what was happening and why he looked so shocked. With difficulty raising his gaze to the students, the old master managed to utter only one word, quiet and heavy: rebirth. Meanwhile, the reincarnated emperor calmly examined the defeated monster, trying to figure out where the demon lord was currently hiding. Watching the enormous carcass gradually melt into thin air, the young man quickly realized that what lay before him was only a weakened fragment of the true essence. However, at that moment, such details didn't bother him much, so the guy calmly raised his palm straight toward the darkening sky. Having won the fight, Ling Mo began to draw the remaining strength from the dying creature, absorbing thick streams of purple energy into his own body. Slowly turning the physical fragment of demonic power in his fingers, the young man thought that even such a fragment might one day come in handy. A second later, the guy remembered another problem, because there was a girl nearby who witnessed everything that happened. Without taking her eyes off Lin Mo, Yutang looked at him almost in fascination, amazed by his appearance, aura, and overwhelming strength. The seal on the young man's forehead flared again between his eyes, glowing softly as he commanded the girl's mind to forget everything she had seen. Under the influence of the power, Yutang's eyes shone with a strange light, reflecting complete submission and readiness to submit to someone else's will. Almost immediately after this, the girl collapsed limply onto the grass, as if she had suddenly lost consciousness right in the middle of the destroyed factory. Having regained his usual appearance as an ordinary high school student, the young man carefully studied the girl's spiritual nature and was surprised by her potential. Even among immortals, Yutang's soul would be considered a rare talent, but in the current world, such abilities meant almost nothing. Suddenly, the young man's heart sank painfully, skipping beats and giving off an unpleasant spasm and weakness inside his chest. Pressing his palm to his chest, the boy realized that the cause was hidden in the remnants of someone else's soul inside the body, and hoped that the consequences would not be serious. Now he needed to return home as quickly as possible before his recently restored strength completely dissipated without a trace. However, already near the exit from the poultry farm, his way was blocked by two strong ladies who declared that the guy was handsome. Coming up close to him, one of the women with a sticky smile offered to take him to a nice place where he would supposedly definitely like it. Noticing the lack of enthusiasm, the second lady unceremoniously pushed the young man in the back and grabbed his hands. To Lin Mo's great regret, there was almost no spiritual strength left inside, so resistance now seemed like a difficult task. Both women literally surrounded the guy from all sides, while the young man himself was confusedly wondering if he had suddenly become so popular. Luckily for him, Yutang had just come to her senses and was already stretching her shoulders, clearly intending to personally deal with the ongoing mess. However, her unexpected appearance only further provoked the impudent ladies, who clearly had no intention of letting their prey go quietly. Swinging her fist sharply, the determined blonde loudly and extremely insistently suggested that all three of them get out of here immediately. Yutang's first blow landed with a crack right on the cheek of one of the women, even though her opponent looked almost twice as massive as the girl herself. Such insolence immediately angered the persistent lady, so a second later, she tried to respond to the blonde with a heavy blow. However, the attack turned out to be completely useless because Yu Tang effortlessly intercepted the other man's fist right out of the air. The second woman also decided not to stand idle, creating an advantage in numbers in the fight, although this looked frankly unfair. But her attempt also ended in nothing because the blonde calmly parried the next blow with her foot, without even changing her expression. Within seconds, both opponents were lying on the grass to the sides, while Yu Tang stood triumphantly in front of the confused Lin Mo. Frowning in irritation, the girl immediately began to scold the guy for his inaction, assuring him that he should have beaten up impudent women immediately upon meeting them. Without calming down for a second, the blonde even began to explain the basics of self-defense, stating that it is best to aim straight at the chest. After a short lecture, the girl calmly walked past the young man and told him to follow her, promising to take him home after such a crazy day. Lin Mo still had to put on the helmet because Yu Tang, with an extremely insistent look, literally shoved it right into the guy's hands. Judging by her expression, the blonde was already irritated since she hadn't given him permission to take off his helmet at all. Having settled comfortably behind the wheel of the bike, the girl confidently prepared to leave this place as quickly as possible, taking Lin Mo away on the back seat. The young man himself felt surprisingly awkward and tried not to even accidentally touch the girl's body during the trip. For Yu Tan, this kind of caution no longer seemed safe, so she turned around and told the guy to hold onto her waist properly. A second later, the motorcycle suddenly shot forward, and the couple raced along the road, cutting through the cool evening air. Carefully hugging the girl from behind, Lin Mo couldn't help but think that before, something like this would have been considered terribly indecent, but now she herself asked for it. At the same time, the speed of the bike did not impress the former emperor at all, because in his thoughts, the guy was already counting on one day flying on a sword much faster. They arrived at the young man's house late in the evening, when the streets were plunged into darkness and a cozy, warm light poured from the windows. Jumping off his motorcycle at the gate of the house, Lin Mo offered to pay as if he had just finished a taxi ride, causing the girl to immediately grimace. She jerked the helmet from him and coldly asked if he was sweating inside, as if she were holding evidence of some heinous crime. Looking away towards the dark street, the girl suddenly quietly admitted that she barely remembered the old Lin Mo. It was at that moment that something seemed to click inside her, and an unexpected thought flashed through her head, causing her to frown sharply. Only now did it finally dawn on her that this cunning idiot had deceived her again, having habitually promised to meet after school, and then, just as habitually, disappeared without a trace. Instead of a proper explanation, Lin Mo just quietly clicked his tongue. The whole situation was ridiculously insignificant. While the lady was glaring at him, the guy silently went over excuses in his head, trying to come up with at least something that wouldn't turn a simple squabble into a full-blown scandal. After a brief pause, he blamed everything on his family, claiming that they had dragged him straight home after school and that waiting for Yu Tang had been a dangerous undertaking. Casually crossing his arms over his chest, Lin Mo calmly added that it was not difficult for a girl like Yu Tang to find company among the guys, and it sounded suspiciously smug. Before she could answer, the phone in her pocket suddenly rang, abruptly cutting off the tension between them, saving the guy from imminent reprisal. Stepping aside a little, the blonde briefly informed someone on the phone that everything was already finished, although one unpleasant problem still surfaced. The girl's voice noticeably cooled as she admitted that the target had proven too powerful, and dealing with this creature would be much more difficult than expected. As she was getting on her bike, she told Lin Mo that she had more important things to do right now, but she remembered their agreement very well. The engine roared, and the motorcycle shot forward along the empty night highway, cutting through the cold air at incredible speed. After a few minutes, the strange feeling became so persistent that she had to stop abruptly at the side of the road. Taking off her helmet in one motion, the girl twisted it in her hands with displeasure, as she had expected to find the source of this inexplicable irritation inside. The scent of Lin Mo's shampoo suddenly hit his nose, warm and all too familiar, and it was this scent that made his heart twitch strangely. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself stood in front of the door of the house, breathing heavily as the last of his strength left his body. Just as he was about to go inside, the boy heard Zixuan's voice, and from that tone alone, it was immediately clear that he would not be allowed to finish the day in peace. Yanhui stood next to her cousin, while Zixuan himself, with a nasty grin, asked if Ling Mo had a new passion, transparently hinting at a trip with the headman. Sensing that the conversation was starting to get unpleasantly heated, Yanhui quickly intervened, explaining that Zixuan had expressed himself too rudely, although Yu Tang was indeed a peculiar person. Instead of reacting, Lin Mo merely said boredly that he was already tired of this meaningless conversation, causing his cousin to instantly flare up. Crossing the threshold, the young man finally found himself in the silence of his own home, and after all the chaos, this calm twilight felt like salvation. Slowly sliding down the door onto the floor, Lin Mo tiredly closed his eyes and sat motionless for a few seconds. His condition was getting worse, as he could no longer use his soul's power. Otherwise, his overloaded body would simply fall apart prematurely. Slowly twirling the shard he had obtained in a recent battle between his fingers, Lin Mo suddenly realized that with such a trophy, he could safely continue training. An unexpected knock on the door abruptly pulled the guy out of his thoughts, and the realization that he would now have to talk to someone again made him feel unpleasantly heavy inside. Exhaling heavily, Lin Mo nevertheless got up from his seat and went to open the door, although he only wanted silence. As soon as the door swung open, Yan Hui appeared on the threshold, confidently declaring that she had not come here by chance. Frowning slightly, the guy couldn't help but wonder how the girl managed to simultaneously walk with his cousin and have such conversations with him. Ignoring his cold gaze, Yan Hui continued to insist that Ling Mo had always been much calmer and more reliable than the others. With each word, the girl went further and further, already promising to get engaged to him and marry him after school, while simultaneously showering the guy with apologies. Not wanting to listen to the stream of confessions for a second longer, Lin Mo slammed the door right in her face without hesitation. Even after this, Yan Hui was not going to give up, continuing to shout through the door that she was absolutely sincere. As he calmly walked away, the boy only thought that such a marriage would be a real shame for his imperial family. He was now much more concerned with spiritual techniques and his own condition than with relationships. Hovering just in front of his solar plexus, the battle trophy slowly spun in the air as Ling Mo sat in meditation, trying to concentrate. Closer to midday the next day, a whole crowd of girls gathered around his desk again, vying with each other to offer to have lunch together. Even when Lin Mo walked by calmly, showing no interest, the girls continued to whisper admiringly behind his back, affectionately calling him Ice. With each passing day, the attention around the guy became more and more insane, because it seemed to those around him that he was somehow becoming more and more handsome. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Jixuan, Yan Hui, and his friends were silently picking at their lunch. The atmosphere around the table was so tense, as if someone had already had a quarrel. Looking up from her plate, the girl carefully watched as the schoolgirls approached Lin Mo one after another, clearly hoping to snatch at least a couple of minutes of his attention. The guy responded to each invitation with a short refusal, so calmly and indifferently, as if no one else existed around him at that moment. Without hiding his irritation, Zixuan and his friend discussed Ling Mo, complaining that the handsome man stubbornly ignored questions. For Yan Hui, such conversations sounded especially unpleasant, as if those around her were deliberately reminding her how unfortunate her choice had been. Keeping a cold expression on her face, the girl suddenly rose from the table so abruptly that the creak of a chair being pushed back immediately made the others turn around. Putting on her sweetest smile, Yan Hui cheerfully told her friends that she would invite Ling Mo to their table herself, since they were in the same class after all. Not intending to watch this calmly, Zixuan abruptly grabbed her hand and irritably said that he would not allow her to invite someone he could not stand to join them. However, the girl only stubbornly pulled her hand away and continued to walk forward, declaring that she would explain everything to Lin Mo herself so that he would finally understand the right things. Completely enraged, Zixuan shouted after her that if she went to Ling Mo now, she might not come back at all. However, the guy's screams almost didn't reach the girl anymore, because her head was full of fantasies about how she would end up next to Lin Mo again, preferably beautifully and to the envy of everyone. Meanwhile, the handsome guy, surrounded by schoolgirls, began to wonder more and more why girls were capable of making noise, even at those moments when they were supposedly just standing next to him and smiling. Through this endless hum, the voice of the head man cut through especially loudly, without a drop of embarrassment, continuing to call the thinner guy a fat man. Hearing the familiar nickname, Lin Mo immediately turned his gaze to Yu Tang, but it was clear from her face that she was not in the mood for a friendly conversation at the moment. Without even trying to sound softer, the girl sharply ordered him to come closer, as if she were talking to a problem that needed to be urgently solved. Almost the entire dining room instantly fell silent, watching this strange couple with interest, because no one knew what to expect. The guys sitting nearby were animatedly discussing what was happening, assuring each other that it looked like a typical drama. For Yan Hui, Yu Tang's appearance was especially unpleasant, because if such a girl was truly interested in Ling Mo, then her own chances could be safely buried. Although the nickname Fatty had long irritated Lin Mo, it was hardly surprising, because the village chief continued to cling to it with frightening stubbornness. Suddenly, the guy's attention abruptly switched in another direction, and he even opened his eyes a little wider, noticing something much more interesting. The reason turned out to be a familiar black-haired girl, calmly leaving the cafeteria with a bag of food in her hands. Almost immediately, Lin Mo realized where exactly she was going, because both of them had long since chosen the roof for solitary lunches and had already managed to start a small war over it. As soon as the school's handsome boy suddenly took off and ran after an unknown girl, Yutang and her friends froze with expressions as if the world had just cracked. Without hiding her irritation, one of the headman's friends loudly declared that after the transformation, Lin Mo had become too arrogant. After thinking for a moment, Yutang immediately decided to call the guy, as if she sincerely believed that he hadn't heard her screams amidst all the school bustle. Gripping the phone furiously, the girl almost screamed into the receiver that if Lin Mo ran away after school again, she would personally make his life a nightmare. Having climbed up, the guy saw the passage to the roof blocked by tape, and he even started laughing at such a pathetic attempt to stop someone. Easily tearing down the barrier with one movement, Ling Mo calmly walked on and saw Han, who was calmly sitting on a blanket and eating. Having settled down contentedly in the sun, the girl lazily noted that she was the first to arrive today, which meant the guy would have to find another place for himself. Not intending to give in so easily, Lin Mo immediately reminded him that he had won last time, which meant that the right to the roof now belonged to him. Indignantly rising from the blanket, Han declared that the fight could not be considered fair, since the guy understood from the very beginning that he could easily defeat her. Lin Mo himself only chuckled and calmly advised her to accept her defeat and not to return again and again to the place where she had already lost once. After these words, the girl's patience finally snapped, and the calm conversation instantly turned into a loud argument with open shouting. However, even her outburst didn't make any impression on Lin Mo, so the guy calmly suggested settling the matter with another duel. Hearing this, Han immediately broke into a predatory smile, as if this was exactly the proposal she had been waiting for from the very beginning of their squabble. Squinting contentedly, the lady took out a small round washer and twirled it between her fingers as if she were offering an ancient artifact. With slight bewilderment, Lin Mo began to carefully examine the thing from all sides. Without hiding her satisfied smile, the girl was already mentally celebrating her victory. Quickly sitting down on the blanket, Han unrolled the checkered field in front of them, carefully smoothing the fabric with such a concentrated look. Smiling slyly, Han promised that the winner would receive not only the roof to themselves, but also the fulfillment of any wish. Sitting down tiredly in front of her, Lin Mo calmly remarked that it was unlikely that she would be able to fulfill his true desires, and this sounded too confident for an ordinary schoolboy. Instead of being offended, such words only made the girl more excited, because she had once trained in Go with her clone for tens of thousands of years in a row. Ling Mo himself also had no intention of giving in, because in the Emperor's memory there simply were no people whom he could call equal opponents. An equal stubbornness instantly arose between them, as both looked at the field with absolute confidence that today, victory would be theirs alone. Small round pieces slid quickly across the squares, and the tension between the players grew so rapidly that they were now sharing not a roof, but an entire empire. Completely engrossed in the game, both carefully calculated each next move, trying to disrupt their opponent's plans in advance. Observing her movements and facial expression, Lin Mo gradually realized that the person sitting in front of him was clearly a true Guo master. By this point, the smile had already disappeared from Han's face as the girl's confidence began to visibly crack. At the usual time, the bell rang over the school, while the sunset slowly spread beyond the roof, painting the city in warm colors, clearly visible from above. Gradually, the girl began to become noticeably nervous, biting her nails every now and then, and intensely examining the field carefully. The reason for her anxiety was extremely simple. They were practically neck and neck, and now any mistake could instantly turn a perfect game into a crushing defeat. Noticing his opponent's state, Lin Mo calmly suggested that she give up right now if the situation had become too difficult and unpleasant for her. Not wanting to give in, Han immediately reminded him that classes had ended long ago, and the guy was simply too proud. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by the sound of a ringtone coming from Lin Mo's pocket, where the phone was insistently demanding its owner's attention. However, even this did not distract the guy, because he was too determined to win, and a draw seemed humiliating to him. A little embarrassed, Han admitted that she didn't want to stay on the roof until late, because it was better for guys to stay home at night. Resolutely pulling out her phone, the girl declared that she would photograph the location of the figures and that they would continue this protracted war tomorrow. Exhausted from the long game, Han rose heavily from her seat and, wearily stretching her shoulders, advised Ling Mo not to stay here until dark either. However, as soon as she took just one careless step, her legs suddenly gave way, as if her exhausted body had suddenly decided that it had had more than enough for today. Angrily cursing her own legs for such vile weakness, Han tried to get up with noticeable irritation after a whole day spent almost without stopping playing intensely. Unable to maintain her balance after yet another attempt to stand up, the girl flew forward sharply, unexpectedly landing with all her weight right on Lin Mo, who was sitting next to her. Jerking back in fright from her own awkwardness, she immediately covered herself with her hands and hastily tried to move as far away from the guy as possible. Suddenly, Lin Mo's hand slowly approached her face, and from his completely calm appearance, it seemed that something extremely unpleasant was about to follow. A moment later, a loud click was heard across the deserted roof, after which Han screamed in pain, clutching her injured forehead with her hands. Walking calmly towards the exit as if nothing special had happened, Lin Mo calmly warned that he might well sue her for a repeat attack. Rubbing her bruised forehead with an extremely offended expression on her face, the girl mentally swore that she would definitely take revenge on him as soon as she fully recovered her strength. Staring at the piece of paper in front of her, Han immediately began to urgently think through tomorrow's strategy, hoping to take revenge at any cost. Already leaving the gradually emptying school grounds, Lin Mo again heard the persistent vibration of his phone coming from the pocket of his clothes. As soon as Lin Mo saw Yutang's name on the phone screen, the guy only frowned tiredly, already anticipating more troubles and endless complaints. A loud, indignant squeal immediately came from the speaker, full of displeasure at the fact that he had dared to brazenly ignore her calls for so long. Without even giving him a chance to get a word in his defense, the girl quickly ordered him to go to the school gates immediately and immediately hung up. However, Lin Mo himself did not object to this meeting at all because Yutang's gaming skills were really so good that they could impress anyone. Already waiting next to her motorcycle with an extremely irritated look, the blonde loudly complained that the guy managed to walk criminally slowly even now. Yuting was especially irritated by the fact that Lin Mo shamelessly skipped the last lesson, but still continued to hang around somewhere on the school grounds. Even the ridiculous excuse about a sudden sleep attack did not convince the girl at all, as she understood perfectly well that the guy had simply decided to skip class. Despite the accumulated fatigue from endless attempts to drag him into a joint game, Yutang still stubbornly refused to give up. Sharply throwing the helmet at him, looking as if she was about to lose her patience completely, the girl briefly ordered him to get on the bike quickly. Within a minute, the motorcycle was rapidly carrying them through the dark evening streets, cutting through the cool air with the heavy roar of its powerful engine. Having quickly reached Yutang's apartment, Ling Mo was involuntarily surprised by its size, clearly not expecting to see such a spacious dwelling. Once inside, the girl immediately warned not to touch anything here, briefly nodding towards the huge amount of expensive gaming equipment. Monitors with bright neon lights were scattered throughout the room, turning the apartment into a veritable lair for a particularly wealthy and gaming-obsessed gamer. Almost every shelf here was filled to the brim with collections of games and figurines, clearly hinting that Yutang never spared time and money on this hobby. Carefully examining the apartment and noticing every detail, Lin Mo still hadn't seen anything that was in any way related to cultivation. He was suddenly pulled out of his thoughts by Yutang's strange question about whether he was acting too carelessly around her today. Noticing the genuine confusion on the guy's face, the girl explained with a slight smile that he had driven to her house quite calmly, without even asking any unnecessary question. For Lin Mo, such words sounded almost like an open hint at a possible battle, which he immediately and honestly informed the girl about without any particular emotion. Slowly approaching him almost point blank, Yutang remarked with a mysterious smile that even if he lost money, he certainly wouldn't lose anything. Provocatively touching his chin with her finger in a clearly playful manner, the girl seemed to have been specifically expecting a completely different and more embarrassed reaction from Lin Mo. However, the very next moment the air was suddenly knocked out of her lungs, and her face was frozen in genuine shock from the guy's completely unexpected answer. For Lin Mo himself, such a touch seemed almost like an open challenge and a direct invitation to a simple fight without any unnecessary words. Frowning slightly after what had happened, the guy sternly advised her never to touch him again, without warning if she didn't want to repeat. Breathing heavily and half lying on the sofa after the blow, Yutang finally realized that she had greatly underestimated the physical strength of her opponent, who surpassed even many cultivators. Jumping to her feet abruptly with an extremely indignant look, the girl screamed loudly that she was only joking and clearly did not deserve such a harsh blow. Almost immediately after that, she stubbornly dragged Lin Mo to play, hoping to at least destroy him mercilessly with her skills in the virtual world. Yuting's plan seemed almost perfect to her, right up until the very first game unexpectedly ended with a confident victory for Ling Mo. Following this, There were now 3 victories in a row, and what was happening gradually began to look downright frightening to the girl. When the score reached the 47th win in a row, Linmo played almost mechanically, looking boredly at the screen and lazily pressing the keys. Yu Tong, sitting in front of the monitor, could not fully comprehend how catastrophically and hopelessly she was losing one game after another to him. It was at this moment that a small, almost flat man, resembling a strange paper figure, suddenly appeared from Lin Mo's pants pocket. Like a weightless cutout figure, the little man was being pulled through the air by some invisible force, but the girl next to him stubbornly continued to ignore him. Tired of his seemingly endless streak of 47 consecutive wins, Lin Mo calmly rose from the table, completely ignoring requests to play another game. Meanwhile, a small, flat figure crawled nimbly across the surface of the table, listening attentively to every conversation near the glowing monitors. Despite his strange paper appearance, the little man moved surprisingly quickly and confidently, as if he had long been accustomed to remaining completely unnoticed. Meanwhile, the house of the former love interest of the reborn emperor was gradually immersed in the soft evening darkness. It was late in the evening when Yan Hui couldn't stop thinking about where exactly Lin Mo had been after school and why he had changed so much lately. The phone suddenly and especially alarmingly vibrated right at the edge of the table in front of which Yan Hui sat thoughtfully. Suddenly, her restless thoughts were abruptly interrupted by an incoming call as her friend insistently asked her to check the school chat as soon as possible. Opening the correspondence with fingers trembling from tension, the girl almost immediately saw a photo where Lin Mo was standing completely calmly next to Yu Tong near her bike. Almost instantly, a genuine rage flared up inside Yan Hui, and a thin palm slammed down on the table with a deafening sound. Through tightly clenched teeth, the girl hatredly promised herself that one day she would personally kill the damn school president with her own hands. In a fit of uncontrollable anger, Yan Hui abruptly swept the albums and notebooks lying on the table, breathing heavily in the middle of the destroyed room. Now she sincerely wanted only one thing, for Yu Tang to finally crash somewhere along with her hated and cursed motorcycle. Suddenly, a low male voice came from the surrounding emptiness, mockingly noting the complete futility of such loud threats and curses. Almost immediately after these words, the room began to flood with thick demonic energy, quietly wondering if she really wanted revenge. Looking around in fear and feeling a tremor throughout her body, Yan Hui tried to understand in a confused voice who was now next to her. However, the entity hidden deep in the darkness only chuckled softly, calmly declaring that its name was completely unimportant at the moment. Gradually, a creepy face began to emerge from the swirling purple fog, promising to fulfill absolutely any wish of the frightened girl. For Yanhui herself, what was happening seemed almost like a strange fairy tale, as if a real personal fairy godmother had suddenly appeared to her. However, such a comparison clearly offended the mysterious entity, because it sounded especially humiliating and stupid for the ancient and arrogant force. It soon became clear that in front of her was Ju Yu, the strongest sword in this world, who dreamed of one day collecting all of his fragments together. Disillusioned with her own life and accumulated grievances, the girl almost without hesitation agreed to fulfill any conditions of the mysterious entity. Having heard the long-awaited consent, the creepy face grinned contentedly, as if already anticipating all the future benefits of this union. In just a short moment, a stream of dense purple power suddenly struck Yan Hui right between her eyes, causing her to cry out in pain. Her eyes wide with shock, the girl felt God's heart gradually merge and intertwine with her body. Falling to her knees in the middle of the room and barely keeping her balance, she asked in confusion why she felt such great weakness throughout her body. Clenching her trembling fingers into fists, Yan Hui demanded that she be immediately taught hypnosis, which could completely subjugate someone else's thoughts and will. It was with the help of this dangerous power that the girl intended to one day instill in Lin Mo real romantic feelings for herself. Meanwhile, Lin Mo himself was riding home in a night taxi, completely calmly, watching the blurred lights of the evening city outside the car window. Now the guy only hoped that today's visit to the headman would one day really help him uncover her hidden secrets. All this time, the small, flat man continued to quietly follow Yutang, trying not to reveal his presence with a single movement. He laughed sarcastically to himself at how many defeats in a row the blonde had already managed to receive. What seemed especially strange to him was that the girl was still playing instead of normally recuperating. Yutang continued to practice, clicking her mouse in frustration, scolding herself for losing to some idiot. The last words visibly hurt the little man, who clearly had no intention of letting her win one day. Suddenly, the girl looked up from the monitor, remembering that today was not over yet. Yutang was enjoying stretching her tired shoulders and was already getting irritated by the endless amount of work. For the next task, the girl had to change into something much more serious than a school uniform. The chosen suit turned out to be strict, gray with a bright red tie which immediately added danger. Having looked at her reflection in the mirror with satisfaction, the blonde came to the conclusion that she looked simply magnificent. However, the preparations were not limited to just a change of clothes. The girl opened another closet in the room. Inside, instead of things, rifles hung neatly, turning the cabinet into a full-fledged weapon stand. Among the rifles, golden talismans glittered, imperfect, but still too rare for this world. Having received the order to follow the girl, the little man immediately rushed after Yutang. He jumped up nimbly and stuck to her skirt, blending almost perfectly with the gray fabric of her suit. Today he was given the role of a quiet scout, obliged not to miss a single detail of the mission. Soon, Yutang's motorcycle stopped in front of a huge mansion, shining with expensive lights. As she took off her helmet, the girl caught the scent of Lin Mo's shampoo again and pursed her lips in displeasure. What was especially infuriating was that the alien scent lingered for too long, as if the item no longer belonged to her. Inside, the mansion looked even more luxurious, and the blonde froze in front of the heavy doors of the hall. Taking the first step turned out to be unpleasantly difficult, although it was now too late to retreat. The host's voice, coming from inside, invited the guests to raise their glasses to the new couple. The next part of the ceremony was supposed to be a speech by the bride in a long Gothic dress. Taking the microphone, the girl thanked the guests for finding the time to attend her wedding with Shushu. Meanwhile, Yutang quietly walked inside, trying not to attract unnecessary attention. With an indifferent look, the girl decided to wait until the end of the ceremony and not rush things. After some time, the host solemnly announced that the wedding portion of the evening was officially over. A noisy celebration immediately began around them, but Yutang looked too detached to be amused. The bride happily turned to her husband, asking him with concern if he was very tired today. Their calm was suddenly shattered by the distinct sound of heels hitting the floor of the hall. Both turned around at the sudden noise, but the groom's eyes showed noticeably more anxiety and hidden fear than his bride's. Yutang, who was slowly approaching, looked frighteningly calm and absolutely confident in her own intentions, as if she had already known the outcome of this meeting. As soon as Shushu recognized the girl, his face suddenly turned pale, as if he knew perfectly well how everything would end in just a few minutes. The bride also almost immediately realized who exactly was standing in front of them, so she instinctively stepped forward, trying to shield her husband from danger with her body. Not wanting to waste time on meaningless conversations, Yutang calmly reminded him that she had already fulfilled his cherished wish once. Almost immediately after these words, the groom's body began to painfully distort right before the guest's eyes, revealing something completely inhuman about him. From the gradually elongating wolf's mouth came a hoarse question about why people's wishes are so easily and thoughtlessly fulfilled. Just a moment ago, the guy who looked like an ordinary man had completely transformed into a huge predatory beast with a frighteningly heavy look. Completely overcome by sudden animal rage, the huge wolf rushed forward, trying to reach the blonde with his sharp claws. However, Yutang did not even flinch in the face of the creature rushing towards her, calmly summoning her sword and slowly raising the glittering blade over the beast. At the same time, the girl's face remained surprisingly indifferent and cold, as if such battles had long since become a habit for her. The first swift blow of the blade landed right in the eye of the huge beast, causing it to roar painfully from the pain that pierced its body. Cutting through the heavy air around the opponents, the golden glow of the sword seemed to tear space itself apart, along with the surrounding darkness. Yutang directed her next precise swing at the neck of the defeated wolf, lying heavily at her feet in a pool of its own blood. Realizing his own defeat and the inevitability of his end, the beast touched the deep wound and unexpectedly quietly thanked the girl for what had happened. Yutang herself was not at all moved by this moment and did not flinch. She only calmly and indifferently looked somewhere to the side. Slowly turning her back to the dying beast, the girl understood perfectly well what would happen to him in just a few seconds. No longer holding back the tears that were welling up, the bride rushed towards her beloved and with trembling hands sank to the ground next to him. Dying right in the arms of his beloved woman, the man thought only that it was better to meet death like this than never to know it. Gradually, the beast's enormous body began to take on human form again, right before the eyes of the frightened and horror-stricken guests. Leaving this world before the person you love more than your own life turned out to be especially painful and unbearably hard for him. The guests who had already run out of the hall were causing a panic around them, trying to call for at least some kind of help. Choking with tears, the bride sitting over her lover demanded that the police and an ambulance be called immediately. Through her sobs, the girl shouted to the departing Yutang that one day she would definitely kill her for what had happened. Without even turning around, the blonde coldly explained that the man was only absorbing female energy. Taking a strange card out of her pocket, Yutang calmly added that she would soon forget everything herself. Rising into the air, the artifact filled the hall with a bluish glow and cast a spell directly at the girl. Almost immediately, the tears stopped, and the bride's gaze became empty and completely glassy. Having lost the rest of her strength, she collapsed to the floor so lifelessly, as if something inside had finally broken. Having finished with this, Yuten called someone on the phone and asked them to come and clean up the mess. Meanwhile, the little man finally detached himself from her skirt and carefully jumped down. Quickly moving his legs, he ran up to the motionless bodies, examining them carefully. Looking at Shushu, the creature suddenly decided that this man was still capable of bringing a little benefit. Standing in a strange stance, the little man directed streams of yellow energy through his tiny body. Slowly stretching his arms forward, he seemed to direct the accumulated power directly towards the dead youth. Soon the wolf's soul separated from the body, revealing a ghostly animal silhouette in the air. Within a moment, the flow of energy was completely drawn into the little man, filling him with strength. Suddenly, his body gained volume, long hair and ears, although his height remained quite tiny. Having finished its business, the little creature quickly ran away on short, thin legs. 20 minutes later, this miracle was already happily jumping onto the palm of Linmo, who was waiting for it. Having settled into their usual shelter, they calmly left the scene of the recent massacre together. Dissolving into the dark sea abyss, Shuchu regretted that he could no longer be with you. Suddenly, a majestic voice asked him whether he wished to die completely or to return. After experiencing love, Shushu had absolutely no intention of agreeing to death and clung to the chance. There was too much he hadn't yet managed to say to his beloved, so he was ready to pay any price for life. Then the unknown emperor offered him a deal, 10 years of service in exchange for a new body. It was thanks to this agreement that the wolf's soul later ended up inside a small, flat creature. Now they sat opposite each other, Linmo meditating, and the baby settled down on the rug. Looking at himself with interest, Shushu was amazed by the technique he had never heard of before. Looking closely at the black-haired youth, the creature realized how monstrously strong he was. With this understanding, the baby immediately fell to his knees, respectfully bowing his head to his owner. Chattering nervously, he introduced himself as Chung Shushu's servant and respectfully greeted his master. The first task for the new servant was to tell everything that was known about the trainee today. Since the topic was too broad, Linmo immediately asked to start with cultivation. Choosing his words carefully, Shushu explained that the practitioners come from secret worlds and sects. The path turned out to be even more difficult for him because the female cultivators practically destroyed him. This is how he himself became a trainee who had to get involved in murder for the sake of strength. Hearing this, Linmo immediately remembered Yu Tang and calmly asked him to tell him more about her. Nodding respectfully, Zhu explained that Yu Tang was not only a genius, but also the heir to a great family. Linmo then asked if immortality existed in this world, but the servant only remained silent in confusion, not knowing the answer. After hesitating a bit, Shuchu cautiously asked permission to see his beloved occasionally. Having calmly received consent to meet during free time, the baby finally warmed up to his owner. Since early morning, the little servant had been sitting in his master's bag, cautiously peering out from the folds of the fabric. Although he remained almost unnoticed, Zhu still poked his head out, unable to control his curiosity. He was especially amazed by the fact that such a powerful gentleman turned out to be an ordinary schoolboy and not a principal. At the same time, the little boy was sincerely pleased that the girls literally couldn't take their eyes off his owner. Looking at Lingmo, Shuchu came to the conclusion that he himself would fall in love if he were an ordinary human girl. Hearing these thoughts, the young man only wearily realized how strangely this world is structured in such matters. Slowly making his way to his last desk, the boy noticed that everything looked suspiciously familiar. It was this strange correctness that made Linmo take a closer look at his place. It quickly became clear that there was a whole pile of bags of food and sweets under the desk. After thinking for a bit, the guy almost immediately realized that his former neighbor could have arranged something like this. Before he could even sit down, Yanhui had already run up to explain that she had specially brought his favorite food, revealing herself without any embarrassment. However, the sweet scene was abruptly interrupted by Zixuan, who demanded an immediate explanation from the girl. The words that Lin Mo was actually her fiancé noticeably hit the hot-tempered cousin's pride. Unable to bear it, the boy called Yanhui a name and swung his hands sharply, intending to hit her right there in the classroom. However, the girl easily stopped his wrist, coldly advising him to stop throwing tantrums. Watching this, Lin Mo mentally noted that his brother consistently lost every fight in a row. Looking at Zixuan sullenly, Yan Hui warned that she would not allow him to cling to Ling Mo anymore. These words finally made the guy flare up, and tears of helpless anger began to appear in his eyes. Almost sobbing from humiliation, Xingwan ran out of the classroom, trying to salvage the remains of his pride. As she was leaving, Yan Hui told Lin Mo that she was always ready to stand up for him if anyone touched him again. The guys watching this quietly discussed how dramatically the girl's attitude had changed after losing weight, noting how hypocritical it was. Meanwhile, in the dining room, Yu Tang's friend asked her if she had seen the rumors about Lin Mo being taken away. However, the hints about Yan Hui did not touch the blonde. She clearly did not care much about romantic interest. Suddenly, the headman's gaze caught on someone in front, and the girl's face immediately became contemptuous. Yan Hui just approached their table, confidently heading straight toward the seated Lin Mo. Pointedly ignoring Yu Tan, the girl deliberately decided to call the guy right in front of her. Putting on her sweetest smile, the would-be bride suggested having lunch together, clearly trying to antagonize her rival. Sensing an impending disaster, the headman's friend began to rush about in search of a way to save the situation. As the handsome man was leaving, Yu Tang shouted at him not to talk to Yan Hui, but the guy didn't react. The only thing that came out of his mouth was an irritated remark about girls who love to boss everyone around. Although there was no open scandal, the glances between the ladies became noticeably heavier. As he climbed up to the roof with his lunch, Lin Mo thought gloomily that along with his power, he had received a real curse. Xu Xu, leaning out of his pocket, happily decided that the owner was the only one Yu Tang was truly jealous of. Meanwhile, the blonde was asking her friend with displeasure whether she had thought it was an insult. But Yu Tang was even more irritated by Yan Hui, who dared to insult her authority in front of everyone. While they were still discussing the conflict downstairs, Lin Mo had already calmly walked out onto the school roof. Having settled down on a blanket with food, Han immediately suggested continuing yesterday's tense game. At first glance, the guy caught her fighting spirit, as if the girl had come here today solely for the long-awaited victory over him. Lin Mo didn't have much of a choice, so he calmly sat down opposite her and without further ado, made his first cautious move. After carefully watching the chip's movement, Han immediately decided that such a start looked too risky even for him. Luckily, the girl didn't waste any time either, so she met the attack with confidence, as she had been expecting something like this since the previous evening. Such a sharp turn unexpectedly knocked the young man out of his usual rhythm, forcing him to seriously think about the answer for the first time in several days. It was becoming increasingly difficult to concentrate because of hunger. My stomach was growling pitifully, as if it too was demanding that this fight be immediately ended. There was nowhere to go, so the boy calmly pulled towards himself the bag of food that he had grabbed from the school cafeteria earlier. With a completely unperturbed look, he took out his chopsticks and began to eat as greedily as if he hadn't seen normal food for a whole week. Watching this strange circus, the black-haired beauty looked at him coldly, clearly taking such behavior for mockery. Suddenly breaking the prolonged silence, the girl asked him if he had ever met a fat student from this school nearby. Trying not to betray his own anxiety even with a casual glance, the young man briefly answered negatively, continuing to calmly pull noodles. Taking out her phone, the girl opened a photo of that same chubby guy, after meeting whom her ribs still ached unpleasantly. As luck would have it, right now the school's general chat was buzzing with discussions about the dramatic changes in Lin Mo's appearance after his unexpected weight loss. Someone posted an old photograph, and the beauty almost instantly realized who exactly had been sitting calmly in front of her at the table all this time. The young man himself did not suspect anything yet, but in her eyes a dangerous red rage mixed with irritation was already blazing. Pretending to still be hesitant, Han showed the photo again, carefully watching the guy's every movement and reaction. Continuing to stubbornly feign complete innocence, he silently ate his noodles, as if what was happening around him did not concern him at all. Having decided that the young man was simply ashamed of his past and old appearance, the girl cooled down a bit and stated that she did not intend to take revenge. Instead of starting a new fight, the beauty suddenly reached for the white bag that had been lying quietly next to her foot all this time. Inside was his jacket, which he had once covered a girl with to save her from the cold on the roof after an unpleasant collision. Realizing that his mask had been completely torn off and that there was no point in hiding any longer, Lin Mo froze in surprise, even losing his breath. With noticeable caution, the young man took the neatly folded jacket with both hands, as if he were holding a rare jewel in his palms. Rising from her seat, the girl looked so calm, as if she had long ago finished all important conversations and internal disputes. In a calm and confident voice, she summed up their strange confrontation, calling the result a draw and acknowledging Ling Mo's skill. Maintaining his usual dignity, The young man responded with a respectful nod, sincerely praising her strength, endurance, and sharp, insightful mind. As she was about to leave, the black-haired beauty calmly added that their protracted war for protection had finally come to an end. At the very last moment, Linmo suddenly called out to the girl, as if there was still something unspoken between them. After a slight hesitation before asking, he clarified the total score of their clashes, asking whether it was true that they had won 2 out of 3. Slightly embarrassed by such sudden seriousness, the girl briefly agreed, after which she quietly introduced herself as Han Xinyu. Closing his eyes, the young man slowly repeated her name to himself, as if trying to get used to the strange and unfamiliar feeling inside. Meanwhile, the little servant was literally beaming with delight, joyfully peeking out from the pocket of his master's dark jacket. Choking with admiration, the short man assured Linmo that beautiful girls next to him, for some reason, instantly lose their heads. Quickly returning to more important matters, the young man calmly asked where the dark cultivators got their resources and big money from. Instead of the usual short answer, the servant solemnly uttered the name of a mysterious network of ancient secret doors and black trades. Having existed for many years, this hidden network sold any resources, although it was controlled by influential families and ancient clans. Access inside was indeed open to almost everything, but the doors themselves were restricted to those who had money. However, the young man was much more interested in something completely different, so he asked directly how the servant had previously earned his living. Inspired by this topic, Shuchu immediately began listing ways to make money, recalling contract killings and rich women. Particularly animated by the second option, the short man launched into suspiciously detailed explanations, feeling absolutely no shame or embarrassment. Unable to bear the torrent of this blatant nonsense, Lin Mo squeezed it tightly in his palm, causing the little creature to squeal in terror and twitch. Having risen from his seat, the young man decided to return home to calmly search for information about the creation of talismans and ways to strengthen them. As the sunset slowly covered the city, painting the streets in warm orange hues, a persistent prefect was already waiting for him at the school gates. The more the guy tried to avoid conversation and calmly pass by, the louder the girl called him across the noisy street. Catching up with him near the gate, the girl quickly started talking about the fight in the cafeteria, hoping to somehow influence the situation with Yan Hui and her behavior. With her usual confidence, the blonde again exerted her authority, persuading the young man to go on business together without unnecessary excuses. There was only silence in response, as if all her words had long since become insignificant background noise for the guy and lost their meaning. Instead of being offended, the lady only became more cheerful, jokingly asking if she should carry him to the bike herself, since he was being so stubborn. Continuing to remain silent, the young man nevertheless came closer, silently indicating his agreement to go and not drag out the situation. Watching them from the side, Yanhui could barely contain her irritation, literally burning the girl with a gaze full of hidden malice. The ex was so angry that she seriously dreamed of making the guy look only at her again with the help of hypnosis and complete control. The desire to subjugate someone else's will distorted her face so strongly, as if a real poison of obsession was slowly boiling inside her. Meanwhile, Lin Mo and Yu Tong raced along the road on their bike, stubbornly maintaining a heavy silence, broken only by the sound of the wind. Sitting behind her in his helmet, the young man suddenly asked if the girl was going to let him go at all, or if this had already become a habit. Smiling through the wind, the headman lazily said that only naive and overly trusting people are capable of believing women's words. The guy's short answer, that the lady would get nothing, instantly filled the girl's cheeks with a deep blush, as if she had been caught in a hidden weakness. Not wanting to let the jab go, she abruptly braked the bike while it was moving, almost causing a dangerous situation on the road. Turning to him, all red, the girl angrily asked if he had decided that she was following him for no reason at all. But waiting after school already looked suspicious, so the young man simply took off his helmet and calmly left without getting into an argument. Choking with irritation, Yutang shouted after him about the crowds of fans and her own complete indifference to him, trying to justify herself. However, not a single sentence touched Linmo as Shuyu peered out from his clothes pocket in admiration, watching the scene with interest. Taking advantage of the moment, the paperman deftly jumped on the girl's back, while she angrily walked away, not noticing anything. Having finally returned home, the young man remembered the mysterious network of secret doors and decided to study it in more detail. Cheng Shu didn't even have to be asked, because the little boy was already standing on the table, beaming with impatience and willingness to help. The servant, quickly tapping his tiny hands on the keyboard, looked so diligent that it even evoked involuntary affection. It was as if a completely different internet opened up before the young man's eyes, devoid of the usual rules, censorship, and any moral restrictions. Most of the ads looked so disgusting that they smelled the least bit like magic. Only at the very end of the strange descriptions did price tags actually appear, as Shushu had warned earlier. Remembering the owner's irritability, the paper shorty cautiously suggested opening the treasure section right away. It was there that they sold things that the magical world had long considered trash, but here they valued them incredibly highly. The realization of the price of the cheapest stone hit hard, because even it cost a fortune for a schoolboy. Trying to help, the kids suggested looking for rich families and cheating a little for easy money. In response, Lin Mo gave the servant a cold look, clearly finding it humiliating to tremble over money. The young man then calmly asked whether the assistant had his own savings to solve the problem. Shuchu had little money, but he carefully put it all aside for the sake of his mysterious lover. Slowly moving the cursor over the list of ingredients, Lin Mo was clearly thinking about creating the first talisman. Glancing awkwardly at the owner, the paperman reminded him that the materials here were of terrible quality. However, this did not bother the young man at all, since he did not expect a perfect result from his first attempt. The main difficulty was hidden in the lack of ingredients, but Lin Mo didn't even suspect it yet. The very next morning, the young man, completely disguised, set off for a completely unfamiliar part of the city. As soon as he stopped by the road, an inconspicuous courier car appeared nearby. When handing over the box, the delivery man politely asked for 5 stars, as casually as if he were delivering noodles. Holding the ordered tools in his hands, the reborn emperor was genuinely surprised by the simplicity of the entire scheme. Looking out of his jeans pocket, the faithful servant explained that a network of secret doors had long existed throughout the world. In front of Lin Mo lay a complete talisman-making kit, which he examined with rare interest. Confidently grasping the thick brush, the young man passed energy through it, causing the bristles to glow with a yellow light. Shushu looked suspiciously, remembering very well that even experienced masters did not always succeed in this. Slowly exhaling through his teeth, Lin Mo concentrated as seriously as if he was preparing for a real fight. The hieroglyph came out surprisingly smooth and elegant, and the fresh scarlet paint shimmered softly in the sun. As soon as I finished the drawing, a small dragon rose above the card, shimmering with a golden glow. Shushu froze in complete shock, because the owner had already managed to create 2 talismans faster than a blink of an eye, and both were emitting a dragon's aura. Without even changing his expression, Lin Mo asked the short man to calm down, reminding him of his thousands of years of practice. Deep down, the young man still regretted that his current strength was only enough for a couple of weak talismans. Without thinking twice, the enterprising emperor put both artifacts up for sale for $500,000 each. However, the notification that flashed almost instantly abruptly knocked the guy out of his usual calm. The bargaining became so frantic that someone bought the talismans for even more than the stated price. Hurriedly explaining what was happening, Shuchu said that ordinary people dream of gaining immortality through them. Suddenly, Lin Mo felt a faint movement from the paperman he had left on Yutang earlier. After this, it turned out to be quite easy to guess that the headman also uses secret doors. At this time, the girl was irritably studying the case of the missing boy, lazily chewing a chocolate bar. Soon she came across Ling Mo's talisman, the quality of which the beauty appreciated almost immediately, without knowing the author. Not wanting to miss out on the item, the lady raised the stakes above the others, hoping to prepare for a meeting with the monster. Lin Mo himself also thought about the missing child and the usefulness of the headman in searching for magic stones. But at school, he had to play the role of an ordinary guy, along with ordinary school problems. The very next morning, 3 students surrounded him in the corridor, deliberately recalling the old nickname. Although the words did not hurt the emperor's pride, a dark shadow of irritation still appeared on his face. Yanhui watched the scene from around the corner, delighted at how well her strange hypnosis had worked. Lin Mo cast a heavy glance at the insolent men and uttered only one short word, advising them to quickly disappear. Instead of fear, the boys only became more angry, already anticipating the opportunity to put up a good fight. However, the very first attack ended in disgrace because the young man instantly grabbed the leader right by the face. Without letting go of his lunch, Ling Mo slammed his enemy into the wall with such force that he howled in pain. After that, he calmly looked back, assessing the readiness of the others to repeat someone else's mistake. But the 2 remaining ones, instead of being frightened, only clenched their fists tighter, clearly intending to climb further. Meanwhile, Yan Hui was already smiling contentedly, anticipating the moment of her own spectacular appearance. Only suddenly her whole plan fell apart when long black hair flashed before her eyes. A loud order to stop immediately made the guys freeze, and turned towards the voice in confusion. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and sternly asked what exactly they were doing there. The poor guy who was thrown against the wall immediately started whining and lying about trying to make friends. However, the beauty listened to him without much trust, believing that it was he who started the fight. Watching her own performance crumble, Yanhui could barely hide her anger at the missed opportunity. It was necessary to urgently change tactics, so the girl feigned alarm and rushed to her classmate. Turning to the black-haired student, she thanked her with cloying warmth for helping Lin Mo. Putting on her sweetest smile, Yanhui even promised to treat her savior to something delicious. After this, the girl took the alleged victim by the hand and demonstratively led him away, demonstrating her illusory, special position. However, they didn't let her drag the guy away, so the black-haired beauty easily intercepted the stranger's wrist as he walked. Han looked visibly irritated, asking by what right she was even grabbing the boy's hand. The tension between the girls flared almost palpably as Yanhui angrily demanded that they not interfere in her affairs. Without even stopping to look at his ex, the young man calmly walked away with Han straight to the roof. Meanwhile, the sword fragment's voice persistently whispered to Yanhui to hypnotize the guy right now. But all attempts were in vain, because the reborn emperor did not even turn around to look at her. Then a heavy bass voice near my ear suddenly advised me to abandon the spell, feeling a bad premonition. As if on cue, the calm voice of her rival was heard nearby, reminding her of Lin Mo's old rejection. Han called that act downright stupid, only fueling Yanhui's anger even more. Left alone on the stairs, the girl suddenly realized a simple thing. You can't keep someone else's love by force. She immediately placed all the blame for her failure on Han, literally gritting her teeth with hatred towards her. After class, Lin Mo and his servant sat attentively in front of the monitor, studying the new order. A joyful Zhu Shu reported that the buyer had paid an additional 300,000 and a couple of magic stones on top. Through the paperman, we were able to identify the customers, among whom was even Zhao Yutang. It was her organization that was engaged in hunting down illegal practitioners, so there was a lot of money there. However, the kid doubted the group's involvement, since they usually simply cleared secret doors by force. Their discussion was suddenly interrupted by a new notification signal that suddenly flashed across the screen. Someone sent a private message with a regular mailing address intended for a new delivery. It immediately became clear that in order to transfer the goods, the appearance would have to be thoroughly altered again. Only Shu Qiu didn't like this kind of carelessness at all, because the risk was gradually becoming more and more serious. The very next evening, Lin Mo was sitting at home, calmly looking at the money and a couple of green stones. Slowly twirling one of them between his fingers, the young man assessed the quality as astonishingly disgusting. Although a faint green glow was still present, the price of these stones remained too high. However, even such trash was better than emptiness, because it at least helped restore strength a little. Following this, Lin Mo created 2 more talismans with a familiar movement, hardly straining himself during the work. Only now the dragon's aura around them looked noticeably more powerful, hinting at real progress. Handing over the artifacts to his servant, the reborn emperor ordered that both be immediately put up for sale. Almost immediately, people began to vigorously discuss the power of the first category talismans, enthusiastically arguing in the chat. This even caused the young man to feel a slight disdain, since the local cultivators admired mere trifles. Suddenly, the paper shorty's eyes lit up brightly, after which he excitedly pointed at the monitor. An unknown buyer has already offered 3 million for one talisman, outbidding all previous bids. Before Lin Mo could blink, the amount suddenly increased to 4 million right before his eyes. Meanwhile, in a foreign office, other cultivators were also studying the mysterious talismans of the unknown master. One man slumped into a chair, outraged at the sale of a first-class artifact for such a price. The reason for the excitement was their power, as Ling Mo's creations surpassed ordinary talismans in every way. Even in Zhao Yutang's house, the atmosphere gradually became tense as the girl watched the auction. The rising stakes were already making her nervous, despite the huge sums at her personal disposal. It was becoming dangerous to delay any longer, because the competition was growing literally with every passing second. Having finally made up her mind, the girl sharply raised the price to 5 million, surprising the other participants. Watching the frantic auction, the black-haired young man looked at the monitor with genuine interest. Even Shu Qiu couldn't hide his delight, as his eyes literally shone with joy at his master's success. When the number on the screen reached 15 million, it became impossible to contain my emotion. Requests for meetings poured into my private messages, as people wanted to know the author of the strange talismans. However, revealing himself to the cultivator world was too dangerous, so Lin Mo kept a low profile. Lazily stretching his shoulders, the young man was already imagining how much more luxurious his life would become after such earnings. Despite the late evening, the blonde continued to investigate the case of the missing boy. In front of her lay the files of people connected to Yuan Yang's body, or the suspicious demon from the investigation, and each name brought with it new questions. Some of the suspects looked particularly strange, such as a woman with garish makeup, frozen in an awkward pose in front of a mirror. Through observation, Yutang had to watch all of this lady's actions, suppressing her inner disgust and trying not to lose concentration. The longer this absurdity went on, the more the girl's eye twitched from what was happening on the screen, as if her psyche was failing. Soon the suspect began frantically searching for something among the tabs on the internet, clearly unaware of the covert surveillance. The woman flipped through the pages idly, selecting beauty filters while Yutang watched boredly, barely containing her irritation. With each passing minute, watching this circus became more and more difficult, even mentally, as if it were a test of endurance. The short-haired lady studied cosmetologists, ways to narrow the face, and lenses for changing eye color, enthusiastically browsing websites. Later, it was time for body shaping, while the blonde was literally melting from Spanish shame and internal indignation. Unable to bear this mockery, Yutang screamed and covered her face with her hands right in front of the monitor, trying to get what she saw out of her head. She also needed to check the black-haired young man, but she really didn't want to do that alone because of the possible risk. No matter how crazy the evening went, in the morning everyone had to go back to regular school as if nothing had happened. The very next day, Lin Mo sat quietly on the roof, recalling yesterday's conversation with Yutang and analyzing her behavior. He was suddenly pulled out of his lingering thoughts by the female voice of the girl sitting opposite him at the game and carefully watching his reaction. Slowly twirling the chip in her fingers, Han suggested stopping the match, considering victory in such a situation too unfair and doubtful. However, the young man was not going to admit defeat so easily, so he just continued to sit silently without changing his expression. After a short pause, he said everything was fine, deliberately hiding his own vulnerability behind a feigned calm. His face showed a reluctance to give in, although there was no real threat coming from the guy, only stubbornness and inner composure. Rising from his seat, the young man slowly walked closer to the edge of the high roof, from where the cold wind and the emptiness of the city opened up. With his arms spread out towards the wind, he was already thinking of ways to accumulate strength in difficult places where the energy pressure was greatest. Out loud, the young man only remarked that he would not refuse hot tea right now, as if ignoring the seriousness of the moment. As she headed towards the exit, the girl threw a request at him not to accidentally fall off the roof, which caused a short smile to appear on Lin Mo's face. The break was already over, so they both had to leave their usual shelter above, returning to reality. Only in their favorite place all this time, Yanhui was also hiding, watching, and was losing control of herself more and more with each passing day. Unaware of the surveillance, the young man maintained a surprisingly calm expression on his face, as if nothing could upset him. Suddenly, his ex appeared right in front of him, trying to stop him with another attempt at hypnosis, abruptly disrupting the usual course of events. However, Ling Mo didn't even flinch as he coldly asked why she had approached him again, as if he had no interest in the conversation. The confused, jealous woman tried to answer something, but the words seemed to get stuck in her throat, unable to find a way out of the overflowing emotions. Han intervened in the conversation again, calmly repeating the girl's request to leave the young man alone, without unnecessary emotions and pressure. This made Yanhui even more angry, because she had long considered Ling Mo her boyfriend and did not want to accept a reality that contradicted her. Frowning in irritation, she tried again to order the boy to wait for her after class, as if she couldn't stand refusal. As the girl quickly walked away, Han and Ling Mo stood silently in the middle of the corridor, feeling the heavy tension from their conversation. Having reached the bathroom, Yanhui thought angrily about the black-haired youth's strength of resistance, trying to figure out where she had gone wrong. Not a single attempt at hypnosis worked, so the girl regretted that she had not locked him up earlier, while control was still possible. However, even now, the hope of completely subjugating the guy still continued to live inside her, fueling her obsessive obsession. Wiping the condensation off the mirror with her palm, the lady stared straight ahead with a wild gaze, already deciding to act more decisively. Following this, a thick stream of purple energy suddenly rushed through the night city towards Lin Mo's house, tearing apart the space with a cold aura. Reaching the sleeping youth, a strange force gently touched his consciousness while he slept peacefully, unaware of the attack. Only the reincarnated Emperor's defenses proved too powerful for such pitiful attempts at control, instantly repelling the interference. The first to notice something was wrong was the faithful servant, who immediately tried to wake his master in the middle of the night, sensing that something was wrong. Sleepily lifting his head from the pillow, the young man asked in surprise what had just happened and why he had been so abruptly pulled out of his sleep. The answer came almost instantly because the guy quickly realized that someone was trying to subjugate his will, invading his consciousness in a dream. The very next morning, Yanhui blocked his way with her hand, pressing her palm directly against the wall of the corridor, preventing him from going any further. Coming almost right up to him, the girl, with a satisfied grin, declared that she would wait for him at her place in the evening, as if she had already decided everything in advance. Inside, she was already rejoicing, imagining how all her problems would disappear along with her endless suffering and inner emptiness. At the thought that the young man would soon belong only to her, Yanhui's eyes flashed dangerously with madness, revealing her true state. Meanwhile, Linmo himself calmly walked further down the corridor, not revealing his thoughts in any way and completely controlling his facial expression. It was after this scene that the guy finally understood who exactly was trying to influence him at night and penetrate his mind. Having discreetly attached a paperman to his ex's hair, he decided to closely monitor her further actions and plans. Even the little servant looked pleased, grinning slyly at his master's plan and anticipating further developments. Only a couple of minutes later, something so strange happened that at first glance there was simply no explanation for it, and the situation changed dramatically. Suddenly, the reincarnated emperor froze, feeling the disappearance of the paperman who was next to Yanhui, as if the connection had been severed. The girl herself removed it from her hair, examining the find with a glassy, almost inhuman gaze, in which neither emotion nor doubt could be seen. Using her new demonic power, she effortlessly dissolved the surveillance right in the palm of her hand, as if it were just a weak insect. Frowning in irritation, Yanhui mentally called Lingmo a pathetic spying bastard, furthering the growing sense of anger within her. Now her suspicions only grew, because the guy's origins seemed increasingly strange to her, and clearly not as simple as before. Only the demonic force behind her was completely indifferent to the young man's past. It was only interested in current goals and results. As Linmo left the school, he calmly reasoned that either a demon lord or an ancient awakened sword was behind the girl, and both options were dangerous. After this, it became clear that without the help of the Phoenixes and Yutang, it would be extremely difficult to further understand what was happening. Taking out his phone, the young man calmly checked the time, mentally checking the accuracy and precision of his further plan of action. Carefully emerging from around the corner directly onto the road, the guy took up a position in advance, preparing for a calculated and inevitable encounter. As he expected, Yutang rode past on her bike at that very moment, unable to react in time to the sudden situation. The girl, who usually drove confidently, froze for a second when the young man suddenly appeared right in front of her wheels, disrupting her entire route. She turned around abruptly and saw Lin Mo on the asphalt among scattered things and bags, because he had just been in a serious accident. Running up to him almost in panic, the lady loudly asked why he didn't look around. Carefully helping him up, the girl hastily offered to take him to the hospital immediately, not wanting to leave the situation uncontrolled. Slowly opening his eyes, the guy deliberately made his gaze empty and his face completely detached, as if consciousness had not yet returned. Somewhere inside, he even chuckled at his own plan, realizing that he was playing out the performance to the end and doing it quite convincingly. Only the headman had already begun to notice the oddities, clearly realizing that the young man's behavior looked too unnatural and frankly abnormal. In an icy, emotionless voice, the guy repeated only one thing, that he urgently needed to get to his ex, as if fixated on this thought. Hearing the girl's name, the headwoman immediately became wary, sensing that what was happening was something far more dangerous than a simple injury. The vague suspicion quickly grew stronger as she peered closely into Lin Mo's glassy eyes, trying to detect the slightest sign of falsehood. Grabbing him by the shoulders, the girl shook the young man anxiously and persistently asked him to come to his senses, not understanding what was really happening. Continuing to play his role, the black-haired handsome man did not react in any way and even demonstratively pulled away from her arms, increasing suspicions. After this, the idea of hypnosis finally took hold in the headman's head, turning almost into a certainty without a doubt. Resolutely raising 2 fingers upwards, the girl prepared to use a cleansing spell, focusing her spiritual energy. With a serious face, she sharply cut the air with her palm, trying to destroy any possible illusions and influence on the guy's consciousness. Then the village chief gently touched Lin Mo's forehead, who continued to feign complete madness without revealing his true state. However, there was no result, because the young man's gaze remained just as empty and calm, as if he did not perceive what was happening at all. The lack of effect noticeably infuriated the girl, forcing her to doubt the strength of the enemy and whether she was acting correctly at all. But Yutang had no intention of giving up, so she immediately prepared a more powerful spell. increasing the pressure of spiritual energy around her palm. This time the technique looked much more aggressive, and the girl's palm confidently landed on his head, as if trying to break through the defense of his consciousness. At that very moment, the malingerer's behavior changed dramatically, and he pretended to have just woken up from a long and extremely difficult sleep. Clutching his head, the young man asked in confusion how he managed to end up in this place and what exactly had happened to him. Yuden herself was also beginning to worry about how this guy ended up right under the wheels of her bike and why he didn't die. Only instead of a normal explanation, the young man suddenly declared that Yan Hui was his fiancée, completely breaking her logic and composure. Having decided that Lin Mo had hit his head hard, the girl was almost shouting for an urgent trip to the hospital and an immediate examination. However, the guy insisted that he felt fine and even calmly offered to pay for the treatment immediately by transferring funds to his account as if nothing strange had happened. After these words, the blonde finally flared up, sharply grabbing the young man by the collar of his clothes. She clearly wasn't going to bother with the transfers, so she quickly wrote out a check and handed it to the guy. Returning irritably to her iron horse, the girl advised him not to irritate her with such things again. Looking at the huge amount on the check, Lin Mo was already mentally calculating how many spiritual stones he could acquire and how much this would expand his future capabilities. Meanwhile, Yutang herself was racing along the track at such a speed as if she was trying to outrun her own anger and squeeze the maximum out of the car, leaving herself no room for doubt. Through the earpiece, the girl demanded that they urgently gather all possible information about He Yanhui, not allowing her subordinates to waste a second on unnecessary questions. Even a child would have guessed where she was heading next, so the headwoman quickly reached the right house, barely slowing down. Taking off her helmet near the entrance, the girl looked suspiciously calm and collected, as if she had turned off all unnecessary emotions in advance. On the blonde's slender fingers, a deep black matte ring gleamed, radiating a faint but noticeable pressure. It was through him that the village headman instantly summoned a huge sword right in front of Yan Hui's apartment door, causing the air around her to tremble. Without wanting to stand on ceremony, the girl pounded on the door so furiously, as if she was going not just to enter, but to completely knock it down along with the frame. Although the hostess never opened the door, the head woman calmly walked inside, as if there were no locks or barriers for her at all. At first glance, the apartment looked completely ordinary and even cozy, and family photos lined the shelves, creating the illusion of normal life. Continuing her inspection, Yutang kept her sword at the ready, expecting an attack from literally any shadow, wall, or reflection in the glass. Only the next dark room looked much more alarming, because the walls were completely covered with photographs of Lin Mo, arranged almost obsessively. On the table lay thick notebooks covered in tiny handwriting, resembling a creepy manual on how to observe and handle the guy, as if it were someone's obsessive plan. Unable to contain her curiosity, the headmistress opened one album and frowned after the first few lines, as if she herself had not expected to see such disturbing content. With each new page, reading the thoughts of the girl in love became more and more unpleasant and difficult, as if she were plunging into someone else's obsession. Gradually, Yan Hui's fantasies began to resemble not feelings, but a desire to completely subjugate Ling Mo, turning him into a weak-willed toy. At that moment, a female voice came through the earpiece, reporting new details of the investigation, breaking the heavy silence of the room. It turned out that Yan Hui herself had suddenly disappeared, and this news instantly increased anxiety among the Phoenix group. Now suspicions only grew stronger, so the girl was immediately put on an official wanted list, with additional forces being brought in. Thoughtfully squeezing the hilt of her sword, Yutang admitted that Yan Hui could no longer be called innocent. Too much spoke against her. Meanwhile, at home, Lin Mo was calmly thinking about how his ex had become a pawn of the Demon Lord, drawn into someone else's game. A sudden knock on the door abruptly pulled the young man out of his heavy thoughts and gloomy calculations, making him wary. The cousin stood at the threshold, excitedly asking whether Lin Mo had already managed to watch the latest news and understand the scale of what was happening. Ignoring such an interesting question was impossible, so the dark-haired handsome man calmly opened the door, preparing for the conversation. The worried relative immediately began to guess who could possibly need the missing Yan Hui. There was something unintelligible in response, after which the door slammed right in front of his nose. Meanwhile, Shu Shu persistently pointed to the computer screen, impatiently demanding that the owner pay attention and understand the details. The monitor displayed an old file of Yan Hui, in which he was listed as a suspect in the murder of a man that occurred several years ago under mysterious circumstances. Although the search team worked with utmost care and used all available investigative methods, the body of the alleged victim was never found. Glued almost closely to the screen, the little wolf cub was indignant, declaring that such a vicious woman was a disgrace to the name of their master and was not even worthy of mention. While Shu continued to rage and wave his paws, Ling Mo himself was gloomily and intently calculating the possible consequences of the yin formation appearing in their world. Having finally made some kind of internal decision, the young man suddenly stood up and reached into an old box among forgotten things, standing in the corner of the room near the wall. With noticeable surprise, Shu asked what exactly the owner was so diligently searching for in the old box and why he needed it. Soon the desired find appeared in the boy's hands, turning out to be two simple wooden planks, seemingly unremarkable and even slightly cracked from time. Having looked at them with a satisfied and almost satisfied look, Lin Mo already clearly understood the further plan of action, as if he had calculated every step in advance. As soon as the young man cast the spell, the room was instantly flooded with a soft yellow light, and the boards began to slowly rise and spin in the air. Just a moment ago, there were ordinary rough pieces of wood lying on the table, but now a plate and an elegant spoon were neatly placed in front of Lin Mo, as if they had been created anew. Watching the transformation unfold in shock, the little servant couldn't help but recall the legendary purifying shinin from ancient stories, which he had previously only heard about in the retellings of elders. Carefully twirling the object in his fingers, Ling Mo calmly and confidently explained why the phoenixes had still been unable to find traces of Yanhui and had reached a dead end in their investigation. Thanks to the protection and power of the Demon Lord, the girl successfully hid among ordinary people, as if dissolving into the noisy and endless city without a single trace of aura. The boy then took the spiritual stone and began to slowly cast a softly glowing greenish spell on it, covering the surface with smooth and complex patterns. The flash of energy was so powerful and unexpected that the master and his servant were thrown back sharply, hitting the cold wall of the room with a dull sound. The shattered stone surrounded the plate with sharp fangs, as if the jaws of a predatory beast had suddenly closed around it. Even the wolf-eared assistant froze in place, staring in amazement at his young master's strange creation. Now Shinin looked so unusual, as if the artifact had just been taken out of an ancient palace from a forgotten era. The delighted Shu praised his master nonstop, amazed at how quickly his skills and spiritual strength were growing. Calmly handing the artifact to the assistant, the young man asked that the item be hidden away from prying eyes for now. But the little creature's curiosity proved stronger than his caution, so he could not remain silent about Songen's appointment. As it soon became clear, the unusual object was used to search for places with a particularly high concentration of yin energy. A sudden knock on the window glass abruptly interrupted the conversation, causing Lin Mo to cautiously turn his head into the darkness. Without even waiting for a short order, Chung Shu immediately darted into his master's pants pocket like a frightened kitten. However, no one was visible outside the window, as if everyone had simply imagined the strange sound a few seconds ago. Suddenly, Yutang appeared out of the darkness, appearing behind the glass so suddenly, like a real ghost. The girl, dressed in a sports uniform, tried hard to appear friendly, clearly hoping that they would open the window for her. Instead of the usual greeting, the guy demonstratively reached for the phone, intending to call the police as a joke on her. Only after a short pause did the window finally open, allowing the blonde to deftly climb inside the stranger's room. With noticeable severity, the young man immediately asked why she had shown up at his house in the middle of the night without warning. To his own surprise, Lin Mo realized that the girl was genuinely worried about his condition after yesterday's collision. The emperor had no intention of showing even the slightest weakness, so he simply silently pointed to the abrasions on his arms and legs. Crouching down in front of him, Yutang carefully examined the boy's injured knee with unexpected seriousness. For Lin Mo, this kind of concern was too unusual, so he froze in confusion, not knowing how to react. The girl had no hidden intentions. She simply carefully applied the medicine to the young man's inflamed wound. But ignoring the guy's beautiful legs turned out to be unexpectedly difficult even for the confident and cold headman. While the blonde's cheeks were treacherously filling with a slight blush, Shu in his pocket was already panicking and making strange theories. While adjusting his clothes after treating his wounds, Lin Mo directly asked what real goals his night guest was hiding. It all turned out to be much more banal because Yutang just wanted to talk about the mysterious disappearance of his ex-girlfriend. In response, the young man only wearily stated that he did not remember anything at all after his last meeting with Yanhui. Apparently satisfied with the explanation she had heard, the girl was about to disappear through the window back into the cool darkness of the night. However, at the very last moment, the guy gently placed his hand on her shoulder, asking her to stay a little longer. With an unexpectedly serious expression, Lin Mo proposed using himself as bait to catch the runaway. After these words, the headman's cheeks treacherously flushed, instantly revealing the girl's sudden embarrassment. The reason was not the conversation at all, but Lin Mo himself, because in a white shirt the guy looked frighteningly attractive. Quickly agreeing to his plan, Yutang disappeared almost without a word into the darkness of the night courtyard behind the open window. And in the morning, the school was still standing quietly in its usual place, as if nothing strange was happening around it at all. The very next day, the black-haired young man calmly walked into class alive and completely unharmed. His classmates immediately pestered him with questions about his well-being after the mysterious disappearance of his ex-girlfriend. Maintaining his usual polite calm, the boy simply asked to be allowed to get to his desk in peace. At that moment, a student from the neighboring class burst inside noisily, calling everyone to immediately look at the new handsome man. The girls immediately jumped up from their seats because no one was going to miss the appearance of the handsome, transferred guy. The new boy really stood out from the other students, especially with his green hair and neat glasses. His name was Sheng Letian, and he was much friendlier than the cold and always distant Ling Mo. The headman suddenly rushed past the confused newcomer, and her long blonde hair immediately caught his keen gaze. While the cheerful female students circled around the young man, Li Yin's thoughts stubbornly returned to Yan Hui's disappearance and the task. Although the mind persistently reminded him of the matter, the heart still trembled after the beauty who flashed by like a spring breeze. To everyone's surprise, the blonde suddenly lifted her leg, after which the classroom door shook pitifully from the powerful blow. Under her icy gaze, the unfortunate door quickly gave in, as if it had already understood how useless an argument was here. Standing right on the threshold, the young lady firmly ordered someone to stay after school, leaving no right to refuse. For Ledian, this scene seemed too strange because the girl's cute appearance did not match her character. When classes finally ended, the tired emperor of the past era leisurely walked towards the school exit. The headman was already waiting for him near the door, confidently inviting the young man to follow her without further ado. Without slowing down, the blonde walked down the long corridor so menacingly, as if she were heading to a real war. Away from prying eyes, the girl brought the boy into her office corner for a truly important conversation. Stopping in front of the lady, Lin Mo calmly remarked that if there was another attack, he would have to call the police again. Silently handing him the notebook, the head woman merely rolled her eyes, clearly considering the young man's words to be utter nonsense. The hero soon found his ex's notes in his hands, found by someone among Yutang's numerous relatives. Although Lin Mo had long suspected the existence of such records, an unpleasant awkwardness still pierced his heart. A little embarrassed, the blonde suggested that Yan Hui might well have dreamed of one day locking the guy next to her. The young man abruptly slammed the notebook shut and dryly remarked that a girl with such fantasies should have been caught much earlier. In a serious voice, the head woman explained that the entire country was currently searching for the missing woman, but it was as if she had disappeared without a trace. Slowly wiping his glasses, Lin Mo remembered his ex's love for creepy places and suggested hiding somewhere far away. The guy explained the reason for the search's failure simply. In his opinion, Yan Hui skillfully changed her appearance with ordinary cosmetics. After thinking for a bit, the blonde admitted that this option was quite reasonable, recalling old camouflage techniques. As she left the office, the girl thought gloomily about the Yan Hui captives and the strange practices of the mysterious yin energy. Already closing the door with a loud slam, the lady threw out that today she would have to return home much earlier. In response, the black-haired young man only smiled contentedly, as if the necessary part of his cunning plan had already succeeded. Returning home, Lin Mo immediately felt a familiar atmosphere that was not disturbed by any secrets of the world. Thanks to the hero's hints, Yutang will now probably start searching the internet for things related to yin energy. Having settled down next to the laptop, the black-haired handsome man quietly called his little assistant over to him. A tiny figure immediately emerged from the pocket, after which the owner ordered that sign-in be put up for sale. The little boy, comically moving his tiny hands, quickly began typing out the necessary advertisement for the trading platform. He was then ordered to set the price at $10,000, and the little assistant nodded obediently. Having completed all the preparations, Lin Mo sat back contentedly, patiently waiting for the reaction of the future buyers. The first notification about someone wanting to buy the artifact arrived almost instantly, greatly surprising little Shushu. Before they could even exchange glances, the bet suddenly skyrocketed to 5 million with almost no hesitation. Xiao Yutang also closely watched the strange trades, amazed at the speed at which the incredible sum was growing, changing literally before her eyes. In the girl's opinion, only a spoiled rich man, accustomed to turning any purchase into a loud and ostentatious show for his own pleasure, could have fun like this. The paper man who was watching her immediately realized that Lin Mo's cunning plan had worked flawlessly, and everything was going exactly as planned. Grinning contentedly, the little creature no longer doubted that in this strange game, victory would ultimately remain with this mysterious lady. In the end, the deal was closed at 10 million yuan, completely crushing all the onlookers and leaving them momentarily speechless. For the little assistant, such a figure seemed almost mythical and unreal, so the shock overwhelmed him, depriving him of the ability to think clearly. The very next morning, the elder, along with the Phoenix group, stood near a deep forest cliff, carefully assessing the surrounding area. Having carefully examined the dense thicket, the blonde confidently stated that the person they needed was most likely hiding right here, not far from their current position. A more experienced mentor noted that the compass they had bought yesterday had turned out to be a real treasure for the search, significantly simplifying their task. Since the elderly lady enjoyed great respect among the members of the group, no one even dared to argue with her words, preferring silent agreement. Slowly drawing her sword, the old woman declared that she would personally check the path ahead while the others waited here and maintained formation. In response to her readiness to fight, a giant green hand with claws suddenly burst forth from above, tearing through the air and rushing downwards. Despite the monstrous force of the blow, the elderly lady found it extremely difficult to withstand the crushing onslaught of the enemy, who pressed ever harder. Quickly gathering together, the students hastily formed a powerful magical field, trying to protect their mentor and shield each other from the impending threat. However, the situation soon changed dramatically, and the first to sense something was wrong was the fair-haired girl, whose facial expression instantly became tense and anxious. The reason turned out to be terrifyingly simple and at the same time frightening. The enemy energy had already reached them unnoticed and literally grabbed her by the hands, restricting her movements. Having received a vile blow from behind, the young lady flared up with rage and a cold fire lit up her eyes, and she firmly decided to repay the enemy in full for this insolence. Its furious power rushed out with such force that the air around it trembled and compressed, and the entire forest was drowned in a deafening roar of a destructive explosion of energy. Gritting her teeth, the girl fired relentlessly at the creature with a huge weapon that looked so heavy it could crush even an old SUV with one blow. One of the bullets crunched and flew straight into the monster's paw, and the monster jerked sharply in irritation, immediately pulling back its damaged limb and letting out a muffled roar. Without even thinking about stopping, the blonde confidently raised the massive cannon again, quickly reloading it and preparing the next devastating salvo without the slightest hesitation. Her tense face clearly showed one simple, almost obsessive desire to crush the vile creature into dust at any cost, leaving not even a trace of it. Despite the monstrous recoil which made her arms and shoulders tremble, the girl stubbornly continued the fight and unerringly pierced the enemy's limbs one after another. From the sidelines, the paperman assigned to monitor Yutang watched this brutal battle in shock, not understanding how the situation had gotten so out of control so quickly. The little boy was especially amazed by the fact that the woman created the crazy cannon directly from an ordinary ring on her finger, as if it were a simple toy and not a weapon of monstrous destructive power. Meanwhile, Lin Mo watched the events calmly, taking all this chaos almost as a familiar evening entertainment, not allowing his emotions to disturb his composure. Suddenly, the wall of his room was shattered by a powerful blow of such force that the stonework cracked and crumbled, and an unfamiliar figure appeared in the huge hole that was formed. With a blank and emotionless look, the girl dragged poor Zixuan along with her, who was helplessly dangling in the air like a sack of potatoes without the slightest resistance. Almost jumping with horror, Shu hastily reminded the owner that for some reason only his cousin had suffered, and the situation looked extremely alarming even for him. In response, Lin Mo indifferently noted that he saw it perfectly well and was able to figure it out without anyone's help, as if what was happening had not thrown him off balance at all. From the mysterious lady's behavior, it quickly became clear that Yan Hui had completely subjugated her mind and was now using her body as a puppet, trying to capture the young man. As the huge fist rushed towards his face, Ling Mo didn't even try to dodge. It soon became clear that the yin energy Zhao had found was merely a trap, hiding the real refuge. In order to search for Yan Hui, the young man had to feign complete unconsciousness, patiently waiting for the right moment and even controlling his breathing so as not to give himself away. Under hypnosis, the strong girl calmly dragged two guys at once, treating them like empty and meaningless backpacks without weight or will. She threw each captive, with a bag over his head, into the trunk without the slightest effort. as if they were not people, but light objects that did not require attention or caution. Soon the old battered minibus suddenly took off and raced through narrow alleys, bouncing on the uneven road and carrying the bound captives into the unknown. After some time, they were roughly dragged out and thrown into an unfinished building, where the cold concrete and silence only intensified the feeling of hopelessness, tightly bound and deprived of the ability to move. With a sticky and unnatural smile, the former crush slowly walked up to Lin Mo, as if enjoying the situation and the fact that she was now in control of what was happening. Something anxious and unstable danced in her wild eyes as the girl quietly asked if the guy was surprised by their unexpected meeting in such a place. With a slight grin, the young man avoided a direct answer, deliberately stalling for time and clearly not wanting to waste energy on a pointless conversation, carefully assessing the situation. This tone instantly infuriated the lady, and she sharply tugged Lin Mo's shirt, pulling him closer to her. Unable to contain her rage, the woman slammed the young man with all her might into the brick wall of an old unfinished building. However, he seemed not to feel any pain at all, calmly advising her to stay away from him. Straightening his wrinkled shirt, the crazy lady sarcastically reminded the guy of their previous conversations with the headman, as if she was deliberately pressing on every weak point in his memory. At that moment, the demonic blade sounded right in her mind, coldly informing her that Yutang had already broken through the outer defense and was rapidly approaching. Realizing that there was almost no time left, the woman's expression changed dramatically, and she decided to immediately finish the job she had started for Zong's sake, without delaying for a moment. As she was turning to leave, the lady told Ling Mo to sit still while she dealt with the emperor, and her voice clearly carried a foreign will that betrayed the influence of the sword within her. Still unconscious, Jixuan snored peacefully in the cage, completely oblivious to what was happening around him and completely unaware of his fate. As soon as the guy opened his eyes and saw his cousin next to him, the silence of the room was instantly broken by a loud, frightened scream, full of panic and bewilderment. A damp, cold chamber with rows of cells stretched around, and in the middle of the concrete floor, a strange seal flickered ominously, emanating an oppressive sense of danger. Meanwhile, Yutang's continuous attacks had already turned the middle of the forest into a huge smoking crater from which clouds of black ash and hot steam were rising. Standing silently at the edge of the giant crater, the group tried hard to maintain their composure and come up with a plan of action without the slightest sign of panic. Through clenched teeth, the blonde furiously cursed her rival, who had managed to turn this entire forest into a cunningly laid trap where every step could be her last. After a short but tense discussion, the team finally decided to move in the direction that their son confidently pointed out, relying on his strange but precise landmarks. Suddenly, right next to the girl's ear, a lazy and mocking voice from the demonic sword was heard, as if it had been watching them all this time and was bored by their slowness. Just a second later, a devastating explosion thundered in front of the group, so powerful that the people were scattered in different directions, like dry leaves in a hurricane wind, completely destroying their formation. A huge monster burst out of the ground with a deafening roar, covered in an endless number of terrifying writhing paws, which immediately began to rummage around the surface, breaking the soil. While people were desperately fighting for their own survival, a small deer was wandering through the forest completely calmly, carefreely nibbling grass and unaware of the nightmare that had unfolded. Suddenly, the little animal became very wary because its gaze suddenly caught on something frightening ahead, where the air trembled with alien and dangerous energy. When the ground beneath his paws began to crack and shake violently, the frightened fawn instantly took off and ran away through the dense thicket without looking back. The next explosion was so monstrous that the entire forest shook to its foundations along with the distant hills, and the trees bent like thin branches. The monster, grinning contentedly, advised against even trying to escape, lazily drawing out his words and promising to catch anyone who dared to resist. However, the blonde seemed to completely ignore these threats, continuing to stubbornly run away with all her remaining strength, weaving between the trees and avoiding blows. At the right moment, the elderly mentor confidently stepped forward, shielding the girl and taking on the enemy's particularly fierce blows, preventing them from getting any further. Without giving anyone a chance to object, the woman sternly ordered Yutang to immediately seek help, while she herself would hold off the monster at any cost and give the others a chance to survive. Grinning mockingly, the monster turned to the elderly warrior with obvious contempt, asking if she was really so naive as to believe that it was possible to defeat him. Folding 3 pairs of horribly broken hands into strange seals, the creature repeated over and over again that no one would be able to get out of here, increasing the pressure of its aura. The next moment, the monster seemed to fall apart, and with a disgusting sound, transformed into a flat, rotating disc studded with sharp cutting blades. The experienced woman instantly recognized this terrifying technique and realized with alarm that a soul-devouring spell, extremely rare and deadly, was unfolding before them. Without wasting a second, the mentor sharply ordered the group to surround themselves with a protective aura, trying to create at least a minimal barrier against the approaching threat. However, for some people, the command came too late. The curse had already managed to put its vile roots deep into their bodies and minds. Right before our eyes, our comrades, one after another, lost their human faces. Their skin darkened and distorted, and their bodies turned into horrific corpses, causing even their own allies to shudder. Even the usually cool and collected Yutang visibly tensed up, because such a vile sight with the twisted, insane smiles of the infected was hard to ignore even for her. However, the blonde had no intention of retreating, immediately activated the ring, and energy flared out from it, preparing to meet the approaching nightmare with weapons in hand. Sliding softly into the palm of its owner, the graceful bow obediently formed directly from light and metal, and the taut bowstring rang anxiously in the tense air. Without allowing herself a single second of hesitation, Yutang sharply aimed straight at the beast's hideous face, with a cold fury dreaming of tearing it to shreds with a single shot. The fiery arrow flared brightly in flight, leaving behind a red-hot trail, as if with each passing second it became heavier, hotter, and more dangerous than before, cutting through the air with a loud hiss. But even such a blow barely touched the monster. The vile disc-shaped monster only lazily stretched out, as if someone had stepped on gum with a boot, and again returned to its previous shape. Maintaining the same irritating grin, the monster lazily inquired if this was truly the limit of their pathetic capabilities, as if toying with its prey. After a quick glance with her mentor, Yutang understood without further ado that the group was desperately lacking the strength to win, and the situation was rapidly spiraling out of control. Meanwhile, the monster noisily inhaled, and the next moment released thick clouds of poisonous smoke with a disgusting, sweetish smell that clouded the mind. Some of the fighters almost immediately fell to the ground unconscious, and a moment later began to rise already dead, with completely empty, glassy eyes. Now the infected were attacking not the creature at all, but the remaining members of the Phoenix, as if they had completely forgotten who they were just a few minutes ago and who they once were. Realizing how quickly the situation was heading towards the abyss, the blonde activated the ring again, summoning a weapon for close and desperate combat. This time a sword appeared in the girl's palm, cold and heavy, because the battle had finally turned into a dirty massacre among blood, screams, and falling bodies. Just recently, these people had been covering her back and fighting alongside her, so it was almost unbearably difficult to switch to a mortal fight against them. Through the roar of the monsters and the ringing of clashing blades, the mentor tried to support Yutang, helping her resist the effects of the poisonous smoke and not lose consciousness. Some could no longer be saved. The infected had completely lost their minds and turned into real monsters, driven only by the instinct to kill. Understanding how costly any mistake could be, the blonde suddenly rushed forward without hesitation or unnecessary thought, relying only on reflexes. Only incredible agility saved the girl, allowing her to escape at the last moment from the tenacious hands of the maddened walking dead, reaching out to her. Suddenly, one of the infected hoarsely called out her name, and it was at that moment that Yutang felt the cold, freezing fear for the first time. The realization that the memory still remained inside the monsters struck a painful blow to the girl's composure, as if for a moment it had destroyed all her inner fortitude. It was this brief moment of confusion that was enough for one of the dead men to break forward and deliver a sharp blow, deeply wounding the lady in the side. A terrible pain instantly distorted the blonde's face when her weakened body lost its balance and fell heavily into the cold, wet mud. However, even lying on the ground, the girl was not going to give up, only clutching the bloody hilt of the sword tighter, as if clinging to life itself. Before she finally ran out of breath, Yutang managed to furiously slash at the advancing opponents several more times, pushing them back with the last of her strength. Having expended almost all her strength in this frantic battle, even such a stubborn and unyielding warrior found herself on the verge of complete physical and spiritual exhaustion. Clutching her bleeding side, the blonde slowly bent over as the freezing rain trickled down her shoulders in thin streams, mixing with blood and dirt. Sooner or later, any reserve of strength runs out, and so the girl collapsed powerlessly to the ground among cold blood and sticky mud, losing the last of her consciousness. Already falling into darkness, Yutang heard a familiar voice through the noise in her ears, which sounded mocking and a cold reminder of her fear at the sight of blood and wounds. Through her clouded gaze, the girl managed to discern the silhouettes of two guys and bitterly realized how wrong she had been when she had once trusted this group and their words. The knife in the palm of the former ally gleamed dully, coldly reflecting the dim light, and from his movements it was clear that he intended to quickly end the life of the wounded lady. Seeing what was happening, the mentor screamed in despair and tried to break through to her student, straining all her strength and ignoring her own wounds and exhaustion. But the demonic entity completely shackled the woman, holding her in invisible shackles and not allowing her to even move a finger, as if depriving her of the will to resist. Having created a dense dark dome around the old woman, the monster sarcastically asked how long she could withstand the pressure without breaking first. Meanwhile, the sharp knife was already hovering right above the girl, who had completely lost the ability to defend herself and was barely holding on to the remnants of consciousness amidst the pain and cold. The deadly sharp blade left no chance of salvation, as if the outcome of this cruel scene had been decided long before this moment. However, at the very last moment, something suddenly went completely wrong, and the blonde cursed in confusion, not understanding the reason for her opponent's strange mistake. The blade suddenly missed her neck, only cutting through the damp air nearby, and Yu Tang tried with all her might to understand why the blow had suddenly failed. At that very second, an invisible force tore the attacker's head from his shoulders with monstrous speed, as if it weighed nothing, and was held on only by a thin thread. A child's voice that sounded nearby softly informed the girl that he had sensed the disappearance of her powers and therefore had immediately rushed here without the slightest hesitation. The unexpected savior turned out to be the leader of the group, who looked like a very small girl, but at the same time exuded a frightening and overwhelming pressure of power. Propping herself up on her elbow, the grown-up Yu Tang still respectfully addressed the little girl as her grandmother. Even without touching her, enemies fell dead next to this sweet girl who hid terrible power. Taking a closer look, the elderly warrior finally recognized the one who had unexpectedly come to their aid. It turned out to be Hongling, and her mere appearance noticeably restored the woman's confidence and strength. However, the sword fragment continued to press with threats, reminding her that any step would end in death for her. Pointing directly at the vile creature, the little girl asked with displeasure why this thing was still alive. There was no need to persuade the leader to join the fight. She herself threw the axe towards the enemy. This time the blow was finally successful, the red energy piercing right through the grinning face. Even the weakened Yu Tang raised herself up on her hands, watching in fascination as the monster disappeared. Only now did the red-haired little girl finally notice the girl's severe wound and involuntarily became confused when she saw how deeply the flesh was torn. Wanting to help the victim at least a little, the girl quickly handed the blonde a decanter with some strange medicinal infusion that smelled of herbs and bitterness. Yudong greedily sipped the warm medicine and asked her grandmother through tired breaths to find her suddenly missing classmate, whom everyone had forgotten about in this chaos. Frowning more and more after each word, the girl gradually realized that Yan Hui's real target from the very beginning was Ling Mo, and everything else was just a distraction. With a light and unexpectedly calm smile, the little girl immediately agreed to help, after which she gently advised the wounded girl to at least get some sleep and regain her strength. It didn't take long to persuade the blonde, because the world around her was already slowly beginning to blur before her eyes, and her body was ceasing to obey from fatigue and pain. Having quietly called her little assistant, the manager almost immediately waited for him to appear next to her, as if he had been waiting for an order nearby in advance. What interested the red-haired little girl most now was the location of the guy Yu Tang was talking about so persistently, as if too much depended on it. Judging by the strange sensations and behavior of his son, the young man was now in an extremely dark and dangerous place, hidden from ordinary perception and other people's searches. However, the girl quickly decided that she could handle it on her own and without any extra help, after which she confidently summoned her huge weapon back. On her first attempt, she failed to climb onto the axe deftly, so the little girl hung comically to the side, angrily trying to maintain a serious look. The second time, the handle unexpectedly hit her on the head, after which the lady fell down in offense. Finally, she ordered her assistant to take Yu Tang to headquarters so that the girl could recover peacefully. Joyfully rushing towards a new task, the little girl caught raindrops right on her face during the flight. Dark clouds gradually thickened over the old abandoned building where the bound young men were kept. Sitting casually in the middle of the hall, Yan Hui calmly meditated, accumulating new strength. Both the reincarnated emperor and little Zhu nearby watched the events closely. The reason was simple. The lady paid for her improvement with her youth and quickly age. Suddenly, something abruptly brought the woman out of her meditation, causing her to anxiously look around the room. As she headed towards the exit, Yanhui screamed in irritation, trying to figure out who dared to disturb her. The leader was so short that the top of her head barely reached the middle of the old metal door, looking more like a lost child than a dangerous fighter. That's why the kidnapper didn't take her seriously at first, and only frowned in irritation, taking the girl for a child who had accidentally wandered in there without the slightest threat. To further confuse the lady, the little girl suddenly gave a pitiful look and blinked her eyes cutely several times, as if she was genuinely frightened by what was happening around her. Then the girl suddenly warned about some kind of flying stick, saying this with a completely serious face and the strangest intonation possible. For a first meeting, such a phrase seemed so ridiculous and inappropriate that Yanhui was noticeably confused and did not even immediately understand the meaning of what was said. Meanwhile, in the cage, the little wolf cub cautiously inquired of his owner about the condition of his knocked-out cousin, looking at him with obvious concern and distrust. In Ling Mo's opinion, everything went exactly as it should, although poor Zexuan looked so battered as if he had been in a fight with several people at once. Feeling a new wave of energy in the room, the emperor immediately tensed up because even to him this aura seemed incredibly heavy and dangerous. A moment later, a little girl confidently entered the dark hall with a huge axe, after which she casually and almost lazily threw the weapon straight forward. The huge blade pierced Yanhui's body with monstrous force, leaving her helplessly gasping against the wall from the sharp, piercing pain. Hot tears slowly flowed down the woman's cheeks, mixing resentment, impotent anger, and genuine animal fear of what was happening. Meanwhile, the little girl was becoming painfully bored, because for some reason the opponent with an axe in her chest did not respond at all. Choking with rage and pain, Yanhui tore the huge axe from her own body with a wild scream, spraying blood across the walls and floor around her. Meanwhile, the group's leader circled calmly in the air, moving lightly and annoyingly, like an annoying mosquito in the face of an enraged beast. Unable to contain her furious anger, the wounded woman threw the bloody blade with all her might straight towards the small attacker, wanting to cut her down with one blow. When the first wave of adrenaline finally began to subside, the girl painfully bent almost in half, feeling how every wound inside literally tore her body apart. What particularly infuriated Yanhui was that such a severe and humiliating wound was left on her by some small brat who looked younger than an ordinary schoolgirl. Meanwhile, the girl sat quite comfortably on her stick in the air and lazily asked if this was really the end of it. In her mind, Yanhui desperately turned to Ju Yu, trying to figure out how to get out of this terrible situation and not die right here. In response, the fragment of the sword only grinned vilely and contentedly in her mind, clearly continuing to build its own plans somewhere in the depths of the silence. Just a day ago, the surrounding world remained surprisingly calm, quiet, and almost untouched by this endless, brutal battle between the parties. Two girls sat quietly opposite each other, so similar that it seemed they were not separate people, but reflections in a perfectly clean mirror. Only the long red horns on her head revealed a more demonic and frightening appearance of one of the mysterious beauties, calmly looking at each other. Student Han leisurely played Go with her own clone, calmly honing her patience, attentiveness, and skill in complete silence. Suddenly, the calm space was cut through by an alien energy, so dense and sharp that it instantly attracted the attention of both girls at the same time. The lady looked around warily, trying to determine the source of this strong and alarming aura of the magic sword that had appeared very close by. In Ju Yu's powerful paws, a boy dangled helplessly, looking like a tiny ant next to this creature, almost of no importance. Despite his fear, the prisoner desperately tried to resist and shouted that he was a member of the Tanmo sect, hoping to somehow influence the situation. His brown eyes blazed with stubbornness, as if simply belonging to the sect could truly give him a chance to survive or at least delay death. However, the sword fragment only laughed mockingly in response, completely unaware of the threat and not even thinking of releasing the unfortunate captive. The creature knew almost nothing about the sect, but still, with cold mockery, promised to destroy it without the slightest effort, as if it were a trifle. For the captive, the aura remained his last hope, and the exhausted youth desperately called out to it, clinging to the sensation of any external force. As if in response to this plea, a powerful gust of wind blew the doors wide open with a deafening roar, breaking the silence of the room. Heavy dust instantly swirled around the room in a dense whirlwind, obscuring the outlines of the hall and the silhouettes of people, making the space almost blind. The first thing to appear through the murky curtain was the graceful foot of a girl, who slowly and confidently crossed the threshold of the room as if she were in no hurry. Even Juyu felt uneasy because the stranger's energy was so heavy and oppressive that it made everyone present tense. The reincarnated demon lord entered the hall, instilling a true primal terror in those around her with just her gaze and presence. It seemed that the purple cloud of energy was completely incapable of embarrassment, but even he froze for a moment, surprised by his mistress's reaction. However, the lady did not appreciate such delight and immediately kicked the creature, coldly ordering it to behave more calmly and not to make unnecessary noise. She was much more interested in whether Ju Yu had truly teamed up with Yan Hui for his own purposes, hiding a deeper plan behind it. It was precisely for this question that the girl came here, and quickly received the expected cold and confident, positive answer. Since the beauty also had her own plans for the emperor, she did not hesitate to ask the sword fragment for help, hoping to strengthen her chances. Suddenly, a brown-eyed guy fell at her feet, hastily introducing himself as the son of the head of the Tanmo family, trying to somehow indicate his importance. The green-haired youth added with undisguised pride that their demon sect was no less powerful than Feng Su, trying to sound convincing. Having settled down on a luxurious chair created by the sword, the lady coldly declared that ordinary people were of no interest to her at all and were not worth her attention. Wanting to save his life at any cost, the guy immediately obediently barked, which unexpectedly greatly amused the girl and knocked her out of her usual coldness. Continuing to lie right at her feet, the young man hastily thanked the mistress for the unexpected mercy and sparing granted to him, not daring to raise his eyes. Due to severe exhaustion, the boy's eyes literally closed while he tried with all his might to continue speaking, barely maintaining consciousness. In fact, the reason for his weakness was the lady herself, for her mere presence slowly drained the strength of men, suppressing their will and body. Since there was nothing else to do in the house, the mistress and Ju Yu went into the forest to discuss their future plans. The sword fragment admitted that it uses Yan Hui to restore its strength and hides thanks to yin energy. After listening to the explanation, the hostess praised the cautiousness of the plan and clarified the degree of control over the girl. At the same time, the black-haired beauty specifically asked that careful attention be paid to ensuring that Lin Mo would not be harmed under any circumstances during the unfolding events. Soon the lady became completely bored with the conversations, and with a slight sigh, she decided to return to the game of Go with her own clone, as if that was the only thing that really interested her. Ju Yu himself looked extremely pleased, already mentally anticipating the long-awaited moment of reuniting all his scattered parts into a single whole. However, the pleasant fantasies were abruptly cut short by the unexpected news of Dizong's appearance in this world, as if a cold blow had destroyed his plans. This news seriously shocked the creature, because the memory of the scattered fragments was still not shared, and he could not fully assess the threat. Luckily for him, the hostess calmly told him about the recently discovered powerful imperial aura that could be felt very close by. Now, the evil entity has finally decided to use Yan Hui as a convenient living bait to set the perfect trap for the emperor himself. Through the influence of the demonic sword, Ju Yu gradually and methodically incited the wounded girl to kill her small but extremely dangerous rival. And the unsuspecting group leader calmly continued practicing her sword technique in the air, not noticing how her fate was changing. When the fragment of the demonic sword finally captured the girl's body, her eyes widened sharply from the piercing pain and the horror that covered her mind. Evil needed a living vessel to carry out its insidious plans, and Yan Hui's death at this moment would completely destroy the entire carefully constructed plan. At that very second, the girl's face changed dramatically, turning into the frightening, bestial grin of a predatory monster. Along with the demonic power, the lady's body acquired monstrous speed, inhuman endurance, and strength. Deftly parrying all of her opponent's blows, Yan Hui moved as easily as if she didn't have a terrible wound at all. Now it was this distraught girl who was in complete control of the fight and looked incredibly dangerous. Throwing the blade high into the air, she mockingly asked her opponent if she liked flying sticks. The force of the throw was so terrifying that the weapon almost touched the ceiling of the huge stone cave. The frightened red-haired little girl was covered only by a thin pink barrier, which was already beginning to crack dangerously under the blows. However, the possessed Yan Hui didn't even think about stopping, continuing to furiously create one attack after another. In her palms, the energy ball suddenly stretched into a huge snake, which quickly rushed towards its prey. But the group leader was hardly impressed by this technique. The technique was too ancient and familiar. Between the monster's deadly fangs, a green ball flickered, flying swiftly straight toward the red-haired little girl. The girl had no intention of giving up, but only gripped the weapon tighter and patiently waited for the enemy to make a mistake. She frankly didn't want to die at the hands of such an ugly monster, and it would have looked too stupid. Yanhui's yellow eyes tried to catch every movement of the little girl, but she moved too quickly and dexterously. The next moment, a sharp blow from the blade landed right in the snake's mouth, almost ending the dangerous and protracted fight. Thick clouds of darkness immediately burst out of the wounded creature, rapidly expanding and filling the space of the enormous cave like a living fog. A second later, the terrifying creature vanished into thin air, as suddenly as it had appeared just moments before, leaving behind only an oppressive silence. However, this fierce battle did not remain a secret, and someone's figure was closely watching what was happening from above the whole time, without interfering with the course of events. In the dark silhouette of the mysterious observer, it was easy to recognize the majestic and terrifying mistress of demons, whose presence alone weighed on the space. The pain of her creation instantly struck Yanhui, causing the girl to scream in pure horror and agony, as if her body was being torn apart from the inside. Being a living vessel for demonic energy turned out to be far more terrifying and painful than she could have imagined, turning existence into torture. Soon, the fragment of the sword abruptly left the girl's body and froze motionless in the stone slab directly in front of the little girl, emitting a cold aura. As she examined the strange fragment, the girl couldn't help but be amazed at how much trouble and destruction this thing brought, even in this form. However, her words were clearly heard by someone else, who continued to carefully observe what was happening from above, hiding in the darkness of the cave. From this darkness, a powerful and cold voice suddenly rang out, declaring that only the owner has the right to beat his dog, and no one else has the right to interfere. Then a huge stream of demonic energy burst into the cave, along with a countless crowd of dead people, filling the space with an ominous hum and oppressive aura. The pressure of this force was so monstrous that Hong Ling could only barely maintain consciousness and calmly continue to breathe without succumbing to panic. A disgruntled demoness hovered slowly above the cave, and her mere presence inspired a primal fear in those around her, as if death itself hung in the air. Descending lower, the lady carefully picked up the broken sword and immediately realized that it had split much more severely than expected, having almost lost its former strength. Not about to miss her only chance, Hong Ling suddenly rushed forward and attacked her opponent straight from behind, putting all her remaining energy into the blow. At that very moment, 8 long satin ribbons began to swirl around the black-haired demoness, quickly blocking all possible escape routes. Sensing the familiar technique, the mistress turned sharply and stared straight at her insolent rival with icy fury, as if wanting to tear her apart with her gaze. The ribbons attached to the floor instantly closed around her, turning into a dense energy cocoon without a single gap from which it was impossible to escape. The red-haired little girl was pushing herself to the limit, because now it was not victory that was at stake, but her own life and her last chance to survive. While everything was going well, and the magic was actually holding back even such a terrifyingly powerful opponent, the space around was shaking with tension. Soon the cocoon began to spin faster and tighter, gradually turning into a giant ball of intense scarlet light that seemed to absorb space itself. Stretching her arms forward, the girl held the spell with the last of her strength, feeling her body literally being torn apart from exhaustion and energy overload. This is how the Heavenly Lotus Seal was formed, an ancient and extremely dangerous technique capable of suppressing even beings of a similar level. When the energy flower finally closed, Hong Ling allowed herself to believe for a brief moment that victory was already within reach and the outcome was decided. Without wasting any time, the little girl immediately called for helpers, hoping to finally clear the battlefield and destroy the remaining enemies around. Her call worked instantly, and the shining face of a divine being, filled with pure and overwhelming light power, began to appear in the air. The representative of the light forces tightly clutched the lotus, and at that very moment the space exploded with a deafening roar, spreading in waves throughout the entire cave. But suddenly the tide of the battle changed dramatically. The image of the deity began to crack and rapidly collapse right before everyone's eyes. For Hong Ling, this meant only one thing. Her desperate plan was falling apart right in front of her, without the slightest chance of salvation or correction of the situation. A stream of thick, scarlet energy effortlessly tore apart all the efforts of the little leader, destroying the seal from the inside, like fragile fabric under the onslaught of fire. Walking out calmly without a single scratch, the mistress spoke mockingly about the rumors that surrounded Hong Ling's name, as if she had already considered them to be an exaggeration. Raising the shard of the sword, the demoness coldly declared that any resistance now looked like a pathetic waste of energy and the senseless stubbornness of the doomed. But Hongling herself didn't even think about retreating, stubbornly preparing to rush into battle again, despite the complete exhaustion of her body and almost depleted spiritual energy. Her next attack disintegrated into nothingness, as if the blow passed through air and illusion, leaving not the slightest trace on her opponent. Clutching her wounded side, the team leader still stood upright, as if refusing to admit her own defeat even in the face of inevitable collapse. With cold calm, the Demon Lord repeated once again that this battle was already over and that continuing it any further was completely pointless. Even a tiny fragment of the blade was enough for the red-haired little girl to instantly collapse to the ground, exhausted, as if all her energy had left her. Quietly vibrating in the palm of its owner, the sword seemed to justify itself, because Yanhui's body simply could not withstand its monstrous, destructive force. Choking with angry and helpless cries, the baby could not accept defeat and lay helplessly, unable to even get up or move. With desperate stubbornness, she stretched out her hand forward, trying to get her weapon back, so that she could rush back into the fight and not allow herself to be completely defeated. Obeying the mistress's command, the blade suddenly broke away from its place and returned like lightning through the destroyed hall, leaving behind a cold trail of energy. While calmly discussing the Emperor's appearance with her sword, the ruler did not even notice the huge axe flying towards her back with deadly speed, while the danger was already in the air. Only at the last moment did she turn around sharply, when only a few centimeters of lethal distance remained between her face and the sharp blade. For a brief moment, a hint of surprise flashed across her gaze, as if even she had not expected such a sudden and brazen attack at that moment. But the fragment of her blade turned out to be far more terrifying, easily cutting the huge axe in half, as if it were made of fragile wood or paper. Completely unimpressed by the attack, she calmly continued talking to her weapon, as if the devastating attack had never happened near her. Slowly looking at the defeated Hongling, the lady could only think of how pitiful and weak she looked now, as if all her efforts had been in vain. But the time for empty talk was coming to an end, and now she had to move on to actions that were far more brutal and final, with no possibility of retreat. The next moment, her voice rolled through the cave like a heavy echo, amplified many times over by the stone walls, calling for the Emperor to finally come out of the shadows and reveal himself. Addressing the void, the mistress mockingly asked if he had seen enough blood, destruction, and spectacle to finally muster up the courage to show himself in person. Walking slowly around the room, she sarcastically asked if he had become as weak and spineless as all the other men she had met before. With a contemptuous smirk, she declared that anyone who hides behind the backs of others and avoids direct confrontation is simply unworthy of being called the ruler of the world. Ling Mo's very reluctance to engage in battle caused her almost genuine disgust. Such caution seemed to the ruler something pathetic and unworthy of a true ruler. Deciding to speed things up and finally break someone else's patience, she slowly turned her gaze to the wounded girl, who was barely able to stay on her feet after a difficult battle. Slowly approaching the helpless Hongling, the Demon Lord coldly threatened to destroy the entire world if the Emperor continued to hide and avoid meeting her. And in that crazy smile that spread across her face, there was no longer a drop of doubt, because she was really ready to carry out her own threat. The exhausted Hongling looked up at her through angry and powerless tears, and now even the most terrible words sounded frighteningly true and real. Even Ling Mo's little assistant covered his mouth with his hands in fear, because the urge to scream in terror was almost physical and paralyzed his entire body. Amidst this heavy and oppressive atmosphere, only Ling Mo himself maintained a frightening calm, as if what was happening around him did not concern him or disturb him at all. However, the provocateur had no intention of stopping, because she needed to get the Emperor out of hiding at any cost and force him to show himself. Somewhere deep in the prison cell, forgotten by everyone, sat Zixuan, who had nothing to do with this insane and brutal massacre. But with each passing second, fear choked him more and more, because the guy remained an ordinary person and did not belong at all to this otherworldly world of monsters. Meanwhile, the lady with a lazy and almost bored smile began a slow countdown to 3, promising to slaughter the entire population of the huge city after that. As soon as the number 2 was uttered, a pitiful cry came from the cage, trembling and heartrending, begging for his life to be saved at any cost. Hearing this desperate cry, those present were simultaneously frightened and tense, because it now became clear beyond a doubt that the Emperor was indeed very close. The Demon Lord herself, on the contrary, was only amused by this. An anticipatory smile appeared on her face, because she finally felt the long-awaited battle approaching. When the count reached 3, a blinding stream of light instantly burst out of the prison, as if it had torn apart reality itself and struck straight into the sky. The warm yellow column of energy grew brighter and denser with each passing second, illuminating the streets of the entire city of Shenyang and turning the night almost into day. Inside the prison itself, this light turned into a furious whirlwind of power, mercilessly sweeping away walls, chains, and heavy metal doors as if they were made of paper. Even the demon lord found it painful to look at that radiance. It was so pure and destructive, so she had to cover her eyes with her hand and take a step back. The next moment, Lin Mo appeared from the blinding pillar of light, majestic and calm, with 2 fingers raised in a divine gesture, as if the light itself obeyed his will. Excitement instantly flared in the lady's eyes, and she cried out joyfully, as if she had finally received the long-desired gift that she had been working towards through all the madness of this battle. For the city's residents, what was happening was no secret either. Soon a film crew rushed to the abandoned factory, trying to record the inexplicable phenomenon. In a trembling voice, the reporter reported to the camera that a giant beam of light had suddenly appeared over the Xinyan district, completely changing the familiar night landscape. Although it was only 9 degrees outside, next to this glow, there was such an unbearable heat, as if someone had opened the door straight into a red-hot oven. The monstrous flow of energy even caused a huge gaping hole to form in the clouds above the city, through which a clear and dazzlingly bright sky opened up. However, something inside the clouds worried journalists much more than the anomaly itself over the abandoned factory. As soon as the camera showed a strange and frightening detail in the sky, the viewers' airwaves suddenly froze, cutting off the broadcast at the most tense moment. Song Yunshu sat motionless in front of the screen, stunned as she tried to comprehend how this whole nightmare could have become reality and why no one could stop it. Her mother, meanwhile, calmly and even casually asked about lessons, as if the real end of the familiar world was not happening outside the window, and everything remained as usual. What scared the girl most was that the area with this strange energy collapse was too close to her friend's house, and this thought only made things worse. Opening the door to her room, Song Yunshu's thoughts returned to Yan Hui again, because after her disappearance, even the silence in the house seemed uneasy, empty, and alien. Before Song Yunshu could catch her breath, the door suddenly shattered into pieces, and sharp wooden fragments whirled past her face, leaving thin cuts in the air. Then the emperor and his opponent flew through the gap, locked in a furious fight, as if even the sky had become cramped for someone. A hole ran right through the entire house, and what Song Yunshu saw froze, as if all her thoughts had suddenly left her head. Continuing to grip the door handle, the girl looked ahead in confusion, trying to understand how an ordinary evening had turned into such a nightmare. Only a moment later, it became clear that their collision had not broken through just one room, but had literally passed through the entire house like a hurricane. Attacking the Lord of Light, the black-haired lady furiously shouted that without his sword he was worth absolutely nothing. And there was an unpleasant truth hidden in her words, because the young man really was taking blow after blow, noticeably losing his advantage. Another attack threw him straight out of the sky, after which his body crashed onto the roof of the house, breaking the beams like toys. But the girl clearly had no intention of stopping, already spinning a thick ball of dark red energy with an eerie glow in her palms. Raising her hand to the sky, she dispersed the flow of power around her, and the streets were instantly covered in such darkness as if night had fallen. Using her inner energy filled with hatred, the lady cast one of the most monstrous spells of her clan. It seemed as if the heavens themselves were beginning to split apart, swirling around a giant pillar of dark scarlet light with a roaring vortex. A huge dragon burst out of the swirling abyss, flashing sharp fangs and mad yellow eyes full of hunger. The creature loomed over the city so large that it could wipe entire neighborhoods off the map with a single flick of its tail. The flames bursting from its mouth fell upon residential buildings, and entire streets were turned to ashes faster than people could scream. Trying to escape the disaster, residents rushed away in panic, but the raging flames caught up with them too quickly. Since there was no retaliatory strike, the girl had already decided that the emperor simply did not survive the fall. Suddenly, there was a flicker of movement among the ruins, and her eyes flashed with excitement again, as if the battle was just beginning in earnest. Slowly rising from the pile of rocks, the long-haired man wearily asked why the children of rich families were always so unbearable. Shaking the dust off his shoulders, he grumbled that Mozong's current heirs had become much crueler than the previous generation, having forgotten about the common people. The comparison with her father immediately infuriated the girl, because she enjoyed hurting the weak much more than fair fights. Pointing the dragon straight at the emperor, she furiously ordered him to never dare speak such a thing about her father again. Strange oval seeds poured out of the monster's open mouth, quickly filling the darkened sky above the city. Barely touching the ground, these small grains exploded across the streets. The lady waited until the emperor, out of pity, asked her to strike him instead of the defenseless people. Even the thought of mortals irritated the lady. It seemed humiliating to her not only to save people, but also to simply notice their fears amidst chaos and fire. With a disdainful smirk, she believed that cultivators and sect leaders always hide behind beautiful speeches while they themselves strive for power, while she at least honestly brings destruction. Almost the entire city was already choking on flames because the purple dragon was flying over the streets with such passion, as if he had finally been allowed to throw a party. Looking at the falling towers and fleeing residents, the girl did not feel a drop of regret. On the contrary, she was amused that someone else's war had already engulfed the entire world. She was especially confident because the Emperor's protective shield had been destroyed, meaning the next blow would leave the boy without a single chance. However, contrary to expectations, the man looked surprisingly calm, as if, amidst the roaring fire and ruins, he had finally become truly interested. With just 2 fingers, the young man raised a warm yellow glow around himself, and this power emanated such confidence as if he had long since ceased to need shields. It was then that the demon lord was first overcome by true fear, and it was far stronger than the sight of her own monster over the burning blocks. The reason turned out to be simple and extremely unpleasant, because the familiar spell meant summoning a sword, and the girl did not expect such a turn of events at all. Even in her scarlet eyes there was a flicker of alarm, which seemed almost impossible for someone who was used to looking at victory as a boring formality. A strange weapon suddenly appeared in the young man's hands, reminiscent of both a heavy axe and a crazy saw from someone else's nightmares. Dangling from the handle, the little paper man beamed with such delight as if he had finally received his favorite toy after 100 years of waiting. Having cast a careful glance at the weapon, the man chuckled contentedly and calmly remarked that only good things could be expected from such a gift. With annoyance, the girl realized that all this time he had been playing much more subtly, had attached a paper figure to her, wasted time with a shield, and forced her to reveal her weaknesses. Cutting the air with a broken sword, the lady mockingly said that in such a pathetic fight, even a rusty piece of metal would have been useful to the guy. Without showing any alarm, the man swung his weapon sharply, creating a circle of power around himself and casting a 3-foot life spell. The Emperor's face was frozen in such tension, as if he was holding not a machine, but the entire sky, ready to collapse on his shoulders at any moment. Then through the sacred law, the man raised the alchemy of heavenly fire, and the golden flame rushed forward with the heavy roar of a red-hot storm. Instead of irritation, the black-haired lady just smiled contentedly. She was madly pleased that her opponent was surprising her again with something completely new. Colliding in the middle of the sky, the 2 monstrous forces erupted in a gigantic explosion, painting the darkness with bright streams of gold and crimson light. Lightning burst over the city one after another, their flashes darting wildly through the smoke, as if the sky itself was trying to survive this battle. Neither opponent was going to give in even a step, because each had come here not for victory, but for a long-awaited and very personal revenge. Taking advantage of the brief opening, the demon mistress nevertheless slashed the guy across the shoulder, leaving a shallow but quite painful wound. Instead of anger, the man only chuckled, as if he himself found it funny that in this life he had turned out to be a little slower than his own expectations. Suddenly, a strange silhouette appeared high above the battlefield, from whose dark openings rays of imperial energy poured onto the ground. Suddenly, the strange silhouette began to disintegrate right in the sky, leaving behind ragged tongues of flame that slowly melted among the smoke and heavy thunderclouds. Dissolving into thin air, the image increasingly resembled the paper man that the lady had once hit with a blow and had long ago discarded from her memory as a minor nuisance. Soon, combat helicopters appeared far above the city, and the dark sky instantly began to crackle with endless bursts of heavy bullets. However, the girl was only slightly amused by this, because a protective barrier instantly flared up around her, and the mortal weapons looked to her like a childish attempt to scare off the storm. One of the drones suddenly rushed straight toward the lady, but she waved her hand irritably, as if driving away an annoying mosquito near her face. The drone, which had been hit by a rock, burst into flames in midair and plummeted downwards, leaving behind black smoke and dangerously approaching residential areas. Despite the chaos around them, people continued their attack. Bombers launched mines and shells with such speed as if they were trying to pierce the sky itself. However, this speed seemed impressive only to ordinary soldiers, because for the demon lord, all the projectiles moved almost painfully slowly. And yet one of the charges managed to hit the area of her invisibility, sharply cutting through the space and causing the air to tremble with tension. The very next moment, the projectile was flying straight at her face, and for the first time in the entire battle, the girl was truly horrified by her own mistake. The weapon struck its target and exploded right in the middle of the sky, sending a deafening roar over the city engulfed in flames. Realizing that the target had finally been identified, the men unhesitatingly aimed their entire remaining arsenal at the girl, as if they had decided to put everything on the line. With each passing second, the explosion grew stronger, and the clouds above the city began to resemble a giant fire that had engulfed the heavens themselves. Only the emperor looked at what was happening without joy, fully understanding that even the strongest army in the world could detain the lady for just a minute. It was already clear that until the holy sword was completed, no amount of effort would allow it to become a true threat to her. Fortunately, the forging was almost finished, and now the man was holding a weapon in his hands that was so hot it seemed as if a small sun was burning inside. He exhaled heavily, as if trying to collect his scattered thoughts, while simultaneously assessing the chaos around him and his own chances of winning. Meanwhile, people decided that the danger had been eliminated, and due to a lack of ammunition, they began to gradually return equipment back to bases. But the relief turned out to be too early, because suddenly the earth shook so violently as if a volcano was waking up under the city. A giant purple hand stretched out from the broken asphalt, towering over the streets higher than most multi-story buildings. Enormous claws grabbed drones out of the air with frightening ease, as if someone had decided to play with someone else's technology instead of toys. No matter how fiercely the people attacked the monster, it was ridiculously easy and even a little boring for him to deal with the weapons of this world. The creature swung its paw and hurled the drones at each other, sending new explosions over the city one after another like a chain reaction. But the hand turned out to be only part of a huge monster, which slowly crawled out, opening a terrible mouth with several rows of teeth. A giant spider with incredibly long fangs appeared before the people, and its strange sounds were more reminiscent of the creaking of rusty metal at night. Despite the barrage of shells and the desperate attempts of people to somehow stop the disaster, the demon lord continued to calmly hover above the city without a single scratch. The sword fragment hovering nearby quietly informed its owner that the monster was already moving towards the largest source of the aura and would very soon overtake the emperor. Looking down, the girl expected the usual pleasure from the destruction, but instead of delight, a strange, heavy feeling suddenly arose inside. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, and then something completely alien to the mistress of evil appeared, as if a long-forgotten emotion had broken through. Right in the middle of the street stood a little boy, wiping away tears with trembling hands and calling for his dad through his sobs. Left completely alone in the chaos, the child was overcome with panic, complaining through his tears that he was scared and no one was coming for him. Meanwhile, a huge paw of a creature, created by the most powerful demoness in the entire universe, was slowly approaching the baby. Looking at the frightened child, the black-haired lady suddenly felt real horror, as if something very old had suddenly cracked inside her. For a brief moment, she closed her eyes as if trying to hide from this picture and not feel the strange pain inside her own chest. The reason turned out to be much deeper than she wanted to admit, because the feeling of fear was all too familiar to her from the times when she herself was left alone. As the sky continued to rumble, the roads became filled with endless rows of cars, and people tried at any cost to get away from the nightmare. Frightened screams could be heard from the salons. Someone tried to call relatives without success, but the connection seemed to decide to escape first and disappeared completely. Among the stuck cars, neighbor Lin Mo sat with her family, watching the scene through the shaking windows in confusion. At this time, news channels were hastily broadcasting breaking news reports that the monster had suddenly disappeared right in the middle of the battle. As soon as the monster disappeared from sight, rain suddenly poured from the sky, as if the world itself was trying to wash away the accumulated pain and destruction. However, this only made Song Yunshu wary. The girl immediately turned to her father, quietly noting that this kind of rain now seemed completely wrong. Meanwhile, a huge water vortex was swirling beneath the bridge, growing taller and taller, as if physics had decided to take a temporary vacation. What was happening looked so unnatural that many people even got out of their cars and started filming it on their phones. Right in the center of the raging whirlpool, a red pillar gradually emerged, the outline of which increasingly resembled a giant sword. High above the sea, the emperor was casting one of the most powerful spells, and it was his energy that was causing the water to go crazy. Squeezing his will to the limit, The man was going to literally cover the entire sky with his power, using endless streams of water. The next moment, a furious pulse of energy tore through the sea surface, and giant waves rose so high they seemed to reach for the clouds. For ordinary people, this battle also turned out to be a nightmare, as the gushing water immediately began to drown cars and passengers. The usually bold and lively Song Yunshu could no longer sit quietly, so she went outside to see what was happening with her own eyes. Approaching the bridge's railing, the girl cautiously looked down, and at that very second, her eyes widened in genuine shock. There was indeed reason to be surprised because not long ago, the raging river had completely disappeared, revealing damp land where the dark expanses of water had once stretched. Calmly observing the glow of the new sword, the emperor was already calculating in his head every next step and how exactly he would use this power. Gripping the handle tighter, the man smiled with such pleasure as if he had been moving his whole life towards this short and long-awaited moment. The moment the emperor finally connected with his weapon, a bright yellow flash suddenly pierced the empty sky. There was not a single drop of water left under the bridge, and the dried-up riverbed looked like the best proof of the monstrous power of his spell. Standing in the heavy rain, the man closed his eyes and exhaled slowly, preparing to meet the next attack without hesitation. Suddenly, something made him wary, and for the first time in the entire battle, real curiosity appeared on the emperor's face. Through the slowly dissipating smoke, the man saw his opponent, who was calmly leading a little boy by the hand. The baby held the world's most powerful evil with such trust, as if it were not a demoness next to him, but the kindest person in the world. Having brought the child to his father, the girl silently stopped next to him, and a moment later, they were already hugging each other tightly in the middle of the crumbling city. As she was about to leave, the black-haired lady only quietly asked them to run away from here as quickly as possible before things around became even more dangerous. Holding the sword fragment tightly, the girl grinned and declared that fatigue did not suit her at all, which meant it was time to end the protracted battle. Raising the blade fragment upward, she filled the space with dark scarlet power, intending to end this battle as in her past life. The emperor was prepared for such a turn of events in advance, so he calmly raised his own sword to meet the approaching threat. Without wasting a second, the lady used the Devil's Path spell, and a huge evil face with burning eyes appeared behind her. The man also had no intention of hesitating, fully understanding that the outcome of the entire battle would be decided only at the tip of the clashing blades. With a furious cry, the girl was the first to thrust her sword forward, and a stream of devilish power instantly gushed from the dark blade. The emperor then aimed his weapon towards the blow, intending to finally crush the demon Qiankyu right then and there. Their energies collided with such force that space itself shook as both sides desperately tried to push each other out. Choking with delight, the lady admitted that she had waited too long for this fight and was sure that the emperor would lose, as he had once before. Continuing to maintain his stance, the man calmly said that on the ancient road of falling stars, the cold light sacrifices itself for the sake of the sky. At that moment, his eyes turned blindingly white, and the sword began to disintegrate into countless pieces, each of which carried death. Even the girl was overcome with fear, because what was happening was more reminiscent of forbidden sword art, the existence of which she did not know. A huge golden dragon with long whiskers slowly absorbed the dark flow of energy, growing stronger with each passing second. The demon lord no longer had enough strength to resist, and when the golden creature touched her body, the sky flashed with a black spot. A stream of golden energy rolled over the ruined city, as if the sky itself were loudly proclaiming the emperor's long-awaited victory over the forces of evil. High among the dark clouds, a black crack slowly opened up, but now its appearance no longer evoked the same sticky horror. It seemed as if the sky itself was beginning to fall apart, and the swirling vortex of darkness no longer frightened, but rather hinted that the demons had reached their end. Lying exhausted among the rubble, the defeated lady looked up with empty eyes as if for the first time in a long time she felt nothing. Not wanting to deal the final blow, the long-haired emperor calmly approached the wounded woman, stepping among the destroyed streets. With a slight, tired smile, the man noted that the winner had finally been determined, and Mozong was clearly not on the side of luck today. However, even now the girl was not going to admit defeat, throwing in that their battle was just beginning, which immediately made the young man frown. Mozong cast a disdainful glance at him and quietly and tiredly said that the guy hadn't changed at all since their last battle. At that moment, the second half of the sword, filled with thick demonic power, began to descend straight from the sky. This came as a surprise to the emperor, who had spent an incredible amount of time searching for fragments of his own weapon. But the lady herself was not at all happy about the appearance of the second fragment, as if she had known in advance that it would not bring any good. In a stern, cold voice, the weapon informed the mistress that after the recent blow, even the whole sword was now inferior to her in terms of energy reserves. Examining the joint parts of the blade, the girl suddenly realized that her chances of winning had completely disappeared. The next moment, the completed sword burst from behind, pierced the stone she was leaning on, and passed through from her back to her chest. The reason was that even with a completely depleted aura, the sword still remained forever linked to its bearer. Thus, the long-standing war between light and darkness finally came to an end, and the emperor received his long-awaited victory. Despite the battle he had endured and the severe wounds he had sustained, the man remained calm and silently carried the girl away from the battlefield in his arms. The lady, looking at him with an empty gaze, barely audibly asked him to let her go, as if she was tired even of her own existence. For the demon lord, death seemed much better than salvation from the hands of the young man, which she said directly without the slightest hesitation. But the emperor didn't even intend to listen to these requests, calmly replying that it would be better for her not to waste the rest of her strength on useless conversations. The man already had his own plan, and to carry it out he needed not only the girl, but also her abilities. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a new monster, possessing a human body, but instead of a head, it had a sword hilt sticking out. Approaching the couple with heavy steps, the creature hoarsely declared that it also wanted to know what plans they were discussing. Closing his eyes for a moment from fatigue, the man immediately realized that a demon named Wang Zhang had appeared in front of them. Without wasting time on words, the emperor commanded the monster to rot in the prison of light and released sharp shards of his own power. The golden plates pierced the monster's body with a deafening whistle, and the creature collapsed onto the wet asphalt right in front of the ruler, holding the girl in his arms. Writhing in pain, the creature looked at its own wounds in bewilderment and hoarsely asked why its body had suddenly stopped obeying. Remaining remarkably calm, the Lord replied that this trap was not difficult to destroy, but that Yunyang's strength was required for this. Continuing to walk forward, the man indifferently watched the demon's body, which looked almost dead, although it remained alive and immobilized. The point was that the sword would only be able to partially absorb Yuanyang's power, and therefore would not be able to destroy the restraining spell. Suddenly, the man's voice became colder, and he sharply asked if the creature had really cut off part of its own essence in order to live in this world. These words made the sword fragment literally shake with rage, and a moment later the demon was clenching his fists so hard it seemed like he wanted to crush them. Choking with irritation, the monster demanded to know by what right this man dared to speak to him in such a tone, being much weaker. Already raising his fist to strike, the monster screamed why the guy remained so calm with a pathetic aura and a defeated demoness in his arms. Threatening hellfire and eternal torment, the monster continued to rage while the emperor slowly extended his free hand forward. Without changing his expression and maintaining complete silence, the man calmly snapped his fingers, and lightning flashed blindingly between them. At that very moment, the creature was pierced in the side. Part of its body burst into blue flame, and it itself fell heavily onto the broken asphalt again. Now the demon looked at him differently, shocked, asking how the man he despised had managed to pull off such a thing. Having finally decided to reveal the truth, the winner calmly explained that all the fragments had been destroyed, meaning that part of the demon's essence remained within him. Continuing to speak without haste, the man recalled the sword fragment found on the farm, which had served as bait all this time. A stream of blue energy suddenly burst out from the monster's deep wound, and it became clear that the demon was rapidly losing Yuanyang's power. The demon lord, who was lying in the emperor's arms, slowly extended her palm forward at that moment, and the creature decided that she had come to help. However, everything turned out to be just the opposite, because the girl mercilessly took away the rest of his power, after which the demon melted away like smoke without a trace. In place of the monster, only an ordinary sword remained. Only its hilt looked exactly like the head of the creature that lived a second ago. By this time, the lady had recovered enough to stand on her own, carefully watching the demon disappear. Although the confession was difficult for her, the girl nevertheless crossed her arms over her chest and reluctantly acknowledged the emperor's latest victory. But no one was going to give them the long-awaited peace, because the earth shook again from the appearance of a new threat. Emerging from the rift, the strange creature resembled a grotesque bird with a giant tongue and called itself the Beast of Chaos. Calmly examining the new creature, the emperor remained silent while the black-haired lady wearily asked what he intended to do next. The young man, exhausted by endless battles, looked as if for the first time in a long time, he had no idea what his next step would be. Having carefully examined the ruined city and the cracked sky, the long-haired emperor decided that the restoration would have to begin from above. Unfortunately, the demon lord could not help in such a matter, because her power always existed for the sake of destruction, not salvation, of the world. However, this did not bother the man at all. He calmly stated that he could handle it himself, and then politely suggested that the girl simply leave. Slowly rising towards the dark skies, the emperor only reminded her of the promise he had given, as if he was sure that he would still hear an answer. The man folded his hands in front of him and concentrated sharply, his eyes flashing with light and a heavy tension appearing on his face. As the palms began to move apart, a force capable of restoring the entire destroyed world rapidly grew between them. With difficulty holding back the rushing flow of energy, the man slowly raised his hand to the sky as tensely as if he were trying to hold onto falling stars with his bare fingers. The next moment, debris from houses, pieces of stone, clouds of dust, and traces of recent destruction began to rise upward, as if the city itself had suddenly lost weight. All of this was silently drawn into an invisible rift, which greedily absorbed chaos and carried it away somewhere far away, beyond the boundaries of reality itself. Watching what was happening, the demon lord looked at the young man almost with admiration, amazed by the monstrous force of his attraction and the way he was still standing on his feet. Only the emperor himself felt more and more burdened with each passing second, although his gaze still held a quiet joy that the shattered sky was gradually healing. A moment later, the man began coughing up blood, once again turning his own body into payment for saving another world and other people's destinies. Almost nothing remained of his aura, and the emperor himself was slowly being pulled into the portal along with the remains of the destroyed city. Without a moment's hesitation, the black-haired lady instantly appeared next to him and grabbed his hand tightly, as if she was not going to let go even in the face of the abyss. The girl, frightened and screaming, demanded that the guy immediately go back and stop approaching the rift. The young man's words suddenly came to her mind, saying that killing had never made her stronger, despite all the accumulated cruelty. He spoke too calmly then, understood too precisely the reasons for her actions, and even guessed why she resurrected again and again. Despite everything, the man always tried to save her, allowing her to figure herself out and repeating that he sincerely believed in the girl. Now she pulled him back in desperation, almost losing her voice from screaming and the fear of losing the man right before her eyes. However, the young man's body continued to be pulled ever more tightly into the rift, leading to a place from which no one ever returned. Not understanding what was happening, the girl screamed in fear, asking why he wasn't doing anything, not wanting to admit that he no longer had the strength. The man only managed to say one thing at the end. He admitted that he saw how the mistress of evil saved that little boy. Hearing this, the girl froze in horror, because she did not even suspect that the emperor was watching her at that moment. All the other words he tried to utter dissolved in the noise of the wind and could no longer be distinguished among the roar of the portal. Soon the crack finally closed, dividing good and evil for an unknown number of years, and the lady herself silently fell down. Just a moment ago, their palms were clasped together, and now the black-haired lady was rapidly falling downwards, feeling only emptiness and a cold wind around her. But suddenly a small figure flashed to her right, and the girl instantly turned all her attention to it. A paper man was flying through the air nearby, the very same ones that the emperor loved to attach to people when he wanted to observe them discreetly. Meanwhile, the ruined city continued to smolder below, as if even after the battle was over, it could not fully recover. Already sitting on the edge of the roof, the demon lord couldn't help but be reminded of Lingmo and Han when they were chatting together on the school rooftop after classes. Carefully turning the paper man in her hands, the girl with wet eyes remembered her most dangerous enemy and at the same time her closest person. Exhaling loudly, the black-haired lady finally made a difficult decision within herself and clearly had no intention of putting it off until later. Slowly rising to her feet, the girl stretched her hand upward and a huge shining blue circle appeared directly above the city. Within a second, the glowing ball shattered into countless beams that shot out in all directions over the destroyed streets. Despite the blinding radiance around her, the creator of this miracle looked at what was happening with surprising coldness and calm. Her glassy gaze gradually closed, either from the harsh light or from the monstrous fatigue that had accumulated over the course of the day. Having finished the spell, the lady suddenly bent in half and began to cough heavily, her own blood along with the remaining air. Looking down at her palm stained with a scarlet mark, the girl remembered that the resurrection of even one person cost a century of cultivation. As she let the paper man fly free, the lady quietly said that she had fulfilled all the promises she had made to the emperor. In response, the small figure seemed to smile contentedly and, with surprising ease, was carried forward by the evening wind. Goodbyes were always hard, so the girl's thoughts returned again and again to the man she had just lost. The moment when she lay wounded after the defeat, and the Emperor still refused to leave her to die, appeared before her eyes. He especially vividly remembered how his cheeks burned with anger and embarrassment when the girl stubbornly refused to accept his help. Now all these memories fell upon her like a heavy burden, while the demon mistress silently watched the sunset. She remembered too clearly the Emperor's calm, cold eyes, his majestic posture, and long ash-blonde hair. These memories unexpectedly turned out to be so warm that instead of pain, they left only a quiet and bright sadness inside. After everything that had happened, sleep brought the girl no rest at all. Even the huge soft bed seemed cold and unpleasantly alien. All night she was tormented by severe nightmares, from which tears mixed with icy sweat, and the girl herself cried without even waking up. In her dreams, she again saw the past, where her father forced her to kill the prisoner, calling him dust, guilty of the death of many demons. She was just a child then, so the outstretched knife and the gloomy faces around her frightened the girl much more than any monsters. Under pressure from her father, the little girl stood in front of the man tied to the pole, looking at him with bewildered eyes full of horror. She could not take the final step, because despite her origin and the blood of a demon lord, she remained an ordinary child inside. But her father seemed not to care about her fear. He roughly pushed the girl forward as if it was not his daughter who stood before him, but an obedient weapon. Finally, the man got tired of waiting and grabbed her hand himself, forcibly pointing the sword straight at the chest of the helpless victim. At that very moment, tears streamed down the little girl's face, mixing fear, pain, and the first real resentment towards her own father. Having dropped the bloody knife, the girl trembled all over, and her father only coldly declared that kindness would one day destroy their entire family. Gradually, the terrible picture began to blur, and it seemed to the girl that this painful dream was finally coming to an end. However, the next dream was no better, again showing the moment where she held the Emperor's hand in the middle of the rift. The girl again felt too vividly the pain and horror that had become even more severe in her sleep and seemed to be digging straight into her chest. The moment when the young man was being sucked into the crack and she realized that she was no longer able to save him was repeated endlessly before her eyes. And even though the demon mistress had fought with him for almost an eternity, letting him go again, and for an unknown period of time, proved unbearable. Suddenly, her subconscious began to return to her the Emperor's last words, which reminded the girl of her hidden kindness. She didn't want to listen to this at all, because another person was again trying to see something bright and alive in her. It seemed as if the Emperor's voice was speaking to her through her subconscious, stubbornly repeating that Mozong had never been a monster. Unwilling to accept this part of herself, the girl in her sleep began to scream and demand that he finally shut up. Only with the appearance of the first rays of the sun did the nightmares begin to dissipate, and the girl rose heavily from the pillow. The tension didn't go away. She remembered what she had seen too clearly, continuing to nervously clutch the blanket in her hands. Meanwhile, the city was already returning to its normal life, as if yesterday's apocalypse had simply been a very unfortunate evening for it. Meanwhile, in one of the tall buildings, many cultivators had gathered, sitting tensely around a long negotiating table. The girl who led the Phoenix group told how the Emperor and his opponent managed to literally cut the sky itself yesterday. Being incredibly short, the manager had to stand on her toes and on the box at the same time, while she seriously explained that it was too early to relax. However, the inspiring speeches did not have an effect on everyone. The woman sitting to the left of the manager directly stated that they had almost no resources left for control. Lounging in a chair with the air of someone who was bored to death with all this, the daughter of one of the Taoists asked what they were capable of doing at all, except doing nothing. She wasn't the only one who had doubts. Even Holy Master Yaoshi cautiously questioned the story of someone being able to cut the sky with a sword. One of the girls felt frankly embarrassed because, given her level, she had never even heard of such a possibility. To be honest, many people thought what was happening was nonsense, because even if the immortals united their forces, no one, in their opinion, would be able to break through the heavens. As if returning from vacation, the man in a bright tropical shirt lazily reported that, according to rumors, the elder Zhao had been killed. Zhou Yutang, sitting with her side bandaged, wearily asked if they had been brought to this meeting for more complaints. The unperturbed elderly woman asked everyone to listen to the discussion of the measures that had recently been agreed upon with Hong Lingxing. In a calm voice, she explained that now the Baiyun Temple must preserve the ancient oracle, because it is the heavens that govern the order of the world. According to the oracle, the girl who drank the tears of heaven would become the daughter of fate, capable of administering justice, although the meaning of this remained a mystery. Propping her cheek with her hand, the bored blonde immediately asked what this ancient legend had to do with their plan. Ignoring the girl's tone, the old lady explained in detail that Yu Tang's soul had almost dissipated after the difficult treatment. Continuing her story, the woman added that the tears of heaven themselves merged with the girl after the appearance of the heretics and the beginning of the destruction of the world. Realizing where the conversation was heading, Yu Tang herself was noticeably surprised by the conclusion that she was now considered the daughter of fate. The others quickly realized how advantageous it was to have such a person nearby, and the looks of those present immediately became much more lively. Jumping up abruptly from her box, the group leader shouted that the idea of pairing Yu Tang with just anyone would not work without yang energy. Without letting up, one of the girls added that the ideal body for perfection is already imbued with immortal energy, which means the groom needs to be special. Then the discussion suddenly took a completely wrong turn because someone seriously suggested holding a beauty contest among the students. Moreover, the man in the shirt turned out to be so captivated by the idea that he had already conducted surveys across the country and even prepared a list of candidates. Hearing the reason for the meeting, the demon lord became noticeably wary. The idea of concubines for Yu Tang did not appeal to her at all. Kneeling before her, the green-haired youth quickly explained that Feng Su was looking for a guy to help the girl in her cultivation. The most absurd thing about the whole situation was that the intelligence officer himself was also among the potential candidates for the role of groom. Boredly sorting through the leaves of the plant, the black-haired lady declared that she wanted to see him among the participants of the selection in order to spy on the daughter of fate. However, the scout reported something else important. Although from the girl's expression, it was clear that she was already tired of listening to him. Finally, the guy added that the Phoenix group had thrown all its efforts into searching for the emperor, and these words unexpectedly embarrassed the lady. Looking at the flower pots on the store shelf, the lady thought gloomily that, even after a whole week since the battle, her aura had still not managed to fully recover. Even her own sword now seemed like an enemy to her, and the consequences of that fight turned out to be much more unpleasant for the girl than she expected. Until she had enough strength to finally deal with the weapon, she had to endure and continue to play the role of an ordinary student. Pretending to be a mere mortal, the girl was calmly working in a flower shop and was just carrying a new flower pot to a waiting courier. While checking her order at the reception desk, she looked at the clevia with bewilderment and thought how strange it was to give a girl exactly this flower. Meanwhile, in Ling Mo's house, everything looked surprisingly calm, as if the city hadn't experienced the real end of the world a week ago. Xiuqiu's little assistant was already running towards his master as fast as he could, his face showing delight, curiosity, and a desire to urgently share the news. The master himself sat in the lotus position and meditated until he broke out in a sweat, while pure, light energy gently flowed around him. Choking with impressions, the assistant joyfully recounted everything he had managed to find out at the meeting of the Phoenix group. What seemed especially strange to Xiuqiu was that they had suddenly decided to look for a concubine for the girl, as if they were preparing her not for a wedding at all, but for war. However, the guy himself remained completely calm. Even the news about the search for the emperor did not cause any reaction on his face. Looking sadly at his own palms, the young man realized that the constant use of techniques was destroying his mortal shell. Just like the demon lord, he had to pretend to be an ordinary schoolboy, although they both studied side by side without even revealing the truth. Having settled down on the roof to play a game of Go, the young man made his final move and calmly declared defeat to the girl. The school uniform still felt more unusual to him than the imperial robes, but the student had noticeably fewer responsibilities. The lady sitting opposite looked at the board in shock, because for some reason the loss in Go had hurt her more than the recent battle. They had long ago agreed that the winner would receive a wish, and now the time had come to remember this. Only Lin Mo didn't even try to immediately exercise his right, lazily declaring that they would deal with it later. At the same time, the guy noticed that the girl played unusually poorly today, and she clearly needs to start getting a good night's sleep before matches. The lady almost burst into anger at this comment, not believing that a mere mortal would even dare to speak to her in such a tone. Later, Ling Mo was already waiting for Song Yunshu, tired of running around the school looking for this always disappearing guy. Waving her phone in front of his face, the girl was indignant that she wanted to vote for him in a beauty contest, but he was not on the list. For the young man himself, this seemed mortally boring, so he didn't even answer and simply walked past her down the corridor. Such indifference surprised Song Yunshu because her friend had once been deeply worried about his appearance and certainly shouldn't have ignored the competition. After standing in the middle of the corridor with an extremely thoughtful expression on her face, the girl came to a completely illogical conclusion and decided to register it herself. Meanwhile, the blonde sat lazily in front of the monitor, looking bored as she checked how the school's hottie elections were going. While the green-haired, bespectacled man confidently held first place, this situation frankly irritated the girl. But Lin Mo suddenly appeared in second place, which was a complete surprise for the headman and made her suddenly perk up.